Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Tad just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes. Oh, it's Shotzzy! Oh my word! The aBeZy pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
Welcome back. It's day 3 of 9 here in our Major 3 qualifiers, and we're closing out Sunday with 3 more series. Chris Puckett alongside Alley, Cat, and Nameless. We're going to be breaking down all the games from today, but we got to start with the news, because while we were live yesterday, we found out that Toronto Ultra was going to make a big change. And Nameless, this caught us off guard because the team has had nothing but success if you look at their first half of the season.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit of a panic. I look at this roster, I'm like, okay, Major 1 was a success. You lose to the 2 finalists there at Major 2. And I feel like if they made this change right after the Major, okay, we could be like, maybe it was calculated, you get some practice time in. But no, you come into stage 3 and you lose your first game, and then you make this change. And then we dive a little bit deeper into it, and you look at the stats on Standy, the guy was playing great, right? So statistically, no issue. And then you're bringing in a guy in Hicksy who, in stats-wise, kill-wise, he doesn't go off like that, right? So it tells me that they're looking for somebody to pick up more of the objective work. He's a more objective-minded player. Maybe make a guy like CleanX perform a little bit better in game. So if that happens, then I guess it's a successful move. But, I mean, it's a risk, Allie.
And to that point, I feel like it's a little weird, and to your point of it being a panic button, and the fact that they held on to that core roster for so long before finally making the decision to put Scrappy in the main lineup heading into Modern Warfare 2. And now it's almost like they're scared to repeat the same mistakes. So now that they're on this crazy losing spree, I mean, 1 in 9 out of their last 10 maps, they're just like, all right, something has to change, and it needs to change right now. So they bring in HyDra, of course, a little bit skewed comparing challengers to the Call of Duty League. But again, the numbers are there. They do not add up. HyDra is a little bit of a different player, and Standy is maybe not as much of an impact player, as much as maybe an objective player, as that second sub who's doing the dirty work. So an interesting move out of the Toronto Ultra.
I'm looking at those numbers on the right. Remember, that's against Challengers players who we have to assume are on a different level than everyone here at the CDL. But Scrap, he's always highlighted the members of the Challengers teams and sees a lot in HyDra potentially. Let's take a look, though, at their recent performances, because they were red hot in our Major 1 qualifiers. They finished top 4 there. They went on a run leading up to Boston, but recently, 1 out of the last 10 maps has ended up being a win.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to happen, Puckett, right? Like, everybody's not going to be as dominant as Atlanta FaZe. You're going to lose a couple matches, right? You got a formula that works pretty well. I think you can ride out with it. I think I look at this, I'm like, Scrappy teamed with HyDra, and they won some Challengers events together.
Right.
This tells me that it was like maybe a Scrappy move, talking to the rest of the guys, like, I believe in him. He's going to come in and fix some things. So, seems like they're betting on the duo.
I will say something, though. Standy taking to Twitter saying, one of my homies stabbing me in the back.
Tough, ain't it?
Even if you put Standy back in this lineup, Toronto will never be the same mentally. This is going to be a tough one to get over. But we got to talk about another team that is making moves on the other side of this series. We have Las Vegas Legion, baby, and they're looking for their second win in a row after upsetting the LA Thieves on Friday. This was a 3-1 to open things up, and they brought in a new face, Donnie Temp, wrecking house from Atlanta, but it was too real. The new face kind of showing up and letting us know that this team has some new life.
Such an impressive win, to be honest, from the Vegas Legion. Obviously, I think the most impressive player for me had to be Too Real, despite Clay's very young and energetic performance. Just what he was doing, it felt like we saw a completely different team, and it was such a big win because of the schedule that they have moving forward. I believe Vegas and OpTic Texas probably have one of the toughest schedules in this split, and to start it off with a W against the second place team at Major 2 is such a big win for Vegas.
I totally agree, Allie. You can see their schedule right there. That's the hardest schedule I've ever seen in CDL history, Puckett, going into the split. And they started off with a big win over the second place team. Going in today, big opportunity to beat an Ultra team that looks like they're in turmoil. But I just wanted to give some flowers here to Too Real. I mean, when we first saw him come into the league, right, he was getting memed for the pillow. He was on a team that was struggling, ended up getting banished back to Challengers. He comes back in. That's one of the best sophomore return performances I've ever seen in terms of game knowledge, like what he was doing on the map, playing the corners, playing like a rat in control. That was the best control we've seen out of Vegas Legion all season long. And that is really in part due to Too Real and what he brought to this team. So shout out to him.
All of the players coming up from Challengers are starting to impress here in the first week of qualifiers. But the next match we got to talk about is between two squads that haven't made a change in a millennia. Well, that's what it feels like in the Call of Duty universe. LA Thieves going up against Atlanta FaZe. And this is the rematch that we had in our Boston finals. That one ended 4-2 in Atlanta's favor. Let's talk about what we expect, though, from the Thieves, because this is a team playing a little bit different when they get to these online qualifiers than they do at LAN.
Yeah, and it's a little bit difficult just because they did get handed that loss by the Vegas Legion, so that is not to be expected at all if you're in the LA Thieves camps. You know, everybody has those matches, but now they're going into their rematch, which usually you want to win your revenge game. You want to come out on top, especially when it's the grand finals rematch. And for me, it's really been that search to destroy. It was very, very close in the grand finals between these two teams, but I feel like it was the searches that really made that difference. And Atlanta FaZe doesn't look like they've skipped a step in their phenomenal undefeated search and destroy.
Nameless, some people may have taken notice to Twitter last night, Slasher and Octane discussing that some GAs may be broken by other teams. Today we expect a fair fight, though. Are you looking at those left numbers, though, in the qualifiers, and are you concerned for the Thieves today?
I really like that you brought up that point from the Twitter, Puckett, because I always see them tweeting. It just feels like LA Thieves, man, they know how good they are, how good they've been in COD's history, and when they get online, there's just a mental block sometimes. I feel like they get cheesed or something, they just get angry. Either way, this will be an honorable matchup, and And when you look at the numbers and the historicals between these two teams, I think in a best-of-5 series, LA Thieves actually have a ton of opportunity versus Atlanta FaZe, just given because they are a better hardpoint team. And even when they did match up, LA Thieves had the big edge in hardpoint, winning both of them in the finals. So I think this could be really interesting and push it to Game 5.
I want to get you a giant rubber stamper that says honorable, and you can just stamp our good matches. All right, that's going to be a great one coming up at 6 p.m. to end the day, and it's going to be featuring Atlanta FaZe. You know them, you love them, and if you watched them yesterday, you know the FaZe are back cooking in the kitchen. Simp lighting things up, setting some records once again. You saw them in control, rather, and then yesterday, the team dropping a hot 3-0 on the Mutineers.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me when it came to Atlanta FaZe yesterday was seeing what Slasher was able to do. I feel like maybe he's been able to kick his feet up a little bit and allow the Titans and MC to just kind of do what they need to do on the map while he kind of sat back and looked over them. But yesterday, I felt like we saw what he can really do alone as a player. 11-3 in that 6-1 LSCO Search and Destroy, which again was one of Florida's, if not their best Search and Destroy maps, and then 17-6 in the 3-0 in the control. So I'm hoping to see the continuation of this from Slasher this split.
Most impressive thing I see here is Atlanta FaZe, the only team to win 5 of their last 5 matches. Of course, only team could do it because they took home Boston. But also, the next closest, you got the Breach, who are 4-1, OpTic at 3-2. FaZe, they're kind of rolling through the rest of this league. LA Thieves, though, seems to be a good matchup. And if you remember back at that grand finals, that was all control and search and destroy victories, right?
Yes.
Today, in our first 4 games, we're guaranteed to see 2 hard points, which could go to Thieves.
It absolutely could go to Thieves. Again, it's just a big question mark is if they can get that bounce back of that loss to Vegas Legion, because again, they won the respawns. Vegas Legion won a control and a hard point against the LA Thieves, so worrisome.
I'm a little bit worried. You guys let us know how it's all going to break down. 3 matches coming your way today, and when we come back, we'll be talking about the opener, the Subliners making their return against 2 fresh faces for the Mutineers. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL Day 3.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and this will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Welcome back, everybody. The CDL continues. Major III qualifiers are underway, and we are in day 3. Today kicks off with our Subliners, the Raleigh champions. They struggled a little bit at Major 2, but they've been bouncing back, and they got revenge against Minnesota. A round 11, though, is where we went in the battle yesterday. HyDra helping this squad get through, but the Subliners, they got to feel good about their matchup today against Florida.
Oh, yeah, they feel great about their matchup today against Florida. Last time these two teams went at it, New York was on top in a 3-1 fashion. Of course, lost that search and destroy because back at that point in time, it was Florida that was good at S&D. But now heading into this matchup, it's a totally different Florida team, so maybe it could catch New York a little bit off guard here, especially off of that new win.
Yeah, looking at this team, we did an interview with Skyz right after and asked him, I was like, yo, why weren't y'all playing Mercado Search and Destroy? It just makes sense, right? And he was like, I don't know, we were faded. We should have been playing that. We could just run at people. And that's exactly what they did. And it worked out great, and they once again have it if it goes the distance in this series. Looking at this team, though, the hard point's a little bit, off point. That sometimes happens, though, when you, focus on one game mode. Like Search, they had only one Asilo. They clearly put a ton of work into their Search and Destroy. The hard point's just going to take a dip. Going into this series, though, you should have no problem. You're going up against Florida, who is the worst hard point team in the league.
Florida's got some room for improvement there with the 11th seed. We've got our Raleigh champions always battling for a top 4 seed, and today's 10 points could help them secure that position. But let's talk a little bit about our player to watch, because he may be the best player in the league right now. HyDra put on a clinic against Minnesota. Despite it going to a round 11, this guy was dropping numbers all series long, Nameless.
Yeah, he was going crazy. In this game 5 that we were watching, I remember the second round he had a sniper out. We were like, yo, put that away. My guy put out the SMG, and he just torments the opposition. You put this guy in Fortress, you're just not going to have a good time, right? I'd probably just get rid of it across the board versus
Yeah, and honestly, he went 15-6 as well in that Fortress. I think that's what Supposed is saying is he was still testing stuff out, pulling the sniper out and just being like, hey, maybe I can hit a shot here. Not HyDra, don't pull it out anymore. I will say that when we get to the maps and modes, I'm very confused on Florida's game plan. I'm not going to leak it just yet, but after that loss in Atlanta FaZe, I don't understand why we're trying.
Allie just got some early information. We'll break it down in a second. First, though, we got to introduce you to the Florida squad. If you missed this team recently, well, you got some new faces. You brought Brack off of the bench. He's back into that starting AR lineup. Now you've got Capsule and Fellow, though, joining. And for anyone who missed their first day of action, they got swept by Atlanta. It was kind of expected. Yeah. But what did you see from the team? What are the roles, at least, for these 4 players, Allie? I mean,
what sucks about the series against Atlanta is I felt like that map 1 was definitely winnable for Florida. They kept it close throughout, and then after that, though, it was just a complete smoke show. I think the biggest issue with Florida right now is the fact that their Search and Destroy has taken a large hit, and the fact that that was the only game mode that maybe they were guaranteed in the series. Try to hit that Neslo, but to have this new roster and immediately get handed a harsh 3-0 by the Atlanta FaZe, you could take it one or two ways. You can take it, all right, it's the Atlanta FaZe, Major 2 winners, maybe that's to be expected, or you take it the other way of this is how we're starting our Major 3 is getting bopped like that.
Nameless, we got to dial in on Capsule and Fellow today. These are the names that I want our observers to focus on, and I think the community are excited to see them as well. What did they show you in the first series against FaZe, and what are you hoping to see from them today?
They didn't show me anything. Absolute dust. They got cooked, the whole team. They went up against the champs. That's a very hard match when you just make a roster change. Honestly, I'm hoping to see them play well. Honestly, I support both these guys. I want to see Cap playing good in the hard points. But when you think about this Florida team, it's worrisome because you had a team that was good at Search and Destroy and formidable in control, right? You had some maps that you were solid at. What is scary now is if you made an overcorrection, a 2-person change to where now you're chasing that hard point and you get worse at Search and Control, and then you just become even worse overall. So it's scary. We'll see if they can still hone in on that S&D. That's what I'm looking at throughout this series versus a New York team that can be very up and down in that mode.
We got to dial into the maps and modes now, and Allie, walk me through this. Why is this surprising from Florida today?
It is a new roster, so I also understand maybe this is just a map that's going well for them in scrims, but they usually 80% of the time are banning that HyDra, and that's going to be our map 1, and New York is 3-0 on it. So to kind of let this get through in the series, and that's how you're going to start it on one of their stronger hard points, is definitely a bit questionable for me on the side of Florida Mutineers. But that Mercado is obviously really good, and that Hotel, though, again, they are 1-2 overall. It is a new roster. Maybe they were feeling something in some of their Search and Destroy scrims, but I'm not liking these maps for the side of Florida.
Nameless, I think a lot of people in the chat may be siding with the Subliners in this rematch. To make things interesting, though, we see the first map is going to be on HyDra, right? You've been playing a ton of ranked. You're making the Crimson run. So what's a good number? What would be a number that impresses you in the kill column for any of these players?
I mean, like 35. I feel like that's absolutely disgusting. I think HyDra always comes down to the wire, at least when I'm playing it. That is a stressful map, especially P3, P5. The spawns can be a little bit wild. But yeah, just be staring at that mini-map, see who's making them plays.
AR or SMG, more important here?
I mean, they're both equally important. SMG always, though.
SMG always. He's running the sub these days. We've got our casters ready, though, so enough about us. Let's hand it over. We got Bryce and Ton to kick this baby off.
Thank you very much. Yes, looking forward to this first game of the day. Lots of questions still to be answered. Obviously, Florida haven't come out of the gates hot, but they're playing Atlanta. FaZe, a little bit of a caveat on the other side of it. After Major 2, New York crashed out early, but with a big win so far, can they look to regain lost glory, Ton?
Well, I mean, you kind of touched on it, and the Dashy as well. It's not an easy schedule for the Florida Mutineers, and it doesn't get any easier at all. It is an interesting one, though, isn't it? It's kind of, you know, straight from the fire into the frying pan. Is that the same? I don't think it is. I'll get there with that one, but nonetheless, these games are very, very difficult to start, especially with the two-person change. Kind of just reiterating what the Dashy's saying. I'm kind of there with that. I'm not really expecting a great deal out of Florida in this one. Yes, okay, things will start to have to pick up quickly, but I hope the organization are going to be patient with them, because a FaZe and New York back-to-back is not an easy schedule. And I kind of agree with what they're saying about the HyDra as well. It's a really good map for the side of New York. Florida might have something up their sleeve.
Well, let's see if Florida can do anything, because realistically now they are so far down in the standings, they have to start making serious moves. Even just 10 points here against New York could prove pivotal towards the end of the season. And we know last year the Florida Mutineers basically had it taken out of their hands, and we look to not repeat that this time around. But at the moment, New York doing a good job, getting a little bit of time on P1, but they'll probably take a little bit of that pressure off and try to get this P2.
Yeah, best case scenario. Want to keep all of the spawns here for the side of Florida Mutineers. If you can pick up some scrap time as the Subliners, you're quite happy at that. KiSMET through the mid lane, though, is going to be the one to start to make the move. I already see the rotation starting to come in. Fellow fishing at the moment, keeping an eye. Yeah, we're such a duo, right in line with each other.
That's always the way on HyDra. Always looking in the water for that hidden threat, but now there will be a rotation. KiSMET has gone for a swim. No longer the dog in him, it's the sea lion, but will Fellow sniff him out? You can see KiSMET waiting desperately for the pinch. He needs his teammates to make a move in the right way. And Fellow's watching Røkkr. He might catch him out just in a bit. No! KiSMET makes the gunfight. The snap was not good enough. And New York have found a way through. Only Capsule left in it, and he gets one kill. Can he deflect the rest of them?
I mean, they're doing very well, but because he's stayed alive, his team is starting to spawn towards the back as well. This push is still in for the side of Subliners, but well defended. Capsule staying alive has been massive. But the Subliners have a little bit of presence. Brock will find 2. Kills being traded. Havoc finds 2 more. A momentary scare for the Florida Mutineers on that rotation over towards P2, but now they have to fight their way over towards P3. HyDra and Co already here. Ready and waiting. But that's a good hold in the end. Capsule does a good job by staying alive as long as he can, and sometimes that's all it takes for the rest of the team to get back and get into contention. This rotation over towards P3 has been clean from the Subliners. They'll be locking this down. Florida Mutineers are going to run the gauntlet to get there.
Yeah, Chaos spawns erupting over P2. At the moment, P3 is another hard setup. You can already see players towards the back blocking it. And this does take players away from the front, but KiSMET again embracing his inner swimmer. Just trying to be a little bit of annoyance here before the rest of the team could swing into action, but already the squeeze comes through. Priestahh will defend those back spawns. Keep an eye on that clock. At about 30 to 25 seconds, he will give that spawn up and try to flip this himself.
HyDra, he's staying alive as long as he could. But now the pushing coming in for our top, and can Skyz defend it? We've got a few different ways to look for the ARs here. Nice little position for him to take up the rest of his team falling down. It's a nice break from the Mutineers. Managing to find a way through. HyDra staying alive though. HyDra. Going to get a bit mixy on that one, but right now New York Subliners still spawning towards the back. They will manage to find a breakthrough. Florida Mutineers, their whole percentage on this map is not too terrible. It's getting themselves in those positions to manage to find that hole, but it is going to be an ever so slight lead for the Mutineers. You talked about that flip. They've done it at the right time. The Mutineers are split.
See, HyDra looks to make a push here, but he knows he's alone, and that's what he's got to stay alive for. Just stay into broken. No teammate support. Could be the hero play from HyDra, but realistically, it's going to be one of those where it's better to wait. Still, New York not doing an awful lot here on the minimap. They are waiting for the teammates to reinforce Florida, just soaking up all the time they can from this. The early rotation paying off.
And you would think, actually, with the fact that New York spawned them out there, that would have them in the advantageous position. Well, it does now. Priestahh finds 2. Capsule finds 2 of his own. A little bit of a step up from yesterday. So far, so good. And New York, the new look, sorry, Florida Mutineers. Looking solid so far. Rotation going on actually over towards the next hill as well. You can already see the moves being made by Havoc. He will get cut down. But just trying to make those moves at the right time. You can already see actually KiSMET pushing towards the back. Does get taken down. I'm not too sure about the push for Scrap and spawns that late in the day though, as we do make our way over towards P5. See if we can lock down the boathouse here as the push starting to come through from the Florida Mutineers already.
Well, Florida leading currently in this hard point and having a good time with it. Oh, gets 2! And as the pressure swings onto New York, we're going to go to a listen-in with the Florida Mutineers.
Dead. I pit.
Yo, Nate is some pit. Nate is some pit.
Yep. Nice, they're all in the back. Just hold top, just keep holding top. Every top.
It could be left top, play on it. I win a pinch. He's going coming up top. I win a pinch. He's coming up top.
HyDra, top. He's weak.
Ain't over.
Weaker.
One shot. You went water. He's gonna go our nets.
Yeah, he's gonna push out, bro.
Yo, I spawned out old, guys.
I'm holding him right now. Window.
Absolute go mid.
Wherever's that guy down?
One more water hop, one shot, Skyz. He's just holding, bro.
He's going low water.
And New York Subliners doing a really good job to bring this game back within touching distance. And speaking of touching distance, I think Havoc just didn't get enough bullets to finish that kill.
The birthday boy. That's one of those moments where you've got to make sure you finish that kill. That could have been influential for the side of the Florida Mutineers. Now all of a sudden those P2 spawns and P1 belonging to the side of Subliners. I'm not saying it's just all about that kill, but it would have helped things along. HyDra was on a 6 spree, does eventually fall. Subliners locking this in here, but there's a rotation. Brack trying to get a hold of the ruined spawn as best as he possibly can. Kill starting to come in for the side of Mutineers, and honestly, it's feeling like their breaking is actually not being too bad. Looking over towards specifically the stats for both two teams here, New York are the number 1 rotating team in the game when it does come down to HyDra. Well, here we go, KiSMET getting his way around. The number 1 holding team, but when it comes to rotating team, but the holding is 3rd. For the side of Mutineers, 2nd in hold percentage, but in terms of the breaking, it's really been Mutineers who've made it work for them. Rotation is not kind of there for the side of Mutineers this time around, and we're seeing that rotational gunfight won by HyDra. That's helped Subliners out here. They've got P2 locked.
Yeah, kind of a crazy spawn there. HyDra eventually gives it all the way to the back, but now they are in a great position. Mutineers will not be happy with the fact they gave this up. Had good positioning on P1 as well, but HyDra continuing to work. He's 17 and 10, already a few kills going down, but it's always going to be difficult to put this pressure on. The Mutineers going to go for a front hit. The first one dives across, down by KiSMET. The second one down by KiSMET as well. Skyz will get the 3rd, and Fella will be there for a 1v1 on the hill, but Priestahh will win it. Scrap time to New York.
Priestahh wins that, and then that confirms the spawns for Subliners over towards the back of P2. You've already got Skyz on the move over towards P3. These are going to be big kills for both two teams here. If Skyz can lock down the back, this is going to be some more solid time for Subliners on top of a full 30 seconds of scrap. Now the rotation starting to come in. Can they find a break over towards the backside?
And HyDra is going to jump out of the map here and go for the dodgy route. He's looking for it towards the back, goes round and sees the player in the corner and goes anyway. Every move. Wow. So that is a breaking record time. New York Subliners just wrote the book on breaking P3, and the Mutineers left flabbergasted.
And honestly, I mean, we were looking at HyDra's POV, but Havoc's at the back there and just not moving when one of his teammates has just died next to him. I know for a fact audio on this game is pretty good. You can hear people. Doesn't get the kill. All of a sudden, it's broken wide open, but here come the rest of the Florida Mutineers. They've managed to find a break back through. It's going to be Havoc to find 3. Can he find a 4th? HyDra here to rebuild that as best as he can. 20 seconds to go here. Over towards P3. HyDra just causing havoc, as he usually does. 20 and 12 from him. Rotation over towards P4. Now coming through. See New York Subliners, they're pushing out of the point to make sure that Florida starts spawn towards back. Fellow, ready and waiting at P4.
Well, it's going to get taken down HyDra before he can do anything, but a huge break coming in for New York if they can make it. KiSMET desperate to get towards that back rock. Hasn't quite made it. But let's go for a listen in with the New York Subliners as they try to break this hill.
Are we streaking or no?
Wait, here.
I'm going down right now.
Stop looking at this. I'm streaking. Just
I hear you. I'm holding
this. Yeah, I'm already back on P2. Yo, one's on time. P2, one's back on shot. P2's one time. Don't have the time. Goddard is weak. Have up. Good. Alright. I'm gonna shot time ready. Yo, we can work out. Let's work out. Side P2 door, guys. Side behind the door. Yeah, side door. I have your front P5. He's front side broken. He's cat looking at me. Cat is looking at me. Absolute cat. One was on the hill weak 3. I'm gonna go back. Yep. Go to back, fella. Front door. He's front hill. He's laying down the door. Dead. Nice. Good shit, bro. I'm on shot. I have the back, right? Oh, he's turning back, fella. I spawned out. I got time. In the back on you, Paco. He's gonna be mid-cut. In you. Alright, we spawned it old. We can go through low left. Let's go through low left. Yeah, back. In you, weak back. I hear you. Take your time on this break. I'm fully broken.
Oh, New York suddenly showing off the skills there as they gun their way back in, but they've lost the rotation again. Considering how the slaying in this game has gone, you'd expect them to be further ahead.
Honestly, I completely agree. You see KiSMET finding the break with 3 of his own. HyDra's been causing absolute mayhem in every single point, and yet the game is full with the side of Florida Mutineers. It's only a 5-point game. It is very, very close, but I think you're right. You've been watching how things have been going. It feels like the Subliners should be leaps and bounds ahead. But right now, Florida Mutineers in a good position. It just seems to be that they find instant breaks out of nothing. Fellow will find 2. The rest of their team following through. It's just too easy for Mutineers to find a break. Subliners need to find one back. 20 seconds left here. Over towards P5. Can they manage to find a break now as Mutineers find a way through? What's happening on the next rotation?
This is the danger zone. Keep an eye on that P1. Both teams will be looking for it, but also holding P2 at the same time. We've seen over and over again players convert P1 to P2. Can they do it here at the moment? New York are stacking deep. Brack is going to be sitting dome. He has to stay alive. He does not want to give New York an inch because they will take a mile.
HyDra spawning over towards the backside, and the rest of the Subliners will be told, just wait for me coming. There you go, forward dead. Subliners now inside the point. 45 seconds left to go. They can't win it here at P1, but P2 is going to be so crucial. The promising thing for the side of Mutineers here, they do have time. This one is not done and dusted yet, but Subliners are in prime position.
They are. HyDra with a player as well, trying to watch that rotation. Florida, though, they have to do everything. They've got to put pressure on a P1, and they have to try and find a way to P2. Havoc will find 2. KiSMET will shut him down. He knows the time's not as important, but as he dies for it, he goes down. It's now a stack here. New York are all over P2, where both teams will be able to win it. But at the moment, New York will be the team that has to break.
And that's fine from the side of New York. Yeah, okay, you get broken over towards P1, but it's a solid setup. You can already see Havoc, the one trying to make the moves. HyDra's going to just try and cut off the reinforcements who are going to be coming in from P1. But it's all about Havoc. Can he find a way through? Priestahh, this is a huge kill in the grand scheme of things. Can he find it? It's HyDra to the rescue as he jumps behind Priestahh. Fellow will find one towards the back. New York still holding.
And this is the worst feeling, trying to get into P2. You don't have anything going at the moment. You're trying to get through everywhere. Capsule finds a kill straight towards the front of the hill. Doesn't find the second. Fellow gets one back as well. There are fights erupting all over P2 as they try to force their way in. Fellow finds one, and they are swarming. The Mutineers going through. Skyz is alone. A reinforcement spawn at the back there from HyDra. Priestahh now has to move, but they can't win it here, Mutineers. New York can actually rotate off the back of this.
They can rotate over the back of this as well, but at the same time, Subliners, as you said, can win this here with 8 seconds still to go. Mutineers just trying to contest, and they're thinking about the rotation as well. You need to get HyDra out the point you do so. The fight is done. It's all about this rotation to P3, and it's Capsule on the transition. It's going to be Subliners spawning towards the back. There's still 6 away, but the Florida Mutineers are here in numbers.
Last one, they have to make it now. They have the worst spawn, but Capsule finds the first. Capsule finds the second. Looking for the third, but he has to stay alive. HyDra gets one. Fellow comes in as well. The Mutineers have got bodies here as nades rain out towards the back spawn. Fellow is alive. KiSMET's going to go down. Somebody put down a trophy. For goodness sake, KiSMET finds a second. And the dog starts barking in this hill. And the Mutineers are falling. And they are going to lose this hard point in the most dramatic of ways. Neither team was comfortable. Semtex is ricocheting off the walls. But New York take the hard point.
And Florida Mutineers so scrappy throughout that entire game. Capsule finds 4 on the rotation. You spawn Subliners towards the back. Mutineers know exactly what's going on, but it matters not when KiSMET finds 3. Did it over towards P2 as well. The guy going off at the right moments for his team. Phenomenal play from KiSMET. We've got to run it back. And we can see the spawns. Keep an eye on these because that's what's most important. You can see this split coming in from Mutineers and they're thinking to themselves, keep New York off it as best as you can. But looking at the minimap, fellow Capsule, 3 kills in the middle, but look at Priestahh. He finds that route round. That's 3 players in there from New York Subliners. They spawn up. All of a sudden, they've got control, but the break from Mutineers comes through. Capsule finds 1. Let's shoot your legs. We'll find the 2nd. If he finds the 3rd, then it's game over. Priestahh goes down eventually. And as you mentioned, no nades coming, no trophies coming in from the side of Mutineers. Too many nade kills flying on through. Nobody there to drop the trophy down. That hurts them. KiSMET absolutely hawks on Havoc as well. That's always going to help things along. But very, very well played by the Subliners in the end. It's a tight game. But a huge shout out to Priestahh to make that movement round. Yes, they get wiped, but that gets them the spawns. They initially then keep them. And they close out the game. It's a big one from KiSMET as well. 36 and 28, 22 non-traded kills. Him and HyDra. New York Subliners close out map number 1.
Just running havoc on the map, and no pun intended for that one, but realistically, both teams could have had it at multiple points. New York with a bit of a better break, and for everybody playing rank play right now, that's why spawns matter. That's why you rotate and get in the right position. But yeah, 36 and 33, ridiculous from them. Obviously, HyDra doing HyDra things. We saw him running around the map. KiSMET maybe not getting, quite as good of a KD, but some of his kills were very, very influential on how that game went.
Yeah, absolutely huge from the side of KiSMET, constantly finding the kills to find the break. We seen him actually, I think it was over towards P2. He was the one that was locking it down. The first time around we went over towards P2, he was the one that was finding the kills for the side of the Subliners to lock those spawns in. A HyDra hardpoint does go their way. And look, I would argue from the Florida Mutineers in that stage, we were talking about the vetoes and whether or not this was the best map for them to be picked. In the end, it's a pretty decent performance from them. I don't want to give... I want to give props to the side of New York. Of course, they played that one well, but Florida, and we mentioned it midway through the game there, it was very much feeling that they were kind of getting bodied on occasion, but were still just holding on. I think it's that doggedness in them. Hopefully, it will just keep rolling in these hard points because we know that it's something they need to massively improve on. But that wasn't too bad of a showing, but we didn't see too bad of a showing against FaZe. It's all very well having an okay map, but you need to close out some wins.
Yeah, I think if you're going to take some things away for both teams there, realistically, I think Florida played some very good Call of Duty hardpoint with the fact that they were rotating and doing very well. Realistically, that slaying was so far out of control at one point for New York that they should have been much further ahead, but it was so close they may have to go back and watch it in the VOD to see what decisions they were making that weren't going their way. They were making the kills but not making the plays. They left it to hero plays out of HyDra and KiSMET. Right? You can't expect that against every team every time. So while it is a win for New York, I think there are some very good lessons to take away from them. And on the other side of Florida, silver linings that you almost took down New York, who are very good, especially with 2 players flying like that. But how many times we said that about Florida? They're close to putting it together. They could do it. Realistically, they are running out of time.
Close, but not close enough. That's a 3-loss streak for the side of the New York Subliners. Deterred. They find that on the hard point win. Nicely done on that stage of things. They kind of keep going on these, I don't want to say like a specific game mode. They'll lose it so many times in a row, fix it up, and then another game mode starts suffering. The Subliners is just about consistency over the game modes that they have typically had. Of course, Search and Destroy crept up as being an issue when we were in Boston. Hardpoint momentarily an issue there as well, but a very close game number 1 sets us up very, very nicely for a Search and Destroy coming up next. And it's interesting to see how things will break down when we do head over towards Hotel. For Florida, it's actually their least played Search and Destroy map of the year. So let's see if the new boys have got something up their sleeve in this one specifically. Cap only the one who we could actually say anything about from this new side of the Florida Mutineers. 10 and 6 last time around when he did sub in for the side of the LA Thieves. So not too bad of a performance there. But looking over towards the stats for both these two teams, one thing that really did stand out, very, very low on the first blood front for both two squads. Now, for the side of New York, in terms of the conversion, they're going pretty much alongside their average when they're finding those first bloods. It's about 70% of the time that they're getting it. Florida are usually about 70% of the time when they are in those 4v3 situations, but can only convert 55% of the time when we do get over towards Hotel. So that's something to keep an eye on. First bloods are going to be super important. We know they always are, but for both these two teams, we need to make sure they're converting them, more so for the side of the Florida Mutineers.
So I have there's something that the Dash said I think it's very interesting as we come into this one, because when we look at statistics, obviously for New York, it's pretty much been the same story for us as we walk through the journey of their time in the CDL. The Mutineers have been playing a little bit of hot potato with their roster. Some roster moves people liked, some they didn't. One of their strong points was always their S&D. However, this is a brand new squad. This is a brand new team, and the desk commenting on the fact that maybe it's not as strong now in S&D. Have they lost that? Well, here's the thing, and I'll get to the point. Basically, it's okay if Florida are not as good at S&D if they've improved everywhere else, because as we know, basically trying to be a 2-3-5 team was not working for them. They still should be okay at S&D. Most teams should be. I don't think they're going to be as terrible. I just hope that they are still good at it. If they are still good at it with the improvements that I think they've probably made across the other game modes, we're looking at a potentially very good team. I'm not going to say a top level team, but very, very good, and certainly an improvement for their standings in the CDL.
Yeah, and one thing I kind of want to say on that fact in terms of their search and destroy, and we may well see it here, Brack was a real big influence for them in search and destroy before obviously he was dropped out of the squad and onto the sub bench. The guy was winning a lot of first duels, and he's so important to them in that aspect of things. Fecal had his positives though when it did come to search and destroy. He was the guy that was running the bomb for the squad. Let's see who's going to be running it now for them. A lot of different factors to take into consideration. I don't think they're going to get much worse at search and destroy. Look, they still have the pedigree, they still have Havoc. We know how good this guy is notoriously for years, historically, has been at search and destroy. As we head into this one now, Florida Mutineers really do need this one with the control coming up next. We know Subliners have been solid. Looking over towards this one, first bloods, as we mentioned, are going to be very, very important, as they always are.
KiSMET has already got himself into a very good position, but he may be caught out. Capsule's figured him out as well. Found him, but it has been traded back to a 3 versus 3. Priestahh's going to be loud, and he gets caught by Havoc. And those footsteps ricocheting through the hallways have got him caught. 2 versus 3. Subliners will get this bomb down, but they are going to split.
Havoc is going to be the issue here for them. Brack just looking for information right now. Keep an eye on the silence timers though, not quite there. HyDra finally killing the Brack though. That's going to help things out. The pinch is still set up. Fellow's finding information here because he knows they haven't pushed further than bedroom. But it's a gunfight you've got to win with attack up against HyDra. With that fast never in hand, but the shots at the Skyz are solid. But here comes HyDra, surely going to shut this one down as Havoc will find Skyz. HyDra can't find anything, now left in a 1v2.
He's going to try and find it as well, and he does. He's going to look for the bomb. Sees him on the bomb at the same time, and he has to get off of it.
He's got it.
HyDra has done just enough, and he knows it as well. Flies out, has the final kill. Thank you very much. I'll do whatever I please.
That may well be an ace from HyDra. It was minimum 3. He's got... Oh no, it's just the 3. Never mind. Letting everybody know that we've got the round. I'm just playing his life there. We kind of went off camp just to see what Havoc was doing when he finds the kill on the Skyz. But HyDra staying alive top bedroom. It's one of those places that we know so many times when we talk about this map, in particular on control, in particular on S&D. It is so important that you have somebody in there, and somebody like HyDra with that Vaznev up close is always going to be an issue for the other team. 3 kills for HyDra to kick things off. Oh, come on.
A little bit of a cue to get up. A little bit of movement issues. Not able to vault onto the car, but here they go. This is looking like an aggressive push over to the A-bomb site. KiSMET is in it and backed off. Says I'm not having any of that, and the rest of the New York Subliners are reacting to it. Is it going to be a bluff? The rotation looks like it might be coming in, Ton.
Oh, did Skyz see them crossing over? I think he minimum seen one. Now he's ready and waiting, but the rest of the Subliners not reacting to it, so Skyz maybe not get as much information as we maybe thought. It's hard to say whether or not they've seen them. Of course, we get the COD vision, we get the little outline, we can see them clear as day. Now Skyz will definitely have seen Capsule. Finding the push over towards the bar side. Holding down couches, here comes the reinforcements over towards the bedroom side. Priestahh's on his way.
Still not an easy push for Florida. They've burnt an awful lot of time for this. They don't get this bomb down a little bit promptly, they could be in trouble. Havoc, though, dead silence pop. This is where he's at his best. Trying to make plays for his team. He wants to get a little bit of map control. Fellow going to be holding the flank as well. The bomb should now go down for Florida. He's spotted dead silence as well. He's running around. Here comes HyDra and comes straight through, but it will be traded back into a 3 versus 3 as chaos are up, so this bomb has gone down.
The bomb's still not gone down. They need to get the bomb down, but maybe thinking about a transition over towards B right now. It's panic stations. 8 seconds left to go for the Mutineers. You've got to slay out Subliners. Are you going to be baited into checking this? Yes, you are. There's him off the bomb. And now if you KiSMET, you need to stay alive. Surely they just challenge. Too long from the Florida Mutineers. You need to make a decision. They were like, let's go B. There's 10 seconds left. Oh, God, you have to turn around. You have to plant the bomb. And New York, at that stage, I'm curious as to why they started channeling, to be frank. Maybe they think the bomb is going down in that moment.
I thought it was down.
Okay,
I was convinced.
I mean, it should have been down. I think that's the point.
Yeah, that is one of the issues. Time in these S&D rounds. They burnt so much of it looking for positioning. It just didn't come through in the end. Florida tried to bluff out New York. And eventually, they run out of time, they run out of space, and they've lost that round. Havoc, though, looking for this on the cross. Already goes down to KiSMET. Capsule going to try and get this back, and it swings back in the favor of the Florida Mutineers.
They've had numbers before, and it hasn't been working out for them. Talk about that first blood conversion. Numbers up don't seem to be helping the Florida Mutineers, and that we've already had examples here today as well. But look at this line, nicely set up. Just playing for information now, no idea where the subliners are. But they're the ones that have to make the move. Well, Brack's gonna have a good idea now because he's gonna take some bullets. Priestahh will fall to Fellow. Now Skyz left in. Now a 1 versus 2 against Brack and Capsule.
Still actually has more time in this round than his team did last time on the... the Florida left it. So he definitely has a little bit of wiggle room. Problem is he has to figure out exactly where the gap is. He wants another 1v1. He wants to open this map up for him. One of these Florida players going to see it. He's going to find Brack as well. He brings it back to 1 versus 1. Decisions now have to be made. Does he go A or does he go B? He has no dead silence, so he's going to be stomping around here with lead feet. Has he figured out where Capsule is? The movement goes through and he gets it as well! Skyz makes the kill. We missed it, but it definitely come through. Unbelievable.
We'll get to see it in the final kill count. If I'm Capsule in that situation, I always kind of say this with the hindsight of the fact that we know where the players are, but does he need to make a move there? He's behind desk. If he goes to plant the B, you're there to pop it up. Over towards A, sorry, and then you can transition over towards B if you need to. There's no need for him to really start making that move so early. It's one of those moments where things can change very, very quickly. 3-0, very, very different to 2-1. Subliners running away with this, and one HyDra will find one, will go out, will get traded. First blood to the side of Subliners, but good shots from Brack, 3v2.
All right. Florida, this time don't throw it away. They've got it. They've got the round in. They did not throw another clutch in the bin. I'm celebrating for them. I am celebrating for them. It is about time. They got a round. They have got the bloods. They have got the numbers, and they have thrown away repeatedly. But now they have one on the board.
And for me, in these situations, when they're kind of throwing rounds away, on an overall, they're doing things correctly. It's just these clutch moments. You can't let it keep happening. You've got to give some credit, obviously, towards the subliners for clutching up. But in some of these sort of situations, you need to be making sure you are a lot more clinical in what you are doing for the side of Florida Mutineers now. They could very well be 3-1 up themselves at this stage, Bryce. They're playing overall okay, but they need to start making sure they're converting some of these advantageous scenarios. Pushover is going to come in from HyDra over towards bedroom. That's going to scare absolutely everybody on Florida Mutineers. Subliners making a beeline over towards A.
HyDra's actually going to try and take control of bedroom away from them, and for the Mutineers, that's horrifying. Because the bomb goes down, KiSMET gets the first blood and gets out as well over towards Restaurant. This is making the Mutineers doubt themselves. They now think a B push is coming in. The bomb is down at 8, and the Mutineers are not in a position to retake.
KiSMET's just got to surely cause havoc. Well, I mean, look, Florida Mutineers have held back because they know they need to get rid of him. If you got KiSMET behind you on top of everything else, that's just a bad situation. But 3v3 time is not necessarily on their side.
And now somebody has to commit towards bedroom. Skyz gets another kill as well, and it's just going to be Fellow left alive. And Skyz will gun him as well. And for the Mutineers, with no map control anywhere near A, they had to check every single corner. Didn't manage to clean out any of them.
Skyz gunning Fellow like I'm getting gunned off the Hemlock and ranked play right now. God damn. Big shots coming through. Skyz a 1v3. Big kills in these rounds as well. Seals the deal for Subliners, who are looking very comfortable. They're looking more comfortable in Search now than they have done in quite some time. Obviously been working on it, but Florida Mutineers are playing into their hands somewhat. Looking at things, HyDra 6 and 3. The guy is just having a hell of a stage, but is coming as no surprise. But look at this from Mutineers now. It's very fast over towards A. This guy's got any info.
Oh, tries to take it. Has it down, but realistically, Florida, I thought they might go for a plant there since they got a little bit of control. Now they're going to have to worry about this sniper. Doors keep being closed in front of him, but Havoc will get the kill. And that's what they were waiting for. HyDra will bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Still a little bit of hesitation here for Florida.
Yeah, it felt like they had A control pretty much off the rip, hesitated, and now all of a sudden, you don't know where Subliners are. They're pushing behind. Havoc does what Havoc does best and pushes forward, finds a kill where you wouldn't expect it, as that bomb now does go down. Brack's been seen. Does he know that KiSMET's there? Yes, he does, but it doesn't matter. KiSMET will find the kill. 3v2 now for the side of New York.
Oh, and KiSMET, perfect turnaround there on the fellow, almost catches him. Priestahh's going to call him as well. Eventually, fellow will get that kill and get out. Great displacement there for him. KiSMET now has to chase and figure out where he's gone. And they have completely got out of this. This time, Florida making all the moves to make New York move towards them. And KiSMET will go down a capsule. HyDra, the last one left, finds the first. Will he fly out for the second? Doesn't even matter. He might go straight for this. Has to commit to it. Doesn't matter. Capsule has played him out. And that is going to work out for Florida. I will say Fellow has done just enough work there, by the way, to keep New York on the back burner.
Yep, does a good job towards the back. Priestahh, I actually didn't seem to see him behind the desk, and yeah, okay, as I've mentioned throughout this series, we get to see the outline. It makes things a lot easier, but that's a position that you would very much expect a player to be lingering in. KiSMET's just been shot from a similar angle or in and around spot. You'd expect him to back down to that kind of position. And Priestahh sees that and at least stays alive or finds some shots. It's maybe a different round. So a couple of mistakes slipping through for both two squads right now, but HyDra still having that game at 8 and 3. All the Florida Mutineers contributing pretty much evenly. Capsule, that's a good grenade. Has to get out as well for it to be worth it. KiSMET though, rocking a hard place. Havoc will push forward. HyDra once again in bedroom. He's just there all the time.
Oh, Havoc's in a lot of trouble. Eventually he's going to go down. It's been a bit of a just slaughter fest over this. Capsule almost taking down HyDra. And the aggression there from Capsule and Havoc almost made New York flounder. But right now, Brad gets it back down to a 2 versus 2. HyDra, with the dead he popped, is looking for somebody. Going to check every single corner and figures it out as well. The Frenchman does not miss.
I don't think I've seen him lose a gunfight. Brack now left in a 1 versus 2. Information gained for the side of Subliners.
They're planning it here.
Yeah, they're trusting his teammate to look over. It's actually HyDra watching over Skyz.
Okay, now it gets dangerous. Brack for the clutch. And New York have called a play. They're going the way through. Brack should know this. This is what he's waiting for.
He's here.
Information on both sides is missing now.
Stomp, stomp, stomp.
He's so sneaky. They just can't get him. New York are playing hide and seek with Brack and he can't find them. Has to commit all the way through the bomb site. Hears the footsteps but finds nobody. And smiles on the side of New York. It played out how they wanted it to. And HyDra hears it eventually and gets him. And Brack, he can't shoot both ways. Currently 5-2 to New York.
Look at him, his cheeky little smile. Gosh, it's just going to be so infuriating playing against this guy. Seeing what he's doing to you on the map, and then you just look over, he's just smiling at you like that. It's been infuriating me. HyDra playing an absolute blinder here. 6 in a row. Streak now there for them. And 1 round away from Subliners, sending us to a 2-0 lead in their favor. Florida Mutineers. It's not quite a curveball, but it is going to be a big hit over towards B. Priestahh, a job to do.
Can he hold the line? Doesn't have a stun, doesn't have his Semtex. Does have reinforcements. KiSMET has joined him over there. They know it's coming through. Already finds Havoc. Oh, second as well. Priestahh, gunfellow if he comes through. His teammates there as well. The snaking going on in kitchen. And eventually he has to leave. Fellow finds no joy as Priestahh just racks up the kills. And now restaurant reservation for Florida Mutineers. That's basically all they've got left.
The sorting hat, yes. Priestahh, you are in Slytherin. Ridiculous play from him, but it's just one of those pushes that's just so difficult to find. You know there's one player set up there, as soon as he finds that first kill, he is not dying. There is not a chance, and then all of a sudden from the Florida Mutineers, you've got to back down, you're in a 2v4. Good luck.
It's popped. To look for the corner as well. Brack does find one, but down he goes as well. And that round ends. The push in the kitchen did not work out. New York take them down. They are now 2-0 in the series. And Florida Mutineers have not had a good start to their campaign for Major 3 so far. Atlanta FaZe showed them just how good they are, and now New York are looking to put their own stamp on.
And for me in that game, yeah, look, New York clutched up where they needed to, but Florida allowed them to. Clutches are, you know, you can say positively towards the New York players and how they played them out. But Florida Mutineers, there is a few rounds away from actually just being in a tight series there. There was a couple of rounds they cannot let go. I think there was at least a 2v3 in a situation where you got the bomb down. The situation when you're 1 versus 3 against Skyz. So many different situations you would have expected to go their way. 6-2 could have been a very different scoreline. We could have still been going, but Subliners clutching up where they need to. All hail HyDra once again. It's a big game from him. 11-4. And he was just allowed to get in bedrooms so often, and that's pretty much where he thrives, with the Vaznev in hand. It's looking good for the Subliners here in Series 1 of the day, which may be over very quickly considering LSELO controls coming up next.
Yeah, it has not been looking amazing for Florida, but anything could happen. A reverse sweep at this stage would certainly help them out, at least mentally, and maybe in the fan base a little bit as well. But realistically, we'll have to find out if that does happen. Control is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more action on the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You're joining us for New York versus Florida. And so far, Florida had a good time in the hard point, but a much worse one in the S&D. New York are 2 to the good and looking to put this to bed in 3, Tom.
Looking to put this in the bed in 3, yes, but maybe not on the best control map. I think you would still, based on what we've seen these last 2 maps, and historically, what we know, fancy decided New York Subliners to take this one away, but LSELO has not been kind to them. So far, it's not looking great. Florida Mutineers, let's see if they can turn things around here. And then you've got a potential in Fortress Hardpoint, which is not necessarily a great map for New York either. And then Mercado's Search and Destroy coming up at map number 5. So it is still on the cards, the reverse sweep. I wouldn't bet my house on it, but at the same time, there's still potential here for the side of Florida Mutineers. But there's got to be some disappointment still lingering, especially from that Search and Destroy. Yeah, okay, you push them to the wire in map number 1, but Search and Destroy, well, you threw minimum 2 or 3. It's not necessarily been the best birthday for Havoc so far. I think 25? Hey, he's a young gun. He's still a young gun, man. Maybe this time.
Yeah, if you are watching this right now, regardless of the game, go and say happy birthday to Havoc on Twitter. Give him something to cheer up for. This game is not over, but they haven't had a good time so far in the first 2 maps. So a very happy birthday to Havoc, and hopefully your luck changes a little bit going into map number 3, Tom.
Hopefully, that is the dream. New York, though. I mean, this is somewhat of a birthday present for Havoc. The fact that LSELO has made its way through. For the side of that New York squad, it is 0-3. Florida 4-3. I would argue it is Florida's best map. In terms of control, it is New York's worst. So for them, it's very much coming down to maybe some practice. Maybe they've been working on it. I hope they've been working on it. The fact that they're 0-3. So let's see which way this one's gonna go. Subliners will be feeling confident though after the first 2 maps. HyDra seems to have finished his meal. He was eating in between rounds by the looks of things.
That's how casual you can be and still be one of the best COD players in the world. Argument always for the best. But while we are waiting for this map to load up, let's take a look at our Scuff plays of the game. And I believe we're dumping into this S&D, and I think it's going to be HyDra for his first clutch here.
And this was, well, I want to say a technical 1 versus 3 because HyDra is the one who finds all 3 kills, but Skyz still had to get taken down, but HyDra does the dirty work. The grenade enough to secure the round. Yes, not done. Yes, I have got the kill and I have got the round. Nicely done. Lovely play from HyDra. Then this one from Skyz. A little bit more slow and an actual 1 versus 3. Finds the first shots onto Fellow. Nothing he can really do about that. Røkkr then gets gunned as well. Doesn't know where he is. And then all of a sudden Capsule is like, oh, you want a free kill and around? There you go. Thank you very much. Skyz says, no problem.
I feel like that one for Florida is definitely going to be a VOD review watch.
Yeah.
They gave him 1v1s every single step of the way. Right? Like once you have it, you can... The best thing is you can even retake in that direction and just wolf pack it. It's kind of crazy. Or just sit in corners by both bomb sites.
The first one's excusable to a certain degree because Fellow is in a spot where, look, you don't have any information on Skyz, you can find the kill, yeah, it's fine. The Capsule one for me is kind of unforgivable, though. Like, why does he feel he has to make the move? Time's on his side, he can chill. If he goes to the plant in front of him, great, we'll kill him when he jumps off it. If he plants over a beat, yeah, okay, well, we got to find him. I'm Capsule, I'm pretty decent. Like, I just don't understand why he makes that.
Well, while we've been talking about Florida and what happened in the S&D, I will say one of the things you always have to bear in mind with this is that they're kind of got a very tough schedule. Like you start a new team against FaZe. It's FaZe, there are champions of Major 2. These are the champions of Major 1. Florida may be just getting a little bit of a rough ride for their first week out in the CDL, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for this one, but hey, maybe they can show us something on the control here as they go into it.
I mean, it's a good opportunity. This is where we've seen Havoc set records on this map, and well, for the Subliners, a record that is not looking so good as the 0-3 that is on their record at this moment in time. Control has not necessarily been too bad for them, but this map in particular has been quite terrible. So let's see if they've been putting the time in. There's been a practice. And it actually surprises me because it's a map where you can set HyDra just completely loose in the middle of the map and just let him cause havoc. Whereas I just don't really understand why it's not working. The defensive rate is sitting at 38%. The general average in the whole league is 63% win rate on defense. They're sitting at 38. That's a big difference.
Oh, we'll see if we can see any issues for them moving forward here as well. But at the moment, Florida Mutineers are starting to make moves as Capsule picks up too. And eventually we'll get taken down by Priestahh for kind of a freebie here. Realistically, the Florida Mutineers will now go over towards A. Try to stop that clock, get a few ticks onto it as well, though. Priestahh moving very, very fast and finds Fellow on Radio Tower.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a shot of that, but it looked pretty good from this angle. HyDra now finding the push as well. Florida Mutineers actually playing this relatively slowly, and New York just seem to be falling into their clutches time and time again. We've seen a bit of a push-up from Florida on the previous iteration of that play as Priestahh continues his spree, but he's the only one to really do anything from the side of Subliners. Cruise missile now secured. Florida were pushing up halfway across the map and just waiting on Subliners looking for a retake. Set themselves up. It's easy kills coming on through, but speaking of easy kills, they're now starting to follow the way of Subliners. A couple for KiSMET, HyDra and co. Still continuing well. Look at this aggression from Subliners. Map positioning is a little bit strange.
Well, Capsule trying to look for anybody who could have slipped the net here as they think about making a move towards B, but it looks like map control is the name of the game. It's almost stalled all across the map ton.
Yeah, Florida not really sure where New York are. New York at the same time not sure where Florida are, but it doesn't matter. The gun's still hot. 1 minute to go. Florida Mutineers 6 lives down here. Priestahh 8-1 is a big reason to that. He hasn't died since pretty much the beginning of the round. 7 in a row from him. Keep an eye on that fellow. Big gun on the KiSMET. Well played. Now you need to kind of get rid of Priestahh. I feel like New York Subliners has been very much investing in the sense of pushing up towards the blue side, making sure they're controlling that side of the map, and then it's just impossible for Florida Mutineers to make a push from that stage. Priestahh's now 8 in a row. Make it 9 in a row from Priestahh. He's dominating this round.
Yeah, someone may have to get him eventually, especially if he's just hanging on a wall. Nobody's managed to take him down quite yet. Door burst open. Dead Sun's still going. He's being looked for as well. Coming through this one. Is he going to find Capsule in the corner? Oh, the timing. He finds him as well. Decides, I'm not even going to take it. You guys have got no time to get this. The rest of the Mutineers have moved into position. If Capsule can find Priestahh, they might have a chance. But it's already going to get gunned. Bracken Havoc find two, though. They're going to stop the clock here for a second. Priestahh still alive on his streak. HyDra finds a kill at the same time. And they have all been cleared out. They cannot get there in time. And that round was weird.
It was the Priestahh show. Just staying alive as long as he can. And Florida Mutineers kind of forgo that side of the map to a certain stage. They're like, okay, well, you want to push up blue, we're just going to flank all the way around. But then you still need to get rid of these players inside of blue. Priestahh barely dies during the round. I think it was a 10 spree before he gets cut down. Laughs all around. We're pretty chill in the Subliners camp right now. We're having a laugh, we're having a joke. This is easy. They're saying rounds going their way, and crucially a defensive round going their way on El Asilo. That will notch that percentage up just that little bit. 11-2 from Priestahh to kick things off.
Well, one defense done. Florida will have their turn here, and I remember watching with great applause Havoc going berserk on this map before, and he'll be looking to put that same kind of gameplay into action right here now. A lot of pressure coming in towards B. He's trying all these convites, but KiSMET has got it, and they are striking already. Brack will be the player who needs to deflect some of this pressure. He already knows where KiSMET's going to be. KiSMET manages to dodge out of the way as well. He's heavily stunned. They're now going to go for it, but Capsule gets him out of the fire.
Capsule finding that, and the second one is very, very crucial. Good shots from up top as well, especially with the Bance Nev. Nerf or not. Now Brack can push forward. A little bit of free reign here. Subliners still have a bit of presence over towards B. They may well think about concentrating over towards A in just a second, though. They want that time extended. KiSMET is going to continue to cause pressure over towards B. The rest of the team now making their way over towards A, but Brack also all the way over.
Hoping for a nade.
I think so.
Hooked up for it, and he wants to take down Skyz so they can make sure that push doesn't come through. Eventually will find his way through, and his teammates are making the kills as well. Right now, New York have found nothing. They're going to want some ticks at least.
Stop the clock, and they've actually spawned over towards blue as well. These next couple of kills are really crucial for the side of Mutineers here, because that's a bit of a stack over towards the B side. HyDra will find one. You've got nobody in a position to stop anything on the flank. Fellow will find one, though. Potential there.
And Florida,
they're stacking it.
Found this yet.
This might be gone.
It's going to be a bit of a stack going through that.
This is gone. It's gone.
Very, very fast. Already, New York are looking to just get this one locked in. They have done. So for the Mutineers, they have to defend A for the rest of this time. They are going to make a camp at Radio Tower.
And this is one of the things that is actually very doable, though. A is something you can lock down, and KiSMET has no right to find that kill. Havoc barely shoots a bullet. My goodness, KiSMET. 3 in a row, they find them out. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a little bit ambitious. But here comes the cruise missile. You've got to be aiming for Brock. I'd like to think there's a trophy down. Oh, we're bending this, are we?
I think he's looking for people coming off of spawn, and he was waiting because everybody went down. Doesn't find anything there, though. 13 and 4 for Priestahh. Oh, he's going to find a player in front of him. There's Capsule. He doesn't get away for it at the same time, but already the progress is in the hay as well. HyDra finds 2, and that second tick is coming in. Only 1 player here now for the Mutineers in a disastrous control round. The third tick is almost done. Brack has to dive for it, and down they go. It's done.
I mean, it just couldn't have went any worse for the side of the Florida Mutineers. You're dominating the round, we're chilling. No problem, they barely touched anything. And then 2 kills happening over towards the B side. All of a sudden, you have nobody on the flank. Everybody starts spawning out. Subliners, because you're pushed up, if you're the Florida side, over towards A so heavily, that forces their spawn over towards the blue side. It is an easy little two-up field. All of a sudden, there's 3 of them on B. You're in no position to stop it, and from there, it's almost a formality. Great plays from KiSMET towards the side of the Florida spawn. Skyz is chilling right now. He's 4 and 7. He doesn't really care. Look at the rest of his team.
Yeah, a lot of slaying going on here at the moment. This could be a potential last round for Florida in this series. They have to find a new gear. They have to have this team click right here and right now.
HyDra and Co continue just to reign terror. So difficult fellow now. Røkkr and our players quite literally already dead. Now Florida Mutineers are going to start getting pinned back. Capsule will find a big kill though. All of a sudden, you do have to make sure they find him, but KiSMET just going to try and cut off any sort of reinforcement that does come on through. Fellow is actually going to help him by taking down his own teammate. Now keeping the pressure. Pushed on. Brack will find him. We'll get a bit of a stretch over towards the B side. HyDra probably does need to find a kill here, and does.
Looking for the reach out, and there it goes. Eventually, Florida find a gap on the map. HyDra looking to slow this down, or at least allow his teammates to get into a good position. Finds Brack, but isn't able to finish him. Nade's going through. I don't think there was going to be a trophy there, but he gets away with it anyway. Florida finally getting some ticks in. That second one is coming in, and New York, by the look of it, are not committing too hard.
Yeah, they're not looking towards this too drastically. May well be one little more stab at it, or just try and keep them there. There's the contest coming through. You can't let it happen. Priestahh, KiSMET. Oh, they find a way through. So close for the Mutineers to getting a hold of it, and all of a sudden you're being wiped. Subliners, plenty of map control now. You just need one decent push over towards A. You'll extend that time. Oh, you gotta win that.
It is all about time, though. That is the problem. Florida now have to commit to May. They know it's what's happening. New York are going to know the same thing. They just do not want to let them slip. One last run for it. Brack will get onto the point. Skyz as well, and he takes him down. The rest of them now swarming through. They eventually get the point. The weight is off their shoulders. They have another minute.
Another minute, but looking towards the lives. Looking towards the map positioning. We're going to have the same scenarios we've seen in round number 1. New York Subliners happy to just force a lot of players up towards the Florida spawn. It's actually not worked out at all. 2 players already going down. Skyz over towards the A side now. I'm going to start transitioning. You can see Priestahh backing on up, but this is not a bad spot for the side of Florida Mutineers. That's their spawn cleared out. Now you have an opportunity.
Florida just have to break New York. And they're looking for the kills all over the map. Skyz will take down Fellow to begin with. A little bit of a hiccup. KiSMET gonna just keep pushing this map positioning. Last time around, it didn't work out. But Florida, but he gets no one. KiSMET puts bullets into 2 players of Florida. 28 seconds left. Florida stacking this point, but they lose the gunfights ton.
Losing the gunfights is never ideal. You're finding the push, and Priestahh just staying alive. He's had a hell of a game, but I mean, maybe overzealously makes that push. Now HyDra on the flank, nothing that he can do. It has to be the cruise missile that come in from Skyz. Is there any trophies down? I suspect there is. There isn't. Not on Capsule at least. But Florida Mutineers still with pressure here. 12v6 in the lives, 20 seconds to go.
And they have it. They can get into position. That first kick is through. He's getting off the point for just a second. He's waiting for reinforcements. He knows it doesn't matter about the time because they don't have the lives to spare. HyDra looking for anybody who comes through. Flash out the door. Finds Havoc. Capsule guns him down as well. It's still all locked in. It's a 2 versus 10. It's a 1 versus 10. It's done. It's in spawn. It's dusted. And the Florida Mutineers will lose this 3-0. They will lose the series 3-0. And they are done. New York walk away with another win.
Comfortable. Very comfortable from New York. HyDra has a hell of a game. Priestahh, a huge map number 3. And just despondent looks from Florida Mutineers. It's a new team. Things will take time. But there were situational points in that game that you've got to manage a lot better. A couple of different moments here and there, and all of a sudden you're looking at a closer search and destroy. You had your chances in the control as well, albeit 3-0. New York getting their first win on the board on LSC. Work is clearly being put in. But for Florida Mutineers, that's not something you want to see. It's a very, very dominant win for the side of New York Subliners, and yet.
Yeah, it is. I think, again, one of the caveats I want to put into this map is that Florida realistically have had a very tough schedule. Both major champions in their first 2 games. They haven't won a match from either of them. 0-6 so far in this. And you can see how it ended. It actually got further away the longer the series went on. But the caveat is it's those 2 teams. It's FaZe and New York. They make many teams not look very, very good on the day. It's the first week for the new roster.
Yeah.
I am going to be optimistic about this Florida team. I think I like the players. I like to see whether they can go from here and improve as it goes forward. We may have only seen one side of the equation, Ton.
We have, but, you know, to the same respect that you're saying over towards their teammates, over towards their opposition, yeah, I absolutely agree. But there were some fundamental mistakes there in the team. They're going to really have to tighten up.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, let's throw it over to our desk to see what they think.
Thank you, gentlemen. Another 3-0 here against Florida. This time it's the Subliners scoring it. And if you look back, that game 1 was close. Afterwards, though, this is a one-sided affair. And Nameless, you mentioned something before this match kicked off. Florida looked like they were looking to improve their hardpoint. That was the main goal.
Yeah.
The team's looking solid in hardpoint. They just haven't gotten a win against our Raleigh or Boston champs.
Yeah, I mean, they chased the hardpoint. I mean, and like the hardpoint got better. But you're still, like, with this roster and how it's comprised, you're not going to beat the top teams consistently in that game mode, right? So I just feel like this change that they made, like, unless there was, like, superstar players available that are really going to get you over that tipping point, it was not the right move. And I know I heard the casters, Ton and Bryce, talking about, like, they did have a tough couple of matches. They got back-to-back 3-0, right? And you look at some of the maps, these are some of their better maps this Florida organization's history throughout this game. That is tough, man. You look at their schedule history, they did not get 3-0'd by these teams in past. They weren't coming out here and getting smoked like this. So these are awful showings on a Florida team that looks like they have negative chem.
Yeah, to that point, to be honest, I think if this was the old Florida roster, these past 2 series go pretty similar. I think they lose both these series anyway. I will say to that point, though, that HyDra hardpoint, I didn't like the pick in the first place simply because New York was 3-0 on it, and they were the best rotational team on the game in that map and mode. Florida did what they needed to do that map 1. They were out-rotating New York just about the entire time. New York had one good break that got them a good 40, and then a final P2 hold that won them that map 1. But the search and destroy is just looking off on the side of Florida Mutineers. They were so good at it at the beginning of the season with their original roster, and now it has completely hit the ground. It looks like they have no confidence. That entire time in that map 2, I was like, wow, Florida, this is a great situation that you put yourself in the first half, and then they just bottled it when they had the advantage. Like when they were trying to go to B, they fake it out, they make that rotation over to the A site. I'm sitting here, you can ask the green room, put the bomb down, put the bomb down. You baited them out. It was a great play, and they hesitated. They stayed bar. They gave New York the opportunity to re-wrap back on over and reset up, and what do? They lose the round.
Bro, you could never forget to plant the bomb, bro. We serious?
We're on attack.
Like
we just had to shoot.
I just have an issue sometimes with these changes because they're like, I looked at it, I'm like, okay, it could work out, but you're a good search team. So I hope Florida bounces back. I like these guys. I like what I saw to cap in the respawns. Like Ali said, couple moments they could have capitalized on in that hard point, and they extend this series. But even if you do extend it, if your search is gone, what are you gonna do?
We want to go back and revisit one of the most impressive parts of the Subliners game, though. This was about midway through, and Florida was leading up until this hill. And walk us through it.
This was a beautiful break. So they set up the play around the back. Skyz is the first guy, goes top rock, and they know that they're going to be spawning back behind P3. So we see HyDra pop the Deddy, goes around left outside of the map, hits a nice jump, gets the first kill. Skyz follows it up with 2, and then KiSMET with the patience inside of Gens, jumping through water, finding the 3. Everybody wins their gunfights. They collapse at the perfect time. A lot of teams can learn from that.
New York is looking dangerous. A lot of people will be reviewing their VOD, especially on HyDra. In Florida, Well, you got a rough start. 0-2 on your opening week, while the Subliners go 2-0, and that is going to probably have an impact on who we see heading into the winners bracket for Major number 3. Speaking of Major 3, we are our qualifiers going on. This is day 3, and we still have 2 more matches to go, but here's how the points are starting to play out. Subliners right on the heels of Atlanta FaZe after their 2-0 finish this week.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're talking about our 2 major winners here, just now kind of battling for that top spot, and it's a great showing from both sides here heading into our Major 3 qualifiers. New York, we were a little bit worried because of that Major 2 showing, but they've shown that they've hit the ground running here and are looking forward to the next major.
We also see Toronto there in the number 3 spot. We highlighted their moves. Are you worried about the team that we'll be seeing on the stage next?
I mean, I think Toronto will still be a pretty solid squad. I do think they lost a lot with Sandy, but knowing these guys in their organization, they've made like solid roster moves and decisions over the years, right? So if he comes in and he's that objective-minded player and helps these guys and we see bigger performances out of Kleenex, then by all means, they could have a successful series.
There you can see our gear. Pick it up and support your favorite teams, including Toronto and more, all at shop.callofdutyleague.com. These hoodies are absolutely fire. We've got a lot of team packs as well up for grabs if you want to rock your players' gear in-game. Here's how you do it. Nameless, which one are you bringing into ranked? Do the LA Thieves give me an advantage these days?
I'm rocking Vegas Legion, bro. They're looking good, and Clay's my boy, so I'm rocking that. He's getting me some S.
Allie, we still riding with
Fair
purple?
enough. I was riding with purple. I might take the other side of things, though, just because I like the black goggles on the LAG squad.
LAG squad. I like that pick as well. Those are our picks here on the desk. Let us know in the chat which one are you rocking in game, and get ready because when we come back, we have match number 2, a new look at Toronto Ultra. We'll break it all down for you on the other side of this commercial break. Welcome back. It's a 3-match Sunday, I should say. Excuse me. We're on day 3 of our Major 3 qualifiers, and we're about to load into match number 2. But before we do that, we want to talk with one of the winning players from our previous series. It was a hot 3-0 coming from the Subliners, and my man Skyz is joining us once again. Skyz, you got some friends in the background. How's everybody feeling right now?
I got friends in the background. I think it's a green screen.
I like your green.
Yo, Skyz, let me just say, like, we didn't forget, all right? This looked like y'all trying to say, like, yo, I think some people forgot what we're capable of. But that leads me to my question. I wanted to ask you guys, you know, you guys have really made a statement in these last 2 series, like coming out with the fire. What did you guys get from McDonald's? Like, what's the combos? Because what HyDra was eating clearly was working.
Bro, we didn't even get a combo. I think Paco literally just orders a Coke. It's like a little $10 order, and he just gets, don't laugh, and he just gets a Coke every day just to get him turned, bro.
Okay.
Specifically from, of all places? Okay, sure. You know what? Skyz, you guys look gross. You know, I remember when we talked to KiSMET, it was like, you're aiming for dominance. I feel like maybe that fell a little bit short, and now we're seeing it again in the qualifiers. What do you find is y'all's biggest struggle mode? Like, where's your weakest point, and what are you doing moving forward to kind of hone it in?
I feel like we're really good in every mode. I feel like maybe our hardpoint might be the weakest, but we're still really, really good at it. And then we just got to tweak some small things. And I'm trying to like play slower to like help my team let them fly, be little speed demons. But I feel like hardpoint maybe, but like we're still really good at it. It's not like it's bad or anything. Our search, we've been working hard on it. It's really good, and our control's very solid.
Guys, we have 4 teams that are near the top of the leaderboard, and all 4 of those teams that went to finals haven't made any team changes. You guys are amongst that group. I want to get your thoughts on everyone else's moves. Did anyone get stronger by making roster swaps?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I got to see Ultra play first, but I feel like Standy's a really solid player. I was like kind of confused whenever they made the switch, but and then OpTic, I feel like they'll be really good as well. So I feel like those 2 probably improved. Maybe the question mark is Ultra. Maybe OpTic improved. Never know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys look incredible anyway. So, I mean, I feel like I'm going to stick up with, like, we got every player in the cam right now. It's kind of intimidating. What are y'all's plans after the match? Like, it looks like y'all about to go get something to eat?
Oh, we have team dinners Wednesday. We're not going to eat right now. We're just chilling. We're probably going to chill for a little bit here, then just head home. And just we have tomorrow off, so we have, like, a little relaxed day. And then we go back to scrims on Tuesday.
Sure.
Team dinners on Wednesday. I hope the org is picking up the bill. And McDonald's, if you aren't sponsoring the Subliners soon, especially Paco, you're doing something wrong. Final thoughts here. You guys got a trophy in the background. What does it mean to this team right now? Is that the goal for Major 3? Trophy or bust?
It's always getting more. Because, like, if we put this, we can't even hang this up. Because if we put it on the wall, it's going to be lonely, you know? I feel like we got to get it some brothers first, then we can start mounting them.
There you go. I like it, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We got Skyz and the rest of the boys. The Subliners close out week 1 with a 2-0 record.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. We'll catch you a little bit later. Now we got to talk about that second match, though, because it is just moments away from kicking off. So we'll make this short and sweet. And we got to start here with Toronto's news. You finished top 4 at the first major. You're consistently in our top tier, and we discuss teams that could make a run for a trophy.
Yeah.
But you're making a move, and this is coming off a 1-9 record in your last 10 maps. That's just 3 series, though, Allie. They felt it wasn't good enough.
Again, we talked about this at the start of the show, and what Ant said was really good at the fact that, like, usually when you make a change like this, it's after the major, right? It's when you have that little bit of a break to maybe get some reps in together as a team, but it was after the first match of the Major 3 qualifiers, and it definitely wasn't a favorable loss against the Boston Breach, who had a player in Beans that was not playing to his potential whatsoever. And for a team like Toronto Ultra, that should have been a very easy W, and, well, it wasn't. So they decided to plug Hicksy into the roster, and maybe same player, different font situation. I'm assuming maybe they're hoping that he's going to do a little bit of a 2-real situation where they want somebody to play maybe a little bit more ratty, a little bit more objective based, a little bit more just annoying to deal with, where I feel like Standy was a bit more of an impact player in your face. Popping your 2 or 3 is similar to the likes of Kleenex. So I'm interested to see what happens. To be honest, I don't know what to expect.
It's going to be interesting. We know that Scrappy has enjoyed playing alongside Hicksy in the past. He highlighted this player before in his interviews. Today, we get to see them in a starting lineup together. But Nameless, on the other side of this, we got 2Real coming in. He's been a Challengers player that makes his return to the CDL. Yeah. And the man looked good, but the rest of the team was cooking as well. I want to give a special shout out to Temp. He stepped up for me on Friday. What are you looking forward to from the whole team, though, today?
Just more of the same. I really like what I saw. I thought the teamwork was absolutely on point, man, especially in that control. You look at it, they had a 25% defensive win rate on Hotel. They come in, they win 2 defenses against one of the best offensive teams that we have in the league, and LA Thieves on that map. And it was largely in part due to what 2Real was able to do. Like, the guy was playing his life, doing exactly what you need to do as a nuisance submachine gun, something that they really lacked in TJ and Pro Loot, right? Like, both those guys were prone to the bad game, putting up those numbers where you just dying a ton. Well, 2Real, he minimized that risk. Like, he just stays alive, and it allows guys like Temp and Clay to have bigger performances. Clay had 11.5k damage or something throughout that series. That is absolutely insane. We'll see if he can come out and do it again.
We're gonna let the casters break down our maps and modes, but one-word answers. Name was who wins this. What's the score?
I got Legion, man. I got 3-2 Legion.
3-2 Legion.
I got Toronto Ultra. I'm a Hixie fan.
Toronto Ultra, 3...
Ooh, 3-1.
3-1. I'm going Legion as well.
Yeah.
Let's keep it rolling, baby. Take it away, Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, handsome and beautifully smelling desk. Right, mate, let's get into this one. Very, very interested to see what the hell is going to go on in this series. Because Toronto Ultra, a surprise change, if that. We'll see what the young Brit Hixie can do here in the squad. For Vegas, though, is this the beginning of the hot streak? Is this it? Is 2Real the real deal? We'll find out. But for the rest of the squad, they're going to be feeling fantastic. Ultra, though, there he is. Top side of the screen. Hixie, new kid on the block. Let's see what he's got.
And I would say, just to even take it a step further, this is a very big opportunity for Vegas, because the fact that they started off their stage 3 beating LAT like kind of handily, especially after the performance that LA, like, again, S-tier team, Vegas took them down. Now they have the opportunity to take down Toronto Ultra, who are what, like top 4 right now in the pro point standings, and Vegas are still sitting on the bubble overall. So if they string together just one good stage, get a good placement at a major, that could be a massive cushion just in the CDL points alone. So they're trying to start the stage off right. They already got the hot hand. They're trying to let it ride.
Exactly that. Vegas Legion in the bottom side of the standings for now, but a long season still ahead of us. Over to the first hard point we go, ladies and gents. Scrap, he and the boys doing what they can. Clay's the man with all the kills, one on a teammate for now, but you're holding on to that hard point. You find in time, and Scrap has moved in and cleaned house. That's Ultra in the point.
Yeah, very comfortable moment right there for Scrap. Just gets to L trigger and shoot players that are barely shooting back. And even on the swarm, Hixie out and abound and really just keeping control of these spawns. I mean, Vegas haven't been able to push up too far on the map, getting chopped down along the way. And Ultra so far, I mean, this is a P1, but they have a bit of a stranglehold on this rotation. Admittedly, though, Vegas, 3 players out and bound. So talk about the stranglehold. All of that disappears. Squad spawns kick in, and Vegas should be set up on the rotation in P2.
Vegas found a little bit of air in the lungs and let him go. Now hardpoint is going to come to a close. A lovely start there from Toronto Ultra. 33 points climbing now. Over towards the next we go. Kleenex. In he goes from the chandelier here to the second point. Attempts there though to get it. 3 clean. Will it be 4? Yes, it is. Vegas Legion. Points all theirs.
Yeah, beautiful moment. Now it's about reading those spawns, because that is going to be very close. So you might have got the 4-man white, but Ultra will be very quick to get back in the mix. But it looks like almost everybody's got attack 56 in hand outside of 2Real, and well, maybe TJ as well, responsible for the decks, and at least trades himself out. Still the hold on the hill. It's been nearly perfect so far. Honestly, not even a lot of contest time has come through.
Not a lot of contest time there still. The battle raging to this point. Vegas still holding the lead. That last kill is going to seal it for a few more seconds. Scrap the last man here to get the next 20 potentially. Can he find a kill or two? 2Real now. Whoa, baby, what a big win that was against Kleenex. Mr. Yul Jonsson, he's down and out for a few seconds. 10 seconds now remaining on the point. We're going to go over towards bar. That's where sorry, kitchen. So we're going to next. Sorry, I'm thirsty. Getting ahead of myself. But in we go. Clayster, the man on a mission. Sub in hand. What's he got? Nothing. Dead.
And no, that was a big opportunity with the kills. 2Real was getting over towards carpet, but as soon as you lose the next set of gunfights, everybody's got to slow down, because you got snakes in the kitchen. You got Vegas trying to set up the massive pinch, and it's actually 2Real going on the full flank right here, but this is it. This will be the hit.
Here we go. It's great work out of Ultra from the back line. We brought up snakes, but they weren't the problem here. They managed to get on the outside. Find those kills. Over towards the inside of the hard point now. Temps up next. 83 so far. Good looks. Not able to finish Hixie there. He did a lot of damage. 2Real, not enough there to get anything out of it, as we will see a lead change once again in this nail biter of a hard point so far.
Yeah, no, they just got absolutely obliterated on the hill. So I suppose that's effectively like 2 full 60s. They get traded out, so both teams very secure on the rotation. Maybe just a battle of who's going to be able to get that first break. And looks like Ultra, yeah, CleanX trying to work his way around back, but that is 2 ARs posted up. Yeah, nowhere to go there. Vegas at least get that first set of initial kills. Still gets set up around the point. Doesn't necessarily mean collecting that time is going to be easy, though.
Not at all. Trophy saves Clayster's life once again. 4 players now swarming around the point. Bottom side of bed. 1 kill at a time. Great work from Clay. Plays that life. Stays alive. Keeps the player going. Hixie, Insight. Everyone's dropping all around him. Can Insight find any more on this 3 spree? Does catch one out in the mid. Hixie now the front line. We've got a bit of a break. Is it enough, though, to get onto the point truly and hold it? No. Vegas still keeping the fight alive. 35 remaining here on bar. But this is the closest Ultra have got to holding it.
And this is also the dangerous moment, too. If Ultra get this next set of kills and Vegas end up getting pinned into spawn, we're already talking about you just want the 1 break. Well, Ultra already gotten that. In Vegas, you talk about a time where they are desperate to trade out these kills. Clayster delivers. He's going on a 4, but it's still Ultra collecting the time and still getting the trades, and they simply just bully their way through the front. Toronto right there, that's where they're setting themselves apart.
Yeah, good hard point breaks from Toronto Ultra. Will they be able to get another one over towards the restaurant now? Vegas trying to get set up. Bit of a protracted battle taking place in the kitchen. Watch out for the snakes in there. More snakes now on the inside of the restaurant. Perfect. That's another good one out of Ultra. Clay, the last man here in the play for Vegas. Waiting for the reinforcements. Insight on the cut. Oh, nice shots. Gets himself a couple. Keeps the hard point safe and sound. Trophies, you name it. Ultra in a position to run the score up.
And this is the moment where it feels like things might become a little bit overwhelming, because there is just no real avenues of attack. But finally, Temp is able to pick up 2, and Vegas do get the break in a very desperate moment. But Scrap trying to get the errant kills while his teammates get back in the swing of things. So all that work from Vegas, the double kill that comes through, it's only to hold off the hill for an extra 4 or 5 seconds. Ultra right now just looking a little too strong.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with right now. Vegas Legion, what have you got over towards the next hard point? Everyone running across map, trying to find their way there. Final 10 seconds of restaurant closeout. Now towards top side of glass, and all good shots out of CleanX. Keeping it all together. Ultra trying to find the break once again. Let's go for a quick listen in with our Canadian comrades.
Inside the bedroom, left side. You might go cat. I have it, okay? I might get some.
I'm gonna walk back stairs, right?
Wait, in kitchen. Back door, Scrap. Back door, kitchen. One cross, bed stairs. Big kill. Back door, me, dead. I spawned front.
Dead.
Nice. You got me, kill.
Top bed now.
One's still top bed, yeah?
Two top bed. One's really weak. One's holding open. There's 2 there.
I need it. Behind me as well.
Okay, there's free front.
Yo, one's back square too. He hit square.
Just trying to chow one. One's front, dead.
Nice shot. One more bed.
Nice. Big climb.
Got me near, I'm dead. He's square. He's gone deep backstairs. He went backstairs.
I'm in time then.
Yeah. I have a trophy on you. Back kids. Weak. They're going 2 square. One of the hop up already. Hop up.
Third square, weak.
Don't hop up. Hop up close to me. Hop up weak.
Third square dead. Still hop, yep.
Yeah, I'm counting. Play for new. I'm going to be right, okay? Two doubles for me. Arches.
Taking it back time.
Yeah.
Nice.
One's couches now, one's on the arch pillar. You went to connector now.
I can kill. He's P5. Spawn square, we're good.
One's couches, still couches. I spawned deep kitchen. I'll kill the guy P5 for you. Yeah, it's still couch. P5 is, I'll kill him. Come
Keep it hill really weak. Close Cube hill. Really weak.
I'm been needed. One's pillars as well.
Okay, pillars. Yeah, I got the guy Cube. Still pillars. Mid side.
We got pin square. Square weak.
Stay like couch.
Pillars, yeah.
I
spawned pit.
So maybe a new roster, but it is classic comms out of Toronto Ultra.
Absolutely. I mean, wheeling and dealing. I know a moment like that, if I'm sneaking up behind a player and I have this kind of lead, I'm feeling confident enough to go for the assassination, because it feels like Ultra can basically do whatever they want. I think they always just have that little bit of something extra. Of course, though, on this P1, it was Ultra last go around that had a pretty sizable amount of time they were able to collect, and even now, just keeping things mixy around the point. Final 20 should be able to go to Vegas, but right now they are just trying to claw their way back into this game. They have such a long way to go, and that is not a good start.
That's tough. Clay holding it down from the back line. Just trying to soften up the attackers. Insight roaming the halls of Greenberg right now. Hardpoint's going to go back over to a new one. And again, everyone here on Toronto Ultra is slaying their hearts out. Lobby's up. Kirill, can you find anything on the intro? Nice shots there on a Hixie. Gets himself at least one. Pressure now forward. Trying to buy his teammates some space to work with. Here comes TJ. Finds himself a kill. Trades are abound. No one quite left alive there from Ultra to get into the point. Can they get anything? No. Hixie there once again with a kill. Excuse me. Vegas still holding it on the outside. Not able to get in chance. Ultra, they are running it.
Trying to keep him at bay, though. Yeah, it's the ARs popping off because Clay's able to pick up 2, so it's like a lot of effort just to make this happen, and you still have to square up on these 50-50 gunfights, but looks like 2 flanks right there coming through. I think Vegas have done just enough on this P2 to settle things down a bit, collect those final 20 seconds, but we go back to a kitchen where last time for Ultra, it was a perfect full 60, and obviously if they're anywhere near that this time around, they just win the game.
I mean, look at that kitchen right now, sprawling with Toronto Ultra players. They can win it right here. Vegas Legion on the outside now, trying to make their way forward. Scrapz set up. Cleanex there on top of the table there. He's got himself set to watch the back side of the door. However, Scrap, he's the first line of defense on the back line. Finds himself one, tags into the second. Clay gets it. That's big. The trades are there. Here comes Cleanex. He steps up next. The clock ticking this entire time as Toronto Ultra squeak closer towards the victory.
I mean, this is just a little too rushed as well, right? They don't have the reinforcements, and it's easy reads for Cleanex, and 2Real gets the trade, but good luck breaking into this bad boy. It's 2 players right now for Ultra inside the kitchen, and they have the reinforcements coming up on the flanks of Vegas. This is it. You gotta pounce.
You gotta go fast, Vegas. Scrap's gonna find one inside. He gets his sweet kills as well. Final 10. That should be it. Surely 10th, the last man alive here, has got to take care of the entire kitchen. Shoulder to shoulder full of Toronto Ultra members to contest, but not for long. There it is. Final 5. 2Real's there. Cut down once again. It is an absolute fiesta in the kitchen. It's done. Throw in the towel. Stick a fork in it. Whatever culinary metaphor you're looking for. Toronto Ultra take that one. GG's.
Yeah, the absolute living nightmare of a situation of game on the line, and kitchen is the hill you have to break. That is just not a fun situation to be in, and I think Vegas might have felt a little bit rushed in that moment as well. I think especially the 2-piece that Scrap is able to pick up on Clay when he's over by the side doors. When TJ had that kill guaranteed under wraps, just a little bit too quick for their own boots, but I mean, even still, it was a 100-point game at that point. I don't think Ultra really, outside of P2, had a single hill that they struggled on.
Yeah, the breaks on P2 are good from Vegas. A difficult hard point to hold at the end of the day. A lot of open angles there, massive space to work with. If the trophies aren't on point, you're getting naded. But either way, Ultra slaying department, fantastic. All the rotations were good, absolutely snaking their guts out. And aside from the first 3-4 hard points, Vegas, that was the only life they really had. After all done, all Ultra, that's all the game.
And there's also, like, you know, I don't know if you feel this way, Miles. I know we're only like ranked players in a sense, but I know there's like certain spots where you get into and you just feel confident. Like Scrap's a player where almost any spot it seems like he's gonna do well, but Insight, when he gets to top bedroom, the number of times where I've seen this guy go on some spree where he's setting things up for his team, where he just gets to post up, it seems like he's always very fluid in that spot. And I think that was really where like the game started to get out of control. That was the one break, or the first break of the game, that Ultra were able to get on that desk hill, and I think Insight was a pretty big factor in setting his teammates up. So just something to keep your eye on, or at least something I'll keep my eye on. But Ultra obviously pretty comfortable on Hotel.
Oh yeah, you could absolutely go back over that with a fine-tooth comb and pick apart the exact footsteps that Insight took to hit that play, and all of it very, very handy indeed. This again from the Scrap on the outside here, up in the backside of the kitchen. Great awareness from Ultra. You know where Vegas are coming from. You know where you want your guns. Post them up. Let them have it. There we go. Map number 1, Greenberg Hotel, done. In the books, 250, 148. Great looks out of everyone there. Hixie, the newcomer on the squad. Lovely bit of work from him. 16 and 19 overall in the KD department. But that's not really what we're going to be focusing on. That scoreline, that truly is the difference maker here. And here we go, though, to the maps and modes. This is what the series will look like, ladies and gents. 250, 148, Hotel done. El Silo, map number 2. We're going to the Hotel, HyDra, Hotel. The 3 H's to round out the end of this one. Chance El Silo, spicy search, baby. Let's get it.
It's going to be spicy for a few reasons. One, obviously very high expectations for Vegas because S&D has been their bread and butter. But I know it seems like almost across the league, a lot of people were confused about Stanley being dropped, Hixie being picked up. And it's not easy to glean information. I don't think Ultra have really come out and explained it at all. But what we can gather from what Stanley was talking about, I know last night on the flank he was bringing up things like the team wants the bomb to go down more in search and destroy. I know Toronto Ultra are 12th overall in the league and actually getting first blood. So there are identifiable issues for the team in search and destroy. And maybe Hixie is supposed to be that guy for the team, to be more objective-minded, to be more focused on getting the bomb down, and obviously setting his teammates up. We know Insight and Scrap have ridiculous clutch capability. Cleanex, when he's at his best, is one of the best players in the world. So I think Hixie, this will be the moment. Like, his time to shine in a sense, where we see the difference in the Ultra camp. Again, 12th and First Bloods, not always the best at getting the bomb down. We'll see how they perform.
This will be a great test. Well, before we get into that one, we do have a fun moment here. We've talked about some great plays, some shining moments. We've got a funny moment from TJ Haley. This was from last Friday. And this was the classic, this was the classic, bro, he's right in front of you moment. And this is from TJ's POV. Oh, God, that timing is unfortunate. Octane's going to get around that corner, and that is an absolute clean space.
You're right. Oh, my God.
He jumped right in front of you, my boy.
That was unlucky.
He jumped on in front of you.
Has been an absolute staple in the COD scene for TJ. Incredibly unfortunate, whether it was looking at the mini-map, whether it was a spectator, whether it was a tiny bit of an FOV issue, God only knows. But that sort of thing, guys, that kind of moment, we talk about Call of Duty being a game of milliseconds and pixels, that tiny little moment cost them a pretty significant moment there in the round. Crazy stuff there, but we thought we'd have a little bit of fun. And, you know, we're all about a good time here in the COD League. You know what I'm saying?
TJ really is a player that provides for great moments. I think my favorite ego chow of all time, I don't know if you remember this, Miles, it was on Checkmate back in Cold War, where TJ with a sub squared up from like the plane to the back red tower. Like the longest range gunfight almost in the game, or at least on that map specifically. And TJ was like, yo, I got this. Let me just see what happens. Like TJ, again, provider of moments. We appreciate him for good reason. And when it comes to search and destroy, after that moment, he proceeded to go on a tear. Like, there was no tilt factor for him. He's still provided in the game, so make no mistake, he might be blind at times and might have his face into a wall, but he can fry in this game mode.
Yeah, I was thinking about that fight from Checkmate from, like, back Finn all the way to top red tower. Even Exclusive Ace was like, brother, it ain't happening. I got the numbers. Either way, speaking of numbers, Temp gets his first here in the LSE Low Search and Destroy, and Clay joins him. Now, this is going to be the test. Hicksy and Scrap. The 2v4 spot turbine. This is going to be a tough one, and that ain't how you want it to go down. This might be a kill from Scrap, but either way, TJ has done enough damage. Almost everyone there in Vegas pulling their weight in round one.
Wow, shout out to the easiest round we've ever seen on LSE Low S&D. That was literally every single person won the gunfight they needed to on Vegas. Great stuns, and I think that might have been a clean sweep across the board as well. I don't know if anyone got two kills.
Nope, everyone got their ones. Everybody got their ones. Absolutely love it.
I mean, hey, literal perfection. And again, just noting Toronto Ultra, not too clean in the First Blood department, and they got First Blooded.
See if we can get another one out of this. Again, this is going to be the real benchmark for Toronto Ultra. A lot of discussion around getting those bombs down and all sorts. We'll see what happens for them in the next round. For now, let's see how the defense holds up. Everyone there on Vegas finding their kills. Ultra with a little bit of a deeper defensive setup here. Let's see what Tej can do.
I think I was going to say, pounce as quick as you can, because they're going to be a lot quicker to actually getting the dead silence in the trophies, but they're not even waiting for it. They're just making moves immediately. And they might be getting stunned, but it's only for the intel. They get the bomb down for free.
Tyrell and Tej, they're going to have to do a hell of a lot of work here on the inside of the bomb site. There's the challenge from CleanX, 60 damage dealt. A lot of work, good stuff. Oh no! Oh no! I was going to say it was great. It wasn't. Hicksy somehow pulls out an absolute banger. Clay on the outside through the smoke, catches one on the defuse. Anyone there to get it? No, the body block is there. Ultra, a lightning retake. They put it on the table, and they got the defuse.
Hey, you want those aggressive plays in S&D, the bold, objective-minded sort of work. And, I mean, Hicksy not only fries for two, but hops the bomb straight after the fact. And honestly, just unfortunate for Tyrell as well, because DJ had both of those players weak. But when you have to kick open a door and sort of guesswork on exactly where they're going to be, not easy fights to win, but Hicksy at least delivers in round two.
Yeah, TJ would have made the call. Two guys kegs, two guys, both weak. Tyrell feels that's an easy win. And it could have been any other day, but not then. Good stuff out of Hicksy there, basically getting the boys the round. The equalizer found. Ultra now on attack.
Oh, and this is aggressive as well. You already have Temp over by the tower, opportunity to flank. You see the idea from Scrap, just waiting for the commitment. Tyrell, yeah, gotta be careful. The shoulder's quick enough.
So close. Scrap not able to get it. Tej now. Oh, Temp, gotta be careful. Scrap's still here, tags in. Surely, yes. You apply the pressure. Here comes the rest of Ultra, though. Not going to let those trades happen too quickly. Dead silence from TJ and Temp still going. Well, Temp's now the only man up, silent, but here we go, making his moves. Oh no, doesn't check the corner. Hicksy might have been spotted. Less than 30 seconds. That's the big chow. Hicksy wins it. Trays from Tej. Straight on towards the bomb we go, and it's Tyrell, but wait, is it Insight with the longest line of sight, and right back at it we go. Vegas, get the defuse.
A little bit too quick for that one, and Hicksy gets caught out, and the AR is just a little bit too far away after. I mean, that is not the exact same way the round before happened, but you just lose the pressure on the site and force to scatter a little bit. Both teams just making the quick, clean, and easy call. Just hop the bomb. It feels like we have everything covered, and the timing should go our way. So Vegas not going to shy away from the aggressive play calls either.
And this is a fun search, man. I mean, already.
It's quick for LSilo.
It's so quick, yeah. And like, not to mention the 2 diffusers we've seen. Ballsy plays. I mean, are these bad post-plant positions for both teams, potentially? Not really having eyes on those bombs, not really being able to make anything work out. The trades are so fast, and the first blood's just as bloody quick. There's the first there from Scrap. Teach runs up.
Still a good pick, though, right? I was going to say, I think that nade was meant to, like, sort of cut off Scrap, but Clay is at least able to catch him. I think he's over here getting all the intel, but he's got a Vaznev, and that is a lot of players. He knows where everybody is, but the stun is too good. You got a 2v2, and Insight gets a kill, so they knew he was at the tower, and they just abandoned him. In the meantime, though, CleanX literally finds the perfect spot, so I'd say for 2 real clutch opportunity, you get the bomb down, you know where both players were, and you know what guns that they have. To be Hicksy through field with the Vaznev, and the question is, how does he guess how they approach?
This is such an important moment for 2Real. This is a career moment for him against Insight and CleanX, 2 outstanding players. Can he find the clutch? Are we going back to it again? CleanX is on the defuse.
He's already lost it.
I don't believe it. He might have already lost the round. He's already lost it. I don't believe it. Check it. Check the bomb. No! Another. What is happening here on LSilo? The Lunatics have taken over the asylum. Another ninja defuse. No, I mean, I can't even be mad at 2Real. That's mental. What's going on?
No, I think, maybe we could be a little bit mad at 2Real. Maybe he just forgot the doors could be closed, because I think he like had the timing perfect. And if the door is open, would have had the line of sight, and then CleanX shuts it, and 2Real's entire strat just gets broken down. So an interesting idea, but doors that are open can be closed, so a little bit tough.
Crazy. Crazy notion. Any door that can be open can be closed. That's mind-blowing. Word to name this.
For life.
3 players now for Vegas. These are stacked up on the A-bomb site. Daddy popped. We're making a move. Clay's going to be the only man to really do anything here, but the B-bomb site, that's where we're going. CleanX the tip of the spear. The rest of the shaft of Tron to Ultra now making its way forward. The very back line there, that's going to be Insight. He's the man in the top white window. He's got a lot of work to cover that entire map.
And I think Clay's going to be the guy. Yeah, I was going to say Clay finds the pick as well, so he just goes for the full wrap. I think CleanX might have been trying to hunt him down, but now a massive man advantage for Vegas. And TJ has an idea that the flank is going to be coming through, because he does have a wild insight directly above him. Oh, he can hear him 100%.
Oh, 100%. We can hear him now. Insight's out. Under the cover of Daddy, no one home anymore. Great stuff. CleanX on the other side, close towards the A-bomb site. We'll see what Insight's going to do here. Running out of time. Oh, temp spotted. Good win. Ooh. 25 on the clock.
Well, bing bang. There you go. Vegas cleaning house and get the advantage on the early picks on the round. Clayster, a nice little reposition, but once again, just a lot of one-on-one gunfights that feels like that round Vegas, everybody delivers. And man, an interesting play call to try to get CleanX in position, but I think just by the time that he flanks, like nobody's home. Clayster wraps back to like the deepest section of the map, and as soon as the dead silence runs off, can't really go chasing that, and now you're just forced to crouch walk and pray a kill falls into your lap, but Vegas Legion, again, confidence in this game mode has never been a problem for him.
Nah, not at all. No snipes yet as well. We do see Clayster pull out the boomstick. It's very creative with some of the smaller, tighter angles here on Modern Warfare 2. Expect to see a few more of that as the year goes on. Saving them for champs, potentially. Gunfight started, though. This is where the battle will take place, and it's over by the A-bomb site. Most of it on the outside. 2Real will be able to catch him with the nade. TJ with the first blood again. Good stuff out of Vegas, but there is a Tobias Julianson in the back lines. Here's Insight on the kills. And Clay's back at it. Bombs down 2v3.
Yeah, honestly, unfortunate that he had to shoot in that situation, but the fortunate pays off that it is just the snake battle where Scrap absolutely fries him. And now Temp in the 1v2, and guess what they're doing? Hopping it straight away. Temp trying to dodge and just go straight in. Scrap, though, got the coverage. And Scrap will buy his team the round. Every team so quick just to hop the bomb.
Is this the most amount of diffuses we've seen in a Search and Destroy in this year? It might be.
We're up to 4, I think.
5? We're getting there. We're getting very, very close to setting a record. Scrap helping out immensely there, winning that final gunfight. As Toronto Ultra, the search and destroy, not looking bad in the slightest. This may have been a worthy change. We will see, though. The map is not over yet.
I think it's literally just a sort of trading scrap moment. Maybe Clay a little bit too aggressive, where he ends up getting picked off. But even after the fact, I mean, it was almost like they weren't really shooting back against Scrapz. So put away the sniper, has the hot hand, and barely gets away with his life there. 38 HP, but that's all he needs. And HyXy, this is what Toronto were looking for. Quick bomb plants, or at least a view of the opportunity. HyXy feeling a little bit of pressure.
Yep, we might be rethinking the plan here. They don't have that top control. That's exactly what number 7's gone for. 2 reels, I believe he's upstairs. It's hard to tell from the minute, but he is. All right, so the top spot, no longer safe. Oh, no! He nearly gets the cross up there, but Scrap wins it. Can Tej find it? This is an important kill. You need to have that side of the map controlled. They're not going to be able to get the stretch plant off, and here we go. 3v3. Big work out of Tej. Advantage Vegas.
He's got the Daddy reset too, so opportunity to fly, make plays. Right now, Vegas have basically trapped Scrap in the sight. I think Insight's the guy, yeah, has to make the play. Has dead silence forward, or maybe Scrap will just do it by himself. Leaves it for the 1v1. Insight the clutch king, but not a lot of time on the clock.
We nearly saw Scrap go full Giga Chad there with the 3-piece. Time ticking though, 15 to go. He's got to catch him. There's Insight. The snap! Oh my god, jump straight on it. There's still a little bit of time. Insight is never going to let this happen. The nade's going to stop it. My goodness, what a snap out of Tej. Just a bullet or two away from getting the kill there. Insight, once again. Mr. Clutch in the search and destroys. Cold as ice.
I mean, yeah, Insight, ice in that moment, but also, good lord, what a play from Scrap. I don't know if it's like almost shades of the end of the hard point where Vegas maybe just a little bit too fast, but it is never a good sign when a man in the sight is able to pop pieces like that. So ineffective with the trades, and Scrap making the big play. He gets the cruise missile as well with the final kill that he just got. So now Toronto an extra toy to play with. Already the round advantage, and they are stacking up in mid.
Numbers. Stun checks. It's all happening here. Vegas might be thinking about another bomb site. Toronto Ultra unwavering in the defensive A so far. And now the delicate game of bang the doors, try to find an angle, try to catch a kill. Here comes TJ. Big win. Starts it off.
Absolute beam. Now Scrapz starting to make moves, feeling a little bit of pressure, but HyXy, everything is on him. He's the man down low, and he'd gotten traded out anyway. Vegas too clean with it. Now it's about not getting clutched on, and Scrap, he's trying to start it off.
That's a ridiculous kill. Clay keeping things going. All down to Scrap. Can he clutch up here? Making a ton of noise. 2 real wins the final fight, saves the round for Vegas Legion. Composure remains. They had the numbers, they had the positioning, and they didn't let Scrap do nothing funny.
Poor Tapman as well. I think he had one of those on against Kleenex on Hotel, where he's just prone, thinks he has the advantage in the gunfight, ends up just getting fried. But I think the headshot multiplier might have kicked into him a little bit there. But either way, you get the round win. Still, though, for Toronto Ultra, maybe an opportunity to burn the cruise. Probably a little bit easier to use on offense to try to get control of B. But at the same time, if you've had success getting it down at A and you want to keep clutching in those moments, you can do whichever you want. But looks like B side is where they're working. Scrap the man, obviously in the deep corner of the map. Calling it in.
Oh, bad news, bad news. He's about to do the afterburners on this cruise missile. Tej, Clay, Temp, get inside, lads. It hits the roof. No good on the impact there. Kleenex on the outside, though. He might be able to catch a player or two. This could go great for him. Oh, he spotted both of them. Oh, sweet child of mine. Here comes the fight on the bomb site. Guns are up. 2 real starts off. Kleenex, the immediate counter. Scrap's going to be in here as well. Tej, oh, baby, he was line prone. Now, though, the 1v2. Can Tej get this done? Oh, my God. Are you kidding
he's got
me?
it.
Wait, are you kidding me? Can Insight see it? Can he see it? Timing! Oh my god, another defuse! I don't believe my eyes! LOLIRL. What is this game? It's
Dude,
mad.
and the funny thing, I think if Scrapz doesn't shoot in the back of the map, TJ wouldn't have the intel, and he probably is looking for the kills. But as soon as Scrapz, I think he was just like, that sounds like that's far away. I'm just going to go for it because he knows Insight was playing over towards white. So I think that is literally just a gut check on TJ and literally makes the perfect call in that situation. That is a hell of a round to take the lead.
Unbelievable. Map point, Vegas Legion. Looking to tie it up right here, right now. Tej, crack this door. There's a Hixie on the other side. You dumbass. There you go. Dead. Unfortunately, stuck with the door. Oh, come on. Clay can't get it done. This has got round 11 written all over it. What a search and destroy. This has proven to be Jiminy Crickets. Oh, come on, man. This is nuts. What a search. Toronto, do you have the ice with the new roster? Same could be said for Vegas Legion. Oh, my God.
All right, we're having a lot of rules be broken, a lot of diffuses coming through, and maybe an extra fine or two getting delivered. But around 11 in a game where there's been maybe 6 or 7 diffuses so far, maybe just the fear of actually going for the bomb plan, or maybe the fear of who ends up on the attack. Going to be Ultra with the bomb in hand, no crews to work with this time, and maybe just slow it down, play for picks. Very balanced round 11 record.
Oh, man, here we go. Temp starts the party. Dead silence across the board for Toronto Ultra. Not a single sound heard. Doesn't matter. 2-real though. Everything's tickling. The senses have given it all away. Kleenex there tries to pick up the bomb. He does. Gets himself in a position now to keep. Oh no, he's done. Pressure now from Tej. An incredible diffuse into an awkward gunfight, and now potentially to close it out and make it a 4v1. It's magic from Vegas. You're all in. There's no going back. Insight, not a hope in hell. Here comes the pressure. Clay gets it done. Vegas tie up the series there in the search.
Whew. Big round 11s and a nice LFG coming out of Clayster in that moment. A back and forth battle in the search and destroy, but in the final round, it has been the ever-present problem for Toronto in search and destroy. At least in my mind, being last in the league and first bloods is always going to set you back. And just like round 1, or at least the opposite, ended up just getting picked apart. Vegas a little bit too clean, and very happy to be on the defensive end. And you had 5 bombs defused in that game. Maybe not a record, but certainly 5 is towards the top. A lot of just confident and aggressive play calls, honestly, by both of these teams.
Unbelievable, yeah. A ridiculous confidence from both teams. Like absurd levels of confidence. A lot of effort, I'll diffuse moments. Incredible stuff. And we definitely had way too much fun during that one. We hope you had fun as well, chat. There we go. Round 11 on Ella, CeeLo, S&D. You don't get too many fun ones like that. But Tej, man, I called him a dumbass because he came around the door with his face in the door. He had no idea that Hixie was in that room. He didn't even look. It didn't matter. He had 2 unbelievable rounds. I've got to give him the love. Drops a 1.6 as well. Crazy stuff there as we bounce right back into this one. Woo! Hotel control coming up in a moment.
Look, it's the yin and yang of TJ, though, man. For every moment where it looks like he does like something faded, he'll make the call in a 1v2 where he just knows where both players are, and he's like, more than 7.5 seconds away, I can get this done. So TJ giveth, TJ taketh away.
It does indeed. Well, we're going to take away the next couple of minutes of your life in this commercial break. When we come back, though, we're playing Hotel Control. Don't go too far. We'll be back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 days, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
An exciting round 11 sees Vegas Legion tie the series up as we now go into hotel control, and this is where things will typically get pretty nutty. The swing mode, no matter how you look at it here in the Call of Duty League, Toronto Ultra, Vegas Legion. In a map 3, we pretty much go straight away chance.
And, you know, for 100% hot to try. We get right into it, and I'd say for Vegas, I know control, at least from the start of the year, it was a massive theme of not being the best. In fact, pretty much being the worst. They started off stage 1 on a 5 control loss streak. They started off stage 2 on a 4 control loss streak. Well, stage 3, they started off with a win, and we're going back to hotel control. It is the best map for Vegas by a decent margin, 4-6 record overall, so it's not fantastic. They have been looking better. On the flip side, though, for Ultra are like the best defensive team in the game. They will defend either zone. It doesn't matter which one you capture first. These guys can lock this map down. Middle 8, new player on the roster, so it remains to be seen if they can replicate that same amount of success. But obviously with a 7-3 record, high expectations for Toronto.
We'll see, though, if they can execute on set expectations. Again, Hicksy, the newcomer to the squad, not a bad debut whatsoever for the team. Let's see if they can keep things going here in the control. A long series ahead of us. I can feel it. Over to Teach. Trying to keep things going here for Vegas Legion off that great Search and Destroy. But now it's over to Insight. Kills are there, and they're on A. Very, very slow bit of progress here. There's the 2-man stack. Watch that first segment vanish.
Yeah, that is comedy. Clay jumps a single time, and Hicksy instantly turned around. So you make a little bit too much noise, even from 30 feet away, you're going to be heard clear as day. And now for 2Real, trying to flank, and good luck dealing with this one. You're shooting Ghost, but hey, at least he's able to take down Insight. Now he can become the Ghost and look for a couple of these trades, but 2Real is by himself. A lot of responsibility to try to slow this push down.
Oh, there's one. Second on its way out. Insight's there. That nade's going to help. Here comes 60 on the right-hand side. Can 2Real deal with him as well? No. Snakes on snakes. Snake charmers. All sorts of crap like that. Just over a minute to play with here, and that second segment should get dealt with here. Hicksy, Insight, and Kleenex, a 3-man stack. Vegas Legion have set up across the map to deal with whatever attack comes next, but that's going to be an additional minute. Done and dusted.
And this is sort of that 50-50 split, normal round so far on offense, and it's all about what kind of pressure can you actually put up on the flanks. Well, 2Real delivers with the 2-piece, so able to slow it down for a moment. And Insight, I think, is also going to have to take things a little bit slow. Knows he's got to go for the spawners.
Insight lines it up. Stun's going to help out. Here comes the Chow. He's 2Real. Oh, wow. Good shots there from Insight. He does get one of them on the cross. That's unbelievable. There we go. There's many mans now on top of this point. B-zone's about to fly out. Clay gets cut down. No one there from Vegas able to do a whole lot. They're coming from the middle of the map. One man on the flank. The stack is in. Chance, this could be done. This could be done.
Yeah, no, that'll be the round. It is a full-on dive bomb to try to get in this hill if you're Vegas, and there's just not enough time to even work your way around. They just got obliterated on that. I mean, Insight double stun, still able to take a kill away as both the SMGs trying to dolphin dive across. And I mean, not only Insight, I think everybody's able to deliver it with the kill they needed to get. I mean, Scrapz goes 6-2 on the round, and I think the last line of defense was Clayster on that push, but he was by himself dealing with all four. Not an easy thing to do, and a quick and easy round right there for Ultra.
I mean, it's tough, that spot for 2Real and TJ. No AR player in sight at that time, and unfortunate situation to be in, but it feels like sometimes in this game, the stun grenade's purely cosmetic. Not really a lot of damage or impact whatsoever there. Certainly didn't slow down the sight. Hasn't slowed down anyone on Ultra here so far. Oh, there we go. TJ cuts him down. Can he get second? A lot of damage in the Kleenex and push him right back onto the B zone. You now go for Vegas.
Oh, they're getting kills on the other side of the map as well, so you already know you got at least a single, if not double man advantage over towards this B zone. First tick of progress already going to be secured. Easy directions to look, and you could just suffocate him back in their spawn. CleanX, though, able to get out. You let him out to try to make the big play, but you take care of business. No pop-off moment right there for CleanX, and you capture the B zone. Another quick bounce, but this is why we talk for Ultra. Best team on defense, because either zone they can lock down.
Wonderful sort of inverse of what we saw in the last round. Pixie now from top side, keeping the defense going for Ultra. All down to A. One kill at a time. You're going to see Vegas make their way forward. Will it be a single hit to get themselves into the restaurant? Here they go. Turiel's gone straight towards the backline. He's going to cut down Scrap. An opening here. Running out of players, though. Big work out of Turiel. Lovely game awareness there. Takes care of the reinforcements also.
Oh, and you actually, Vegas get the close spawn towards the middle of the map, so they're going to be a lot quicker to get here compared to Ultra. They know Insight's behind him, but that's the last one. Everybody else will be through the front.
This is the stack. This is a big moment. Insight's got to find at least one, but all four members of Vegas there, locking it down. It's second segment done. It's a 4-man. It's 11 seconds to get it done. CleanX through one side, Hixie on the other, and the round is over. Vegas bounce right back.
That is just disgusting stuff towards the end, seeing all those snakes in the restaurant. I mean, you're going to get, at best, a C rating and maybe just get the thing closed down. But just 2 rounds where both teams just snapping into position to take over. I know the close spawns that Vegas were able to get certainly helped out a little bit, but efficient on the flanks, big 2-piece for 2 real, and really just breaking them down. So best team in the game on defense really showed nothing to offer in that round.
Great work from both teams on their attacks. Let's see what happens in the next round now. Toronto Ultra attacking round, gambling a little bit more towards A. Dem cut down, unaware from CleanX as he manages to make his way through the middle of the map. Meanwhile, though, on the defense towards B, all good, though, for Vegas Legion. They're holding it down.
Yeah, I think right now Vegas are just making sure they keep the map under control, but they've got all 4 of these players right around the A zone, so play for kills if you can get them. CleanX is not making it easy, though. Nice little entry, and even a moment like that is pretty much going to guarantee this zone. Question is, how many kills can you get in the meantime?
Oh, it's so aggressive right now from CleanX. Not a single moment wasted there from Ultra. A is going to be done in a second. Oh, and they're pressing the advantage they've got. Not an advantage anymore, though. Vegas set up a brick wall of defense and tempts the man. Holds them both back. DJ taken care of by Couches. It's Hixie now trying to make an angle to work out here over towards B, and he may have just found it. Is that the go button? It's been hit. A will be captured in a moment. Hixie now setting up alone on this side of the map. Oh no, I take it back. CleanX is here with him as well. The sprees continue. Now they're on B.
Yeah, pressure on point. 2-man stack for the moment. I don't think they have any trophies just yet, though, but he's got the help, man. They are trying to coordinate with their teammates to make sure they are double challenging, and CleanX doesn't need the help. He can just do it himself. Tobias with the big kill, and that might be the one that seals the deal.
And this is another great CleanX round, man. He's just doing those things. You can't slow him down. Scrapz on a 3, 12 and 8 overall. Progress towards B. It's nearly done, and not a whole lot of work left to do over by A. Hixie taking care of on that side of the map. That's the focus now, over towards A.
And this is not going to be easy to do. Ultra, one of the best teams on defense, couldn't make it work. So this is a battle of attrition right now. Vegas need to survive for a long time, and they are getting isolated in the kitchen. The 2-piece, the 3-piece, everything collapses. Everybody's spawning so far away. Stack it and snake it. Nobody will be home.
That's the round. No way. Not a hope in hell. 4 players on a single segment like that. Ultra, once again, another offensive round win. Map point for them as of now, but if anything's to go off so far here on Hotel, we've got another attacking coming up.
I mean, we had 5 defuses, which I think is a record, at least in this game so far this year, in the search and destroy. And this is a control being played at the pace of like a bocage. Like, this is as fast as control almost could possibly go. We're only in round 4, but electricity so far on the offensive rounds.
It's been great to watch. Aside from a couple of moments here or there, let's see what we got. Vegas, looks like we're mostly all in on A. That kill on CleanX, that seals it. Stack it up. Take care of the restaurant, boys. It's all yours.
Yeah, and Ultra, I think, again, very clean on defending both of the zones, but I think they did not enjoy the time they had trying to defend A last go around. So that was a heavy stack towards mid to make sure nothing crazy happens over towards B. But when you know Vegas players are all going to be over towards A, you can fight them if you want, and they're taking the fight to them. I think Clayster with 2, though, that should be enough to get the point secure. Close spawns come through. I think Ultra may be a little bit more delicate on this next push.
Final segment now. Scrapz going to try to contest over at CleanX. waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Scrapz has been removed from the equation, as has CleanX. So, clean dispersal there from Vegas Legion. Happy to take that one. 2 minutes now to go. A life count relatively even over towards B once again. All it's going to take is a couple of kills, maybe 3 down. If Vegas can make it clean, they're on that point.
Oh, this is a good start, though, for 2Real. Got to try to identify Scrap in this corner, but he's got a little bit of help to go for these trades. And if they're not going to pounce on it too quickly, or maybe just send in Temp by himself, baiting for 2Real, I suppose in that moment it's a weird push and not an easy one to make work, but hey, he's getting the extra kills. You've at least cleared out the back line, but I think the rest of Legion, they've been trying to fight Insight for the past minute and a half. They've still yet to take him down. At least Insight falls, but Vegas still just struggling to clear out their bedroom.
I mean, 2Real was one bullet away from keeping that play entirely alive and very much available there for Vegas Legion. Now, though, we pump the brakes, slow things right down. It's going to be another long gunfight. Both these teams trying to clear out this bedroom side of the map before they can get close towards B. HyDra up top bedroom. 2Real now fastidiously checking every possible corner, every angle. Yeah, not there. That's the one, though. Gets it on the second attempt. HyDra gone. 1 minute to go.
Yeah, still so many more things to clear out, and yeah, too many corners to check. It's 2 different players down low, bottom bed, and TJ trying to be the cutoff man, and TJ's able to pick up 2. Clay gets the next one. Nearly everybody's gonna fall. It's only CleanX the opportunity to make the big play and can't deliver. Clay guns him down.
Daddy Clay, 6 in a row. Streaks had. Vaznev in hand, looking for a few more. Waiting for the pressure. There's the nades. Everything going over the top. No more trophies there. That's the second segment gone. Are we going to a final round? Clay finds another. His teammates are there, gunning away, finding the shots. Daddy Clay gets another. No, it's done. Teach wins it. Final round.
Good Lord. I mean, look, offense is great. I suppose both these teams are absolutely loving life when they get to attack. And that is just a long time coming. TJ, by the way, making big plays. He was sitting at double negative, I think, at the start of this round, 7-14, something along those lines. But the 2-piece he gets to be the cutoff man, to just force the spawners out all the way to Chandelier. And as soon as his teammates clear out bedroom, the round just collapses after the fact. So that was a lot of effort for Legion to get that win, but they set themselves up. Smiles on their face, and if they're smiling that big, maybe they just saw offense for the round.
That's a good point, because it comes down to kills at least. Everyone got all the captures they could. There it is, Vegas.
We got outslayed, boys. We got offense. Let's go.
Here we have it. Vegas, what will you do this time round? It's a very standard look here from Ultra on defense, and then as it goes, CleanX dives over towards A. That means you've got free reign to make your way onto this one. Scrap's going to be up next. He's coming through Jules right now. Pressure on towards B. Vegas are playing this slightly differently. Let's see how it goes. Oh my goodness.
Clay's just going to be a pass. He's got the cruise missile as well, by the way, so that was a part of the spree he had earlier on. And extra kills getting delivered. They're just trying to push the pace just a little bit. You see playing with the ID, and TJ looking to be the cutoff man once again. I mean, he's cut off a decent section of the map and can at least get a little bit of intel for his teammates, but for the moment he is desperate for some help, and the help did not come quick enough.
A great work from Scrap there. The stun lands. He's got no real guarantee as to where he is, so he checks every possible angle inside that blue room. Doesn't check that one though. Temp gets it. 10 and 14 for Temp. He's done great work in those 2 pieces, defending the far side of the map. Another big one from Temp there. Taken down though, no problem. You still got numbers up, but the problem now is all these corners in the bedroom part of the map. Insight's tucked away. CleanX is inside one. Can TJ clean up? He's made it in. Oh, here comes the fight.
Oh, so tragic as soon as he gets out as well. At least Insight gets taken care of, but CleanX, that next problem, and yeah, CleanX absolutely beaming. And he is just flying as well. CleanX had the Dead Silence reset. He is trying to get good use out of it.
Oh, he's flying. The Great Dane, my word. Teamwork there helps out. Vegas have had to call this one. Make our way through mid. Try to find a different angle to attack this, because right now CleanX is far too unbloody predictable. Insane runs. Tobias Joel Jonsson heating things up with the speed of Sleipnir, the strength of Thor. He is cooking right now.
This is just like, what, full speed ahead? He hit the throttle and is not taking the foot off the gas, because Ultra now have basically triple stacked the bedroom side of things. And unfortunately, until you clear it out, you're going to be getting shot in the back such a long time. And you go towards Scrap or HyDra, you'll be getting shot in the front. Vegas, 11 lives left. They've just been getting suffocated in this round.
And you can't even fault Vegas for this. It is the true unpredictable nature of CleanX right now. This is it. The whirlwind of Toronto Ultra here on defense. They've finally found their form. That's a big hit from the outside of the map. HyDra brought down. 2Real. He's going to be the man to get the kill. Back over to CleanX. He's trying to stay alive for a second. Clay's going to soften up the defenders as best he possibly can with the crews. Has he got anything here? There's trophies all over the place. Oh, no. Unfortunate team kill. You're on the point for a sec. Here comes the return from CleanX. Will he be able to catch one on the point? No. But you buy that space. Now time's ticking.
I mean, if you're getting a team kill with the crews, you got to deliver and clear out these guys on bedroom. You still have CleanX causing problems in your base, and the problems are not going to end now. Miscommunication, bad angle from the crews, and an unfortunate moment for Vegas. 20 seconds left. Desperation time to try to get B.
2Real's got to go wild. TJ's backing him up. Here we go. Vegas last good hit this one. Otherwise, Ultra take the lead in the series. Final 10 seconds. Hixie downstairs. Anyone found? No. Stun check. Clay's there. Big tags. The kills come through. Are you able to get on the point? Final few seconds. Insight's there. The safety net lands. The kill. No lives. No hope. No problem. Tron Ultra take the lead.
And there is two main problems in that end of the round. One, obviously the team kill with the crews, as unfortunate as it gets. Either 2Real a little bit too quick or Clayster bad with the comms, but I think Clay was going for the bottom hallway. It didn't seem like he was trying to hit the top plat, so just unfortunate. 2Real a little bit too far pushed up. The other problem, CleanX absolutely bodying you inside a bedroom where he had no cares in the world, absolutely freedom flying and just hyper aggressive around top bedroom. And I mean, you go on a 7 spree on a defensive end, that's enough to secure the round. And I mean, just a tale of two different games. Insight and CleanX, worlds apart in the style of gameplay they brought in that control.
But perfectly complemented each other indeed. Toronto Ultra trademark teamwork pays off there. 3-2. They finally find a way to break the cycle and win a defensive round here on Hotel. Kudos to them. Highlights now from that nutty game of Control we just watched there. What a series this has proven to be. We might be going the distance. There's a hard point coming up next. Now, if you are a betting lady or man, find out what happens next, because this one, it was a strong showing from Ultra in the first hard point. We'll see if Vegas have found their form here, get themselves rolling, because I'd love to see that game 5 after what we've witnessed in this series already. Sure to be a banger.
We deserve the game 5, I think is how I feel about it. But it is worth mentioning, by the way, I think Insight had 12 tiers captured. So I know on the defensive end, Insight's job is, hey, go push out bottom bedroom, force those spawns out to kitchen, and that's your life. That is your only job he ever has to do. So the engagements are minimal, but at least on the attack, Insight always finds a way to get in the mix. So again, a team that brings a great deal of like basic and simple but effective ideas of how they want to play the map, and obviously it pans out towards the end. So Ultra getting the job done, well orchestrated around the map, and obviously the advantage in the series.
Woof. Tense situation now for both teams. Tron Ultra, your first series here with Hixie on the starting roster. Can you close it out against a Vegas Legion team that proved to be unpredictable and can steal these big series away from big teams? Or will Vegas continue the hot streak? God, what? I can't wait to find out. But that's the Hotel Control done. And it was a nail biter indeed. Offensive rounds proven to be too great. Now we get to cool off though, Chance. HyDra, hard point. That is going to be a real wrench in the works. Hotel and HyDra could not be more different as hard point maps. So who knows where this one goes. And Hotel Searchers Trophy have to go the way, the final with the Triple H lineup there to close out this series. Let's find out, mate. I'm excited to see how HyDra goes. Any sort of high-level predictions here, my brother?
No predictions, just because two different teams with two different rosters, and neither team has played it a great deal. Vegas has a couple more reps on it, but a 3-4 record overall, nothing to glean there. And then 1-1 for Toronto. They don't like playing this map, but either this or aBeZy is like, it's not an auto veto, but they'll pick between those two maps to get rid of in the series. Vegas are great at aBeZy, so we find ourselves on HyDra instead. So it's certainly not ideal for Ultra to be on this map, but it's not like they're going to be poor on it. This is not a team that is going to have really any bad map.
Well, we'll find out in a few moments. HyDra is on its way. Very, very interesting to see what happens here. I mean, Vegas have had some incredible comebacks with their previous roster, of course. Prolu on that one, we hope he's doing well. Incredible comebacks on this map. And Scrap, can we go back to Scrap production? He is barreling the camera right now. He was not blinking, staring right at us. Oh, he stopped now. That was kind of, it was quite weird. He just was staring straight into that camera. My train of thought gone. He's back. There he is, look. Come on, Scrap. Eyes on us, mate. All right, he can't hear me. That's fine. Confirmed. But yeah, interesting to see what's going to happen here, because Toronto, I mean, this is a team with a hotter hand right now. Have they found that special sauce? Is their form in fine situation right now, Chance? Insight catches a breather. The rest of the squad got to be feeling good about this one. Vegas, though, great comebacks here on the map. Can they keep it going? They're locked in. Game is ready. Clay's back in his seat. Hot to trot. Here we go. Map number 4 of this very fun series, Toronto Ultra Vegas Legion. Let's get this show on the road. And if we have to go the distance, that hotel game 5 search and destroy. Ho, ho, ho. Shake it off, kids. Here we go.
And get ready. And I think Clay's got to do some shakes as well, because him and Temp, I think, really have their work cut out for him. Because again, it's not like Ultra have a massive amount of reps, at least not in like a tournament or match setting on HyDra, but still have high expectations. Scrap, one of the best slayers in the game. You know he's going to provide, so got to be prepared to go toe-to-toe. And obviously those numbers, absolutely ridiculous. That is exactly why Temp and Clay need to be ready. But obviously it is a, you know, every single player you can identify. CleanX is starting to pop off in bedroom. I know TJ was struggling a little bit in the slaying department on control, so got to make sure after where the first hard point went for Vegas, everybody has to be on point.
We'll see. CleanX being the cutoff now, whether it's to catch out these players down low, if they're going to be swimming in, trying to flip those P2 spawns, or be a royal pain in the backside there. Hard point now in the hands of the boys from Ultra. Kills go their way as well. Now the real game plan for Vegas is, are we going to be able to get hard point time and get to the far right-hand side of the map? Try and get that P2 spawn as well. Final 30 seconds here on P1.
Yeah, talk about being in the perfect spot as well. He can check the water routes. He can see the mid-map cross. The only thing he can't see is like the mid-water route, and you dive a little bit too deep. You don't have your gun out for too long, but either way, Ultra, maybe a delicate moment actually, because a couple of these Vegas players are getting through. Awkwardness from Scrap, and that's just into a death. And Vegas now the opportunity to make the break, and Clay guns 2 down. Is it going to be enough to hold him off while 2 Real trying to keep the dream alive?
We'll try and CleanX though, proving to still be a nightmare here in this series.
Wow.
Lordy. Close ones there for Toronto Ultra. Hard point now firmly in their hands. Tim, can you find any kills from top dome? Soften up those AR players. Allow the submachine guns to get in there and do the dirty work. Meanwhile, CleanX in sight. They're the guys that feed. They're the guys doing the magic. Oh, lordy. One problem solved. That's the next. That's the clean break there from Vegas. Time's going to be theirs, but you've still got 1 player in the back.
And do read these spawns as well, because it's only 1 player that actually spawns out, or you don't have to read it, I suppose, if you could just hear it coming. So TJ, his headset clearly working, and see if it works for inside as well. That is the case, and easy cleanup kills for that bit of scrap time. And even on the rotation, Vegas putting in some work, and I don't know why 2 players spawn at old and 1 player spawns at new for Ultra, but they'll take that little bit of luck and transition it into the rotation, and inside the player that gets the spawn away from his teammates for absolutely no reason gets the big kill.
Hard point now changes. Vegas Legion with that slight lead coming off of the second. Into the third we go. And Scrap being the furthest man forward for the squad right now. This is the tough spot. He's going to slow down everyone there from Vegas. He didn't catch out Clayster. Clay has gone on the world tour of HyDra. He's going to be on the back line now. It's going to be a toe-to-toe with Hicksy in a moment. Hicksy wins it. That side safe. Who's up next is TJ. Close enough on the point. Can he keep this play going? He does. Finds his second. Teach going wild. Can he get a third? As he is breaking this hard point seemingly alone.
I mean, at the very least, he's just keeping him off the time. So this is magnificent work just to stay alive for as long as possible. Eventually does get chopped down, and New Ultra back inside the hill. But for how long is the question, because not an easy hill to survive in, and a lot of ARs putting on the pressure. At the very least for Vegas, I'd say you cut your losses. It wasn't the best rotation, but you strip away a little bit of time and maybe rotate or maybe not. Number 2 spawns out because Clay spawns in the back, and now you got number 5, TJ. He's going to be responsible for dealing with a couple extra Ultra players.
And once again, is Hicksy the man watching the backline, and another big 1v1 win from Hicksy. That boy is worth his weight in gold here on HyDra.
Yeah, managing spawns on this map without question the most important thing, and Ultra getting gifted a few different gifts and taking full advantage. And honestly, this is where they can just run the score up, because this is a hill where they got the angles covered. It is not that difficult to hold.
Oh, Hicksy's in and about water towards the top side now of Ruins, trying to catch up these players from Vegas. They're in. Oh, couple of tags. 2 Real driving forward. He nearly gets the player on the backline as well. Over 100 points now for Toronto Ultra. Great work from them. 10 and 7 out of Scrap. A little bit of a spree working out for both he and Hicksy. See if they can't get anything going now. Go towards the bottom side of the map. We're going to go to another hard point. Will Vegas be able to win the rotation? Will they be able to hold in? Finally get some of that time.
And I think, again, just Vegas getting punished on the spawns, not able to make the big plays and stay heads up in those moments. And aBeZy, 2 HP, not gonna last them long enough. Vegas, maybe the first real opportunity to try to get set up and rack up a decent chunk of time until you look at the spawns in Ultra. They got the splits. 2 players spawn in the back again. Vegas, they gotta manage the chaos.
Well, they might be able to manage the gunfights. That's gonna be 1, 2 real. Holding down the point alone for now. There's great work once again from the outside. Temp finding a few more. Temp with 3.
There you go.
Brilliant work. That's the backside. Sweet. Can CleanX keep the play going? Pistol in hand. Your boy is absolutely twisted coming in off that hotel. Disgusting work. In the point, teammates are there. Great work, Ultra. We'll take that break.
Just aggressive with those back spawns as well, but Vegas at least winning a few of the gunfights, and they should get nearly every single trade and collect the time. And actually, not even, man. This is going to be a battle still, even for the Scrapz, because Ultra spawning them back once again. And an opportunity for Vegas to get out and try to flip those spawns, because Ultra are spawning it old. But it looks like no one is like trying to take it upon themselves to rotate to the deep right side of the map just yet. So this is going to be an open front for both of these teams to try and grab.
TJ spearfishing there, catches a CleanX. 60's going to be the next one to go down there. We'll see what happens. That's the game plan right now for Ultra. They want to hit this open water side. That's how they're going to try to break P1. And here's the hit. Temp guns him. No problem. Legion still maintaining the time. They're running out of members on point though. Final man up is going to be Temp. Repositions quickly. Will Scrap catch him out?
And also keep in mind, Insight wins a single gunfight on the bottom of the map, and there's like 2 arrows right now for Vegas looking for him. So Ultra, that just means you have extra pressure on the hill. CleanX taking advantage of it, wins the gunfight and gets right inside. 25 seconds is nothing to shy away from. That is a decent chunk for Ultra to be able to just build up this lead more and more and more. And if they can get the break on the new hill as well, because Insight still being annoying, Ultra right now have a couple different opportunities, but TJ gonna close that door.
Wins a massive fight there. Ultra still spawning on the furthest side possible from the new hardpoint. That's exactly what you want if you're a Vegas Legion fan and player. Cutting down the players in mid as well. T's gonna get another. Nearly. Scrap though. He's going to be one of the 3 remaining members alive at the moment now to forward push in towards this new hill. CleanX, oh boy. Streaks, is there going to be a trophy there? They're in the point. TJ's dips. Too real?
That's tough.
No trick.
Oh, they're just going to get picked apart as well. Temp trying to make a play and push up towards Dome, but he just loses the gunfight, and now it's just free clearance up to actually get inside the point, and now it's just about desperation. Try to be annoying. Let Ultra get the spawns, and maybe trap him in the back if you can, but Ultra is spawning everywhere. Clay goes on a flank to sort of block him for the moment. And now you have Vegas spawning in the back, and it is just, I mean, HyDra is a wild map to try to keep track of. Well, Vegas get the Scrap. Absolutely no map control on the rotation.
Like a brick in a washing machine. It is insanity. Hero on HyDra. Deep breath for a moment, ladies and gents. We go to another hard point far left-hand side of the map. This one comes to a close. Both teams relatively even on this one. Flanks on flanks on flanks. However, this time round, Ultra are well and truly set up good and proper for this one. They are dug in. Dig these corners and have a good time for as long as they can, but Temp is just cleaving them. Torn, ripped asunder on the approach towards the hard point. And here comes the hit, up close and personal. 2 reels in the feed as well. We are checking everything possible, but CleanX so sneaky, teamwork prevails. Vegas with a break.
Big 4 down, and now you go for the spawn kills as well. Ultra, you know they're going to be tucked in the back. TJ getting a couple of those initials, and you just have everybody cut off, but once the reload under the water, and yeah, you're going to die in that situation. So Ultra maybe just able to steamroll back through the hill, unless Clay can hold him off.
Clay's got to hold him off. All alone for now. Here comes the play. Only gets 1. Plenty of seconds left remaining there on the hard point. Final 10. Ultra are going to take that happily. Puts them about 180.
When did CleanX get there, by the way?
Oh, CleanX. Oh my god, he's long out there. He found the kills. Vegas now left scrambling. Clay, though, does read it. Takes care of business that side of the map. Now Vegas is, for the time being. Here come the reinforcements, though. Can Clay catch a few more here? One in the corner. Dealt with. Next by Dome. Damage dealt. Time ticking. Forward to Ruins, though. It's a heavy-looking hit from Ultra. Are they going to be able to get onto this? I know they might be, but Clay scrambling nearly gets the kill. Insight's there, and all angles. Bloody Ultra players are everywhere.
Yeah, they're in the back again. Ultra have some uncanny ability to get in these back spawns. Vegas are just desperate just to try to block one, but Ultra taking advantage, trying to get inside, and TJ, that head is poking out just enough that he can get the kill, but you never get the spawns. It's never gonna be easy, and you are just fighting uphill this entire game.
Non-stop flanks. Toronto Ultra now over 200 points. This is match point for them. 250, and they can walk on out of here and place a rank play after this. Here we go, though. CleanX once again from the back. Temp reads it. This hardpoint holder's got to be absolutely immaculate now from Vegas Legion. Can they get the job done? This is exactly what's been happening all game. It's HyDra on another one of those deep water flanks going all the way around. Is anyone going to look back and take care of him? He could be the dagger right here in the series.
Oh, that was just so much noise. Yep, 2 real jumps a single time. You can hear it from a mile away. And now HyDra doing damage, causing problems on the flank. Opens the front door for Scrapz to get inside, but Temp and Clayster able to deliver. Vegas still holding on for the moment, but still, you got to read these spawns, and Legion so far on point on this hill.
TJ wins the fight at the back. Vegas hold. Next to the front, trying to do what he can. The depth charge there, throw another water clay. Once again wins the fight in the middle of the map, holding these players back for his boys. Temp now up the top, good shots. Temp gets nearly 2. HyDra has to back on up all this time. Fantastic for Vegas.
This map is madness, and even Scrapz going to be spawning out. I feel like Vegas, they've just been in a pinch for like 7 minutes of this game where they're just constantly fighting the 2-front war. You got TJ taking the long route for the spawn, so he's trying to set his team up long term, and honestly, might have a lot of success here. Talk about the kills that are going to set up the rest of this game.
It's not over yet. 30 seconds for the win. P1, not an easy one to get it done on. Clay starting to make his way forward. 2 real in the feed as well. Insight, good to back on up, and it spawns a flip. Right-hand side of the map, Toronto Ultra. This has got to be magic from Vegas here.
Yeah, no, they were a little bit too aggressive trying to get the pressure on the hill because obviously Ultra are going to be soaking up all this time, so they lose the spawns, and now you're going to have to fight your way straight through the front. A diabolical task.
It's not over yet, though. Damage dealt. Nearly 10 for the win, nearly. Last man up is Temp. He's got to keep Scrapz off the point, win the fight. No, bloody nades out of nowhere. That's pandemonium. That should be the map. Final 5 seconds. Run, Vegas, run. Fly forward. Teach the window. Anyone in there, stop it. It's done. Toronto Ultra. They make a roster change, and they win a screamer of a series against Vegas Legion. Close, but no cigar for the boys on the bottom-hand side of the screen.
And Ultra get to shut down that momentum Legion were trying to build, and really for Toronto just continue their success that they've had, at least like fairly consistently over time. Another win online, but that HyDra, I think generically just stresses me out looking at it, and I think for Vegas, it just seemed like they were having to fight an uphill battle that entire game, so they did what they can, but Toronto Ultra just a little bit too tough. Great slaying out of Scrapz once again, as is expected, and even CleanX putting in that work on the damage front, and I mean, just everything you want out of the 4 players on Ultra. Route men taking the routes, Insight soaking the time, everybody keeping up in the slaying department as well. I'd say just a clean performance in the respawns for Toronto.
Super clean. Aside from the hotel control, of course, that 3-2, but both those hard points, very, very strong indeed. HyDra, name of the game there was certainly flanks. Wow, what a crazy, crazy series indeed. 5 bomb disarms in the LSC low search and destroy. Insanity across the board. What a fun series indeed. TJ, I didn't mean to call you a dumbass. I was just carried away in the moment. Big, big fan, but also boom, roasted. Crazy, crazy series. Much love to all the players. Much love to you fans for hanging this one up. Desk, get us out of here before we get in even more trouble.
Oh, we're gonna get Miles's jacket. I need one of those bad boys ASAP.
He looks good,
right? So does Chance. Look at that beard.
Yo,
I got you, mate. I got you. I got you, Chris.
Later, guys. All right, those are our favorite casters, but it's now time to break down some of our favorite players. For me, it's the trash talker. He goes by the name of Scrapz, and he was getting a lot of flack about bringing his buddy HyDra onto the team. You're going up against Vegas Legion. This isn't a squad in our top 6 right now, so don't get it twisted. But how did the new look Toronto fare against this Legion in your eyes, Allie?
It looked good. They looked good. I mean, was it the flashiest performance of all time? Of course not. But, I mean, it was a great showing from Toronto Ultra. I think for me, that search and destroy was really impressive for me. They feel like they've been struggling across the board when it comes to S&D. So to see them go round 11 against the Vegas Legion, that has been very strong in that game mode throughout the entire season. It's a good showing overall.
You know what? I really like what I saw from CleanX in this series, man. Like, really, the guy was taking over, setting a crazy pace. We saw on that map 1, he was like 21-21, most engagements on the team, just making things happen. They steamroll him there. We go into that control, and it's just an offensive battle, back and forth up until the very end on the defense. What is CleanX able to do? He pops Daddy. Allie, you're in the back screaming in the green room like he just keeps resetting his Daddy because he just kept making the play. It's exactly what you want your SMG to do when he's there in bedroom on hotels. So they close that one out, and then we get over to this HyDra, which by no means was a clean map, right? I thought Vegas were actually playing this map really good. Just came down to a couple rotations over towards P4. The first time invested way too many people trying to hit Scrap on P3, and then the last time Ultra get a fantastic spawn in the back.
And to that point, HyDra is actually typically a hard play that Toronto Ultra tend to veto out of a series. I mean, they are the worst at holding on it overall. They can break, they can rotate, but they just cannot hold on to that hill time, and they managed to do it here against the Vegas Legion, who has been looking pretty strong when it comes to that respawn. So it's a W that I think Toronto Ultra especially needed because they made that change so erratically after that first loss. So if you're a Toronto Ultra fan, things are looking good.
Scrap had a great game. Hicksy's numbers, not super impressive, never over a 1.0. He had the 0.4 in Search and Destroy. Did he play the role you expected, though, out of the
Yeah, objective-minded, did what he needed to do, and then also, like, he teamed with Scrap, right? And what did we just see from Scrap in that series? Absolutely frying.
Yeah.
So he was like, this is just what I need, and I'm going to take over these
This is
games.
what the team needs sometimes. You need a point guard to set up the slams. Let's take a look, though, at our scuff play of the game. It comes from your Control round 5, the difference maker in the swing game. We go to Kleenex.
Yep, this is when he goes on that crazy setting screen. Like I said, I was just sitting there and I was like, Daddy reset, Daddy reset, Daddy reset. I mean, for a whole minute, this guy was just unknowns to the Vegas Legion and just kept popping off. And it was just the amount of control he had in top bedroom here. I wonder if maybe there was some confusion in the comms because it felt like Vegas just could not kill this guy top bed.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a good performance on the side of Vegas, too, though, honestly. They
Yeah.
had some really good offenses. They had opportunities there on that last side as well, just didn't full wrap around together and get that final kill onto Kleenex in bed. But either way, I feel like Vegas' competitive team looked good throughout the series, still developing. Ultra, obviously, prior to, the roster change, still a solid team, only losing to the top squad. So Hicksy comes in and, they beat Vegas, who's sitting closer to the bottom.
Legion's history continues as well. They have never gone 2-0 to start a qualifier since the franchise started. They had the opportunity today, but Toronto just a little bit too strong. And here's a look at how things shake out in our CDL points. You can see the Subliners in the second spot. Ultra now confirmed in that 3 spot, 2 games ahead of the Thieves. As we look at the Legion, though, just 60 points as we're now halfway through the season. They got work to put in.
Yeah, I mean, comparing it to the left side of your screen, obviously there's a large discrepancy, but very close there in the top 8. It's only 20 points.
Right? It's just a little bit.
Just
a little bit. Right now, though, we got to introduce everybody in the chat to a new face representing the Ultra. It's great to see you. We had you in the intro video. Now we get to see your gameplay finally. Hicksy, welcome to the league. How's it feel, bud?
It feels great, man. I've been waiting a long time. I feel like I've been ready for at least since the start of Vanguard. This is my duo from Vanguard. But yeah, it feels great, bro.
And I wanted to ask you a little bit about that because we had Scrap on a number of Winner Circle interviews, and he brought up your name when he was mentioning a number of the Challengers players who deserved more time in the CDL limelight. So talk to me about this experience playing with him once again, and how many more players do we expect to see rise up from Challengers?
I hate gassing him because his ego is already insane, but I mean, the kid's different. I'm convinced in Vanguard, if he was in the league, he was a top 5 player from that year. So, I mean, the kid's different. And then for more players, there's what is he doing? For more players, there's plenty in Europe. I mean, there's so many I can shout out from Europe. You just can't get a chance because of, obviously, the visa thing. There is so many, but yeah.
Well, congratulations on your official first inception in the CDL. It was a large win. And I have to ask, we were kind of wondering what was with this move, what they were hoping to add by putting you onto the roster. How would you describe yourself as a player?
I think once I get situated, I feel like my comms are really, really good as I wouldn't say leader, but I guess kind of like a leader. I feel like I oversee the whole game, kind of make sure that everything's going how it should be. And I feel like at the pro level, it's huge when you're playing against the better teams, making sure that everyone's basically doing the right things on the map. So I'd say I kind of do that, enable other players. Obviously, I've got Toby as the sub duo, the guy's different. So if I can just enable Toby, that's good.
I wanted to ask you, so, a lot of the challenge players coming up, I feel like it's a new era of Call of Duty. You might look at the game in a different light. So when you were watching this team play, the main squad, where did you think the shortcomings were? And coming into the roster, what are you hoping to bring to them?
The shortcomings seem to just be against the top teams at the events, leading to FaZe, Thieves, and New York, I believe. So they didn't really struggle against the teams that they should beat. So I feel like I had to just come in, and then whenever they'd lose, it'd be small things. It'd be small things that would spiral the game, like losing a rotation because there's a gap. Like I said, I got good comms with all that stuff, and then S&D was a big thing. I feel like I've been brought in to try and help the S&D, and again in S&D, I feel like I'm quite good with the comms in terms of like mid-round calls, late-round calls, which I think should make a big difference, hopefully.
Hicksy, also, I feel like Standy was a fantastic player. When you look at the stats, you look at him in game, he's making good plays and good moves. When they came to you and asked you, or told you were going to be in the starting lineup, what was the discussion like? What did they say to you? Did they give you a reason? And what did they want you to fill on the team?
I thought Ryan, the coach, I thought Flux was joking. I was just chilling, waiting to walk back from the facility, and he just said, yeah, you're going to be playing. I'm not sure the reason. But yeah, like I said, I'm just hoping to be that guy who will just make the team hopefully beat these big teams, which is obviously the plan, win some events.
Next man up, you're doing well. The team walks away with their first W. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you very much.
That's Hicksy. We get a chance to see him a lot more in these qualifiers. And if you want to see the man on LAN, well, you want to head to Major number 3. If you want your chance to win a pair of 4-day GA passes to Major 3, all you need to do is scan that QR code right now. Do it, because the event is kicking off March 9th through the 12th, and you can get your 4-day passes. By the way, 3 of those days sold out, so those passes, primo right now. Also, make sure you are stocking up on your Upper Deck cards. Start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Awesome stuff for our first 2 matches of the day. We only saw 7 matches, but we have 2 winners, and we're about to crown a 3rd after this. It's the rematch of the grand finals from Boston, LA Thieves versus Atlanta FaZe. Can Thieves get it done on hard points again? We'll find out after this.
Oh my God!
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Welcome back. It's Puckett and the crew with Gucci on their belt, but their pants sag. We got aLLeCat and Nameless here at the desk, and we're about to see Atlanta FaZe, the Boston champions, back in action. Allie, are you more excited for their theme song or the team again today?
Theme song, absolutely. I was bumping it on my way home all day yesterday and heading into the office today, but I am excited to see this rematch.
We got to talk a little bit about this team, and let's go ahead and show them to you. They've been looking clean since the squad formed. They felt they were missing a piece, and this season, they bring in Slasher.
Yeah.
The squad now looks like they have peaked. They're 3-0 people. They're picking maps for fun just to get extra rounds on it.
Yeah.
This team is rolling right now.
Yeah, they're in a great spot, and the rest of the league is in disarray. They win the last major. They do it versus the team that they're about to go up against in the world champs, and now they have ascended above the rest in search and destroy. They've been working on their hardpoint. It's looking a lot better, and they're adding maps like El Asilo to their dominant map pool in control. So this team is firing on all cylinders. Everyone is performing, and even yesterday, Slasher, not a numbers guy, pops off in terms of the number department. So everything's looking good for Atlanta FaZe.
Cellium already gearing up, getting ready to snake. You got Simp and aBeZy, though. The subs are going to be the dangerous duo, especially to set the tone in those search and destroy. On the other side of this series, you have a squad that looked good in the hard points against FaZe during that grand finals. They only lost search and controls, but the LA Thieves came out and they got 3-1, losing both of those hard points, the respawns to Vegas, who just dropped to Toronto. So
yeah.
Thieves, in my mind, definitely the underdogs, right?
Definitely the underdogs in this situation, which is unfortunate because usually the revenge match does go the way of whoever was on the back end. And the only reason, again, that I'm worried is because of the loss to the Vegas Legion. You know, you talk about the insane run, the undefeated maps that they had once they dropped down to the elimination bracket at Major 2 in Boston. I mean, I thought maybe that grand finals, they just ran out of gas. You know, maybe, you know, you go through all of those matches from elimination round 1, you get to that grand final, maybe you come out a little bit slow, you barely cinch by that map 1, and then you get smoked map 2, and it's all over from there. But they've even started Major III Qualifiers the same way, so I'm worried for the LA Thieves camp.
Right now, Nameless, I'm looking at predictions. We got Merc to Perk with 250,000 channel points on Atlanta, but Carl0709 needs LA Thieves today, also with 250,000 channel points. It's about 75% to 25%. So if you're going to get that 25% their win, who's the guy to watch from the Thieves today?
Ah, man, I feel like a lot of people would say Kenny, but I'm looking at Octane. I mean, it's really both of them, right? Kenny didn't have the greatest performance in their match versus Las Vegas, but really nobody did. But when they do steamroll teams, typically Kenny just has those wild, huge performances. So I will be looking at him once again, but I just want to shed some light that Octane on LAN was a different beast at this last major in their losers bracket run. I was looking at him to pop off, and yesterday that map 4 really just crumbled. 13 and 26 just cannot happen with their AR players, so both those guys.
Kenny is going to be setting the tone at the front line, and as we take a look at his numbers, pretty solid across the board. A .92, you said, isn't a bad number as long as you're keeping those engagements up.
Yeah, it's not that bad, man. We go through this cycle every year, all right? With Kenny,
Yeah,
where
we
we're
do.
like, yo, he
Yeah, we
needs
do.
to step it up. Like, listen, this is a team effort. They have good chemistry, learning the game together. They just had a historic run online. Sometimes it takes a bit for them to put it together, but I have full faith in Kenny and his ability to get kills and what he does in the map.
Those were his grand final stats, we should point out. That was a best of 7. Today, though, is a best of 5, and I'm not expecting the controls to have as big of an impact. Allie, how do you see this one breaking down, though?
Yeah, unfortunately, as I see this map pool layout, it tells me that LA Thieves has not expanded at all. 4 out of these 5 maps are what we've already seen from that grand final. In that opening Mercado, they cinched by 2 points. It was a single Bar Hill hold that they broke in when they shouldn't have had the ability to, and then they lose the next following 2 maps. So a little worrisome.
Are you worried?
I mean, yeah, obviously they're going up against Atlanta FaZe. I would always be worried. But for LA Thieves, I feel like a best of 5 is just way better for them versus Atlanta FaZe. Like, one, you're getting Hotel, which these are the 2 best Hotel control teams, so it's just a square up when it comes to that. And also on Hardpoint, I do feel like LA Thieves actually have the edge when it comes to the HPs. I am worried about Game 4 aBeZy. They got rid of HyDra in this series, which Atlanta FaZe is not great at. So clearly, LA Thieves are trying to become good at aBeZy. And they would have won it yesterday if Octane had a better performance. So we'll see if they developed it, if we do get to that Game 4.
It's week 1 of the qualifiers. So far, Boston and Subliners are perfect with 2-0 records. Will FaZe get there as well, or will we see another 1-1? It's time to get this one started. We got our casters on the mic once again. Bryson Tunn, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, a game we're all very much looking forward to. A bit about the Titans for these 2 rematch from Major 2, of course. But realistically, how do you feel about these 2 teams coming into it, Ton?
It's a difficult one because we have pretty much seen what we've seen from Thieves online, which is usually pretty bad. But of course, when we did see them in the final, it was a pretty close game across the board. But Atlanta FaZe have looked lights out since we got to the Boston Major. It's just such an intriguing matchup, though. We just don't know what Thieves we're going to get. We know how good FaZe are. We know how good they are going to look in this series. Whether or not Thieves turn up is another thing. And everybody at home, us 2 included, are very much looking forward to the fact that if they do, we got a banger of a series on our hands. Just a couple of little sprinkles of stats to come in here, actually, and I wanted to talk about quite a bit. There's been a lot of conversation around Slasher and Octane, of course. Octane actually 0-8 against Slasher in the CDL, has not beaten once, which I find wild.
He hasn't, but realistically, these are the 2 of the big players we're looking at in this series as well. Octane, whose stock keeps rising this year, and Slasher, when he moved over to Atlanta FaZe, people worried whether or not he would be able to do the business, and do the business he has. But this is the head-to-head between these 2 teams. What a ridiculous stat line for both, Ton.
Yeah, shout out to Brian's stats, bringing some of these ones up. The production, throwing them in there. They are titans of Call of Duty. And just so interested to see who really does take off. I kind of want to reiterate what Nameless was saying on the desk there as well. Octane looked final when he was online in Boston, but Slasher yesterday putting up some numbers. Of course, against the Florida Mutineers, I think you're going to have a bit of a tougher time here up against Octane, of course, but Slasher doesn't need to be the guy for the team. But whereas Octane, when he performs on a high level, this LA Thieves team looks so good. I'm interested to see if Octane can get his first win against Slasher here, and I'm sure that'll be something he wants to completely turn around here.
Certainly so, and I suppose one of the things with LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe is already we are kind of posturing them in a position where we expect to see them at least near the grand finals for the rest of the season. A lot of people consider these 2 some of the top 2 teams in the CDL right now. Atlanta FaZe obviously makes the case because of, you know, winning the last major, and LA Thieves with their incredible run. They beat an awful lot of teams to get there. They did their work. And we were worried about LA Thieves to begin with, right? Like, we were sitting there going, oh, is it going to be the same as last year? Awful. Oh, okay, they've won a major. Oh, they won champs. Start off a bit better. Atlanta FaZe have also kind of broken the trend and going to win a major as well. So I just think whenever we see these 2 teams match up, it's going to be a good game.
Well, hopefully we do get that good game. And looking towards the maps, you know, I think, again, agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with Ant a lot today. We need to stop that for a start. But the map set really is lining up towards FaZe. Of course, you look at this Mercado last time around in the grand finals. It was a very close win to the side of Thieves. But then, of course, we got the S&D El Asilo again, where we see the aBeZy clutch up massively. Then, of course, we move on to the Control, which is going to be Hotel, which, again, the only 2 times that Thieves actually lost online in Control were against FaZe in that grand final. So they seem to have their number there. Thieves seem to be better than everybody else in Control, apart from Vegas, apparently. So let's see how things do go down here in this hard point. I'm interested to see how the opening game is between these two. Thieves really need to come out hot. FaZe, I'm expecting very, very hot start from them, and Simp picking up 2 to kick things off. It's not something you want to see if you're a Thieves fan.
No, but obviously, like, P1 a lot of the time is just going to be throw your nades, try and maneuver for that P2 spawn. So I'm not too worried about the initial gamers going through. You would slightly favour Atlanta FaZe in this matchup as well, realistically, as we move forward. But we'll find out as the maps fall as they do. Right now, Cellium is going to try and fight off Octane.
And the thing that we always talk about when it does come down to Thieves is that their holding and breaking is really solid, but rotationally is somewhere they do struggle. I think when it comes down to Mikado, you really need to be making sure those rotations are on lock. A team that do have a lot of success at rotating on this map, though, is Atlanta FaZe, and you can already tell that comes to fruition. aBeZy finding 3 on the rotation right over towards P2. It's a nice little setup from the side of FaZe. You have to see a pinch coming in from the side of Thieves here. You can already see Octane pushing down the car park side. Big gunfight going to go down there. Slasher will win it, so it's very much one-dimensional push here from the side of Thieves. Not going to be able to find a route through. Simp just about keeping himself alive there, but not for long enough. Slasher towards the back side. The push is going to start coming through from Thieves. 3 players there. aBeZy's still lingering around. Nicely done from the squad. Gonna have to back things down. Pricey, have I got you back?
Yes, I think a bit of a comms mess up there, but don't worry. The game, fortunately, is good enough without me being involved. And you can see the rotations now could be very, very important. Octane trying to do every single piece of work he can. A little bit outnumbered, though.
Yeah, he's done well to rotate himself around here, but FaZe more than ready for that. 15 seconds left to go, and is there going to be the break that came through from Thieves over towards P2? Shots from Drazah. I didn't even see aBeZy on my screen, so he's done very well. And it's just about the pinch to be set up here. Once again, it's FaZe first ones here, but Thieves trying to break.
Waiting for it. In goes Kenny with the first. They're looking for the second trade coming through. Drazah throws it. Wow. And just messed that desk up. There is dust flying everywhere. Envoy eventually gets the second as well. And there was just an awful lot of lead thrown all over tin.
Oh my boy, he's done well. That's 4 in a row when the break does come through from Thieves. Cellium and aBeZy will find 2 over towards the middle of the map, though, so there's a little bit of a pinch potentially set up here for Thieves, but if FaZe run through you like that, it doesn't really matter. All of a sudden, the break comes through. 30 seconds left to go, and we're heading over towards P4. P4 is where Thieves have had a lot of their luck on this map in particular. 60% of the time they find the break, but it looks like they're going to have the rotation on the way over. Envoy has to win this gunfight.
And he's just going to be playing delaying here. The thing is, LA Thieves will be looking for him, trying to sniff him out as he had a shout at down.
Oh, the Simon.
Cellium sniffs him, and they find him to the back alley, but Octane is ready. Locked in here, ready for the battle that's coming up against Slasher, but he moves at the wrong time. Drazah's going to try and get his trade, and he does. Still locking the Thieves out.
Yeah, that's a bad call from Sam. Nonetheless, if you're on the Thieves, you do lock this one in. Big gunfights having to come here from Drazah. They line up nicely. aBeZy and Cellium will see you later. Simp is there. See the next on the chopping block. Beautiful play from Drazah again. Locks down this side of the map. All of a sudden, Thieves are totaling these points up very, very nicely. All thanks to Drazah.
Well, Drazah's now going to have to back up as well. But so much time burnt. Realistically, Atlanta FaZe have to check every single corner again, looking for him. They don't know where he is. They've chowed everything. Now a double chow going to come through. Looks for aBeZy. Oh, wow. Through the sky, and that's a huge break. Only Octane stands in the way, but it's too late. They've got into the hill. The stun, the chow, and Simp wrecks him. And it will be off to the rotation, but what a break from FaZe.
Really good break for about 20 seconds. For the side of FaZe, that just looked very easy. It's one kill through the middle of the map, and all of a sudden, things break wide open. Yeah, Drazah gets pushed by a couple. He's likely to die, but you need the players on the point to stay alive. Nobody covering the mid-map push, but here we go from Thieves. They're going to be the first ones here. They were the first ones there on P4 and got the majority. Can they lock this one in now? Cellium pushing from one side.
He's going to get gunned down before he could do anything. The trades are up through this.
Envoy's on his own.
The fight for Simp as he looks to fight his way in for his teammates. No reinforcements yet, though, so any trade he has to stay alive for, and he hasn't done it. LA Thieves continue to pile pressure through. aBeZy going for a long-range gunfight versus Octane. The cut was just not there for them. Slasher can't get it either. Octane cuts down one route for them. All they've got to do now, LA Thieves, is look one direction.
Nicely done from the side of Thieves. And And I really want to highlight the play from Envoy. We didn't really get to see a lot of it, but he finds 3 to lock it down when he was left all alone. Simp sitting at 13 and 6. He's had a good game. Let's go on board with him. Trying to find a break over towards the backside as the rest of Thieves now trying to find a push through here. He's going to lock this down and locking it down well with the Vazdev.
And now they've got to be a little bit careful. Thieves are spreading. Cellium makes one pinch already, so back alley's going to be completely open. And the Thieves look like they were trying to stack that. They had every direction ready to go, but they just didn't win a gunfight.
It's a really nice setup from the side of FaZe, though. Octane trying to get it done, but it's just so hard. The 6 different windows in Cantina that you're staring at when you make this push via hedges. They will find a route through, though, and that's a big gunfight win from Envoy. Simp doesn't finish his dinner, and all of a sudden they find the break. The setup from FaZe looked wonderful, but they could not lock it down. Thieves are just so good at breaking hills on this game. That one looked pretty much incomprehensible that they would find a way through, but they find a way through. They hold it down. Wonderful, wonderful play from Thieves again. Rotations starting to come through. FaZe, again, the first one's there, but Thieves, their breaking has been superb so far.
Both teams really throwing everything at this, and LA Thieves really are making a name for themselves. Got Octane hold it again. Cellium slides into as he picks up a 2-piece, and now he's going to the sky. Ready for anybody to go for this push. Only a palm tree for cover.
Octane winning the AR battle right now. Envoy's having a great game as well. 13 and 12 may not seem like an outstanding stat line, but he is finding the kills importantly in the right places. He's going to find one at aBeZy as well. Can he completely rebuttal this attack from FaZe 1-2? Octane helps him out. Simp will recover over towards the barbershop side, and Slasher will find another. It's looking like a good break from FaZe. Octane's still here.
They've still got a lot of defense to go as the reinforcements slowly get there. Drazah's going to challenge Slasher, and Slasher will come away with a gunfight. Octane's been alive in here for...
Oh!
It's a 5 streak. It's a 6 streak for him.
Oh my God!
Octane, as he continues to hold it down. Human turret hit the road.
Lando is screaming at his TV right now. My word. Big players coming in from Octane. Locks it down all on his own, and all of a sudden Thieves are looking about 40 points away. Atlanta FaZe came into this really hot, but since P3 they have been nowhere in this game. Thieves have found rotation, and we know they're great at holding and breaking, but you don't need to break when you're already there. Really good holds from the side of Thieves have been so influential in this game. We have another rotation, and you would count out anybody but FaZe in this situation. We've seen big comebacks before. It's gonna have to be another big one here.
Now you can see both teams just being cautious. Neither want to commit to P1 without positioning, and Envoy is going to be in a crazy space. LA Thieves line up the kill feed as well. They should have a spawn. They're even looking towards P1 to put a little bit of pressure on. For Atlanta FaZe, it has gone from bad to worse. And while Sid will find a 2-piece, they need P2.
They need P2. They may well find it. That's a couple of kills falling their way. Octane now left all on his own, isn't able to find anything, so it's a nice break from FaZe, and a timely one at that. 60 seconds to play for here as we head over towards this rotation. For the side of Thieves, there's no need to panic just yet. That lead is still sitting at around 100. It could be very well reduced by the time we head over towards P3. But look at this stack coming in from Thieves. They're hitting the alley.
Slasher just holding the angle, ready. Has a trophy with him as well, and you can even see now they don't really want to jam him. Octane's going to go for another one here. Just cutting down the angle, looking for them. Doesn't find both, but the rest of the team will. And Atlanta FaZe have just held every single angle you can. It could be a full P260.
It's looking that way so far. Thieves, as I mentioned at the top of the hill, we do not need to panic about this, but Envoy and Cammy will find a couple of kills themselves. They will have a little look at this now, but rotation is going to be important. It's actually Cammy to find a rotation. I'll kill Cellium. 7 spree for him. 1 HP, and he does just continue. He's looking over alley, then checks back towards the hedges to make sure that they lock that one down. But that is an entire 60 points for the side of FaZe, and what was a 100-point game is now a 50.
And this is where it gets crucial. Here comes the cruise. Every tack and nade from FaZe has to hit this site. They need to throw it all in, get the trophies out so they can do something with
the window.
It's not going to hit nothing at the moment. Envoy will get that first kill as well. FaZe need the break, but they find nothing. Cellium last alive after putting the cruise in, now just has to hold fire as the time ticks away for Thieves.
10 seconds. for the side of Thieves to take away map number 1. FaZe, you've got one more push at it. They gotta go. They can't find it. Octane and Drazah, the AR battle, very much belonging to Thieves, as does map number 1.
And Thieves take it to them. You saw a little bit of a flash from FaZe. They could have came back into it, but it was all on the break. And Thieves didn't blink. They saw straight into the abyss and said, all right, no worries. I thought maybe, just maybe if they found something, but Envoy finding that first kill as well. FaZe had nothing.
And honestly, it feels like everybody from the side of Thieves really did chip in when needed. I think it's a single stage, at least for anybody. I think Kenny's the only one that I didn't really think in my mind had a highlight play. Drazah found 3 to lock down Cantina when they were pushing over towards Barbershop. Octane found what felt like 15 kills over towards P7. And Envoy time and time again found those rotational kills. Really big game on the side of the LA Thieves. And I'd imagine Kenny was doing plenty of work on the map, but I think it was just so many highlight plays from some of the others, like Envoy finding a couple here. This was it from Drazah. Yes, okay, they line up nicely for him here, but the importance of these kills can't be underestimated. Simp then falls as well. Really well played. And I mean, FaZe had 80 points heading over towards P4. That you know, that's fine. But the majority of that time went over towards Thieves, and then every single hill after that, it feels like they won the rotation as well. From this stage, they just never slowed down. And FaZe really struggled to break. It felt like on the odd occasion they threatened, then all of a sudden the Thieves player would come up with some crazy clutch to lock it in. Thieves firing on all cylinders in map number 1, and they are here for vengeance after that grand final. It's a great start to the series for them.
Yeah, I think there was some really good teamwork from Thieves as well, and that was maybe the difference from me. And out of FaZe just really struggled with the picking apart and the bait and switching. Over and over again, when they went for a break, you'd see, you know, a Thieves member go for the trade, get it, and then get out. And while FaZe tried to trade, they would end up getting gunned by someone from a different direction. It was very much a clinic from them in the end, and realistically, at one point, I think the slaying was pretty much even, but Thieves are pulling further and further ahead. Look at that, even that in the slaying department, a 0.96 there for Thieves. Simp went 23 and 14, but they just couldn't find the kills where it mattered. They actually killed more on that map. And if you think they didn't have that, what, 60-second P2, how bad it would have looked.
Looking over towards the general stats, LAT actually got outslayed by 1 kill there and still win it by 80. We tell you that kills, yeah, okay, they make a difference, but they are not the be-all and end-all, and that is a good example as to why. Great holds from the side of Thieves get the job done. LSCLO Search and Destroy coming up next, and they'll be looking to put away some demons. If you are the side of Thieves here, it was a 6-5 victory to the side of Atlanta FaZe. Notoriously, I think, you know, for Thieves, I think the controls have probably hurt them, knowing how well they played in general across the whole entire event, obviously in Boston, and then to lose 2 of them in that final. I actually said it on the desk that I thought, you know, if they go on to win those controls, if they can continue, I feel like they've got a really good chance in this final. They didn't. I'm not saying that that's the only reason they lost the final, but it definitely felt influential. Of course, we do have a search and destroy before that, but the control will be crucial here.
Yeah, and here's the kind of the thing between these two teams as well, right? Like, we kind of spoke about it before the game started. We are expecting these two teams to match up late in tournaments pretty frequently. And then it becomes a game of kind of chess between the two of them. They will know each other very, very well from their breaks to the way that they are going to play rounds. And when you have teams like this that aren't really going to change their roster very much, because I don't see these two teams really underperforming in the near future, it basically becomes like a very, very disciplined matchup. Like, you're going to know every player on the other team, their tendencies, what they're going to do, and roughly where they're going to be, right? So when you prepare for a game like this, it's not as much about the VOD as kind of reminding yourself of the fundamentals you need to play map by map.
Those fundamentals have been solid from the side of FaZe. I mean, look, we said originally that rotations were a really big problem for them, and I didn't feel like Thieves would be a team that you would then have to really struggle about it. Yes, okay, in the statistics department, we have seen FaZe definitely get better at those rotations, but we didn't see much of it there. So fundamentals on that side of things, not great in map number 1, but map number 2, when you think of fundamentals of Search and Destroy, you think of those first bloods. Well, I just want to tell you that Atlanta FaZe's stats for this are insane. 60% of the time they are finding those first bloods. Both these two teams are the top 2 teams of finding them. But the difference is here as well is that the actual difference between both these two teams, and you can see already the first blood percentage on this map specifically. But LAT are second in first bloods at 53%. That's 7 full percentages behind Atlanta FaZe. That might not sound a lot, but it is. And I trust you that trust me, I should say, that it is a big difference. Now let's see if FaZe can actually convert something. It was a 6-5 victory for them in the Search and Destroy against Thieves, and Boston specifically on LSC. It was 6-5 in first bloods. They are massively influential in this matchup.
Well, the first bloods haven't yet dropped on this first round. Will Kenny be the first to strike? aBeZy will be, because of course he will.
So good at it.
First blood aBeZy, but it goes down to a 3 versus 3. The trade is made.
I'm getting the start line on aBeZy's first blood as well. I'm going to throw them all out there. Simp with the second one. And in terms of converting the first bloods into round wins, there is nobody better than Atlanta FaZe as well. When it comes down to LSCLO, we got a first-hand look at it on the main stage. We're getting a look at it here as well. Now, 2 versus 3 for Thieves.
Simp going to stay put. Envoy trying to find out if he can just see him as well, and he gets the first kill. They've already broken to the bomb site. Atlanta FaZe have given this up a little bit, waiting to get their way through as well. Slasher has to back off. Cellium going for the wall bang, but it hasn't worked out. Oh, wait a second. I'm going to need to replay of the timing. I thought that was done.
Oh, brother.
That looks full.
Oh, that's close. It was literally... Obviously, he runs out of bullets because it's shooting him through the wall. Not quite doing the damage, but we've seen that spot from Cellium before. You know he's going to play it. Let's see. Oh, this is going to be absurdly close. Oh. I'm going to say, what, less than half a second?
Yeah, something along those lines. A bullet difference, a bullet missed. May have decided that round. The wall bang from Cellium. Envoy got 3 as well. And this time they get a chance to attack. See if they do anything a little... Backstun's not as good as he probably would have liked it.
Tough one to take. Envoy now. Oh, hello. Let's get out there. That's another first blood for aBeZy. It's a second kill from aBeZy. This man just loves LSCLO Search and Destroy. Just loves Search and Destroy in general. Can he find it? Oh, great snap from Kenny. It's actually going to make it a 1 versus 1 now. Octane against Slasher.
And here we go. The battle we highlighted at the start of this series. Veterans, and high-performing veterans at that. Dead silence pop for Octane. Bomb scooped up. Has to make a decision now. This is what it will come down to in the end. And while he goes for this plant, it gives Slasher an opportunity to catch him on the out if he goes for it.
Slasher holds the angle. Nicely done. Octane was thinking he was coming down low, but no. Slasher up top and waiting for the daddy to hit its spots, but that's 2-0 to Atlanta FaZe. It's 2 first bloods and 2 rounds. No better team at converting them. It's an absurd stat line again. I was looking at these before the game and I'm like, wow, these boys are something different. 78% of the time when they get that first blood, they are converting the round. It is a CDL high stat. The highest in the league, and you're getting a first-hand look. Yes, okay, that was a 1 versus 1, but they just move around the map and use their numbers advantage to the best of their ability. And we're seeing that first-hand again. 2-0 to FaZe here.
And you got to say, obviously, both of them kind of knew the angle they had to play. That's the crazy thing. I said it before. They kind of know tendencies of each other team. Let's get on board with aBeZy. The first blood maestro himself. Will he find anything this time? Simp opens the door. aBeZy throws the stun. First check here. Wall bangs coming through. aBeZy might go for a move here. Dead silence popped. Wants his health to regen. There it goes. Now can move. Slasher finds the first blood this time around, though.
Slasher allowed by aBeZy to find that first blood. Now pushing it over towards there. These first bloods are just really hurting the side of Thieves. FaZe just play them so well. Kenny, peekaboo. Yep, aBeZy's already here and waiting. Octane having the back gun down. 2 versus 4 now for the side of Thieves.
They're trying to get in any sort of position for any sort of a pick. Slasher's going to be up top as well, and Octane's going to try and take the gunfight, but it's a 1 versus 4. He finds the first out. The problem's going to be the rest of FaZe will have gone to ground.
There's just no way, right? Oh, at shots. The snap is not quick enough, though. aBeZy is frying Thieves at the moment. I think we all remember the 1 versus 3. Hasn't had to find himself in any of those situations just yet, but a 5-2 KD. And just a moment again to talk about how far ahead this guy is of everybody. You know, this is actually coming from Tim, of course, but the first blood rate, as far as everybody else goes, he is above and beyond everybody else. Like the per round, the amount of first bloods that aBeZy is finding per round on a general average is 0.27. The next best is 0.2 in Shotzzy. And again, it doesn't sound a lot. It is a massive difference. aBeZy, best search and destroy player in the game at the moment. We're getting a first-hand look at it again here on LSC. Look.
Thieves, this time around, trying to see if they can get the first blood and they can convert, but door goes open, first blood to FaZe. Wow. Door closed. That simple. Looking for it. This could be a push here for them as well. Lots of stuns going through. Simp will get away with his life, and aBeZy will drop to Envoy. Now it goes down to a 3 versus 3.
We'll be hearing this. Easy kill for Envoy. Slasher will find one on Octane now. 2 versus 2. This is looking like a more likely round for the side of Thieves. Are you going to child out on the Cellium? Of course you are. Kenny's here to help. Now 1 versus 1.
Slasher looks for him on the outside, but
he'll be hearing this surely.
Has hit the movement. He's going slow. That's why he's doing it. Oh, he's going to come behind him now, I think.
He's downstairs.
Oh, he's below him. It's all right. Can't tell context from that direction. Here comes the drop, and he's going to see him as well. Has to get out of there. And Slasher expects to reach out. Kenny goes for the plant.
Oh, it's bold. It's bold from the side of Kenny. Now he has the info as well. He can back him down, but Slasher still in a terrible spot.
Good to see him as well. Kenny goes for it and gets it with the Vaznev. Unbelievable. I'm fair saying Kenny actually jumped over some of the traces from Slasher in that round when he was wallbanging the door. But that was a dangerous position for Kenny as well. A bullet or 2 missed and Slasher might have been able to do something.
Honestly, it was really good shots from both of them. Kenny managing to hit them onto Slasher there, but the Vaznev is at the disadvantage in that scenario. Slasher, the second hit, the bullets though. And that is what's going to make the difference. Thieves get themselves on the board. So that is 3 out of 4 first bloods converted for the side of FaZe, but 4 out of 4 first bloods, of course, going in their favor. If Thieves can start finding some, they'll be in a little bit of a better spot. Drazah typically is a good S&D performer for the side of Thieves, not getting things done quite yet. Envoy holding in over towards it. A little bit of a slower setup from FaZe.
The trophy's going to go down. Envoy trying to just slow their roll a little bit.
Back them down.
You can see FaZe looking for an angle, and it's going to be caught as well. Laying down in the middle of it. Won't even get the trade from Octane. 2 have gone down from Thieves. And they will take full control of this bomb site as Octane and Drazah will now have to clutch.
It just always feels like the Thieves are at a disadvantage. It's not working out for them so far. Octane, surely they know where you are. Good shots on the Cellium nonetheless. 2 versus 3.
And now, can they find the rest of it? It is going to be difficult to dig them out, and he's not going to. The 1 versus 3 for Octane, left again in a clutch scenario. Won't even find the first bomb site as a flying FaZe player comes through the wall. And Atlanta FaZe continue to look dominant and confident on this S&D. Oh, it wasn't even aBeZy. It's going to be Slasher.
I think Slasher had seen him and he was chasing him down. That's why you see aBeZy come flying out of mid-map into bar, and he's like, yeah, well, we know where he is. FaZe dominant so far, the best S&D team in the game at this stage for me. I think a few people would have argued former Florida. Not looking too hot at the minute. Vegas, of course, as well. But FaZe seem a different level at this moment in time. Looking to tie the series up 2 rounds away from doing so.
Simp making a play with the dead side, looking for the first. Going to find that FaZe
again
as well. And they've let him straight through. Advantage again to FaZe. aBeZy now pops his own dead silence, and it's Envoy in a 1 versus 3. They're going to find him as well, and he gets away with his health, but that information means he will now be hunted down as bullets fly all around this map. And yep, he's back in spawn.
I'll keep talking about it. That is now 6 first bloods in a row for FaZe. We're going to go perfect here. You'd like to think they're going to make this 5-1, but can Envoy pull something out of the fire here? Cellium spotted him. Here come the rest of them. There you go. Another round to FaZe. This is as dominant as you could possibly want if you're an Atlanta FaZe fan. Search and Destroy is looking quite final.
Over and over again, Thieves just don't seem to look like they are comfortable on this map. They lose the first bloods, their angles are open, and FaZe keep finding it just over and over again. It's one of these ones where they watch the VOD going, yep, we left it open this 1 round out of 8 and they found it.
Can Thieves find a bounce back here? Drazah yet to get on the board. Not ideal from his point of view. Stun comes through, the check will be there. aBeZy, another first blood. If they close out this round, they would have done it in every single round of El Asilo here against the Thieves. It's now a 3 versus 4. 3 versus 2, sorry, in their favor.
Kenny playing patient. The doors are closed, and that presents a little bit of an issue for him. He would like to go through there and see if he could just peek and find somebody. We might see Simp. He's going to see it. No, but Simp sees him first, and Kenny goes down. Octane left in a clutch again. I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but the rounds have basically all been the same.
Same old story. Octane left. 1 versus 3. He has been quite often left on his own, but that is as high a level of a search and destroy as you could possibly want from Atlanta FaZe. Thieves just not at the races. Drazah, I don't believe he found a kill and will walk away and have to regain after that. But FaZe, you find the first bloods, you win the S&Ds. It's as simple as that. And they did it every single round.
And FaZe, I feel like there is very little from LA Thieves that you could say, hey, they were doing this wrong. It was just first blood after first blood. Drazah never found a kill the entire game. Didn't even get the damage for a full kill at the end of it, realistically. Like, kind of a crazy round for them. But the first bloods, it's just clinical from them. There shouldn't be that many.
I mean, at this stage, I like, just to reiterate what I've been saying, Tim's putting some good stuff out there on Twitter. Make sure to follow all of our stats, guys. But like, to see the graph that he actually put up, to see the difference between normal people and aBeZy in terms of these first bloods. He was the one that found the most again on FaZe, who found every single one of them. And when you're at that much of a disadvantage, that many rounds in a row, this kind of scoreline is going to happen.
Hey, on a positive,
okay,
Drazah has got himself into a very elite club. 3rd donut of the season, I believe, with Nero and Vivid. So you win some, you lose some, really.
First one in the top 250 in round play, though.
Hey, that's very true. Well, we said it'd be a good series, but that S&D was kind of insane with the first bloods ton, and I don't know how much more we can break down about it. I'm guessing that the Thieves are going to have to really look and figure out a way to stop aBeZy.
Yeah, they need to. I mean, look, map number 1 was really good performance from the side of Thieves, but they'll be looking back at that search and destroy, because you can see, if that first blood happens so many times, you can see what's going wrong. I'm sure they'll review it and they will come back stronger, but that's going to be a tough one to take. Control coming up next. You need to fix your heads and get into it, because this is going to be an important one based on what we see in map number 2. You don't want to see map number 5.
You certainly don't. Well, let's find out how map number 3 will go after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here on the Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL. There's our wonderful control room showing you all the point of views, and that's why it's not easy to run a production setup, well, compared to what some people on social media say, but this is a wonderful group of people, and I love them all, and I'm probably going to just send them a massive box of donuts at some point, Ton.
Well, why would you spoil it? I know you said it.
Hey,
you said it to me before.
I love
Why would
them.
you spoil it?
I love them. They're getting a present.
All right, okay. I do like them as well, but you know, if you want to be a kiss ass, you feel free, bro. You know. I mean, it sounds like they're keen for the donuts. They're keen for the donuts. Shout out to all those guys back there, though. Thank you very much. We got a donut map number 2 as well. Priestahh, we forget about that one. I don't think Drazah will for a little while. That one is a tough one to take, but FaZe steamrolled through Thieves in map number 2. After Thieves with a really comfortable map number 1. This series is set up very nicely as we head into map number 3. The records pretty similar. Of course, you can see the offensive win rate there for the side of FaZe is looking a little bit better, but overall, both these two teams are very good at wholesale control. It's a bit of a square up. Which way does this one go?
Oh, at the moment, can we get the first blood? And there is a kind of a trick here, by the way. You can play on this B push if you are the first team, because the defending team won't have trophies. So if you'll run it, throw all your nades, they're effectively a bit more effective because nothing will block them. But it hasn't worked out at the moment for them, and they will go for A here at this point, Thieves.
Somebody's been playing rank play, haven't they?
Yeah,
here we go. Thieves get themselves over towards the A side. It's going to be a lock on to get them a hold of this one. FaZe will not have a chance now to maybe counteract this as Drazah will find Cellium. Just a note on Thieves as well. They won 8 controls in a row before they were stopped in that grand finals against FaZe, losing both. But this A point is going to go over towards the side of Thieves now. A full 2 minutes to make their way over towards B. Octane will find Simp on the way around. These kills towards the back are influential. How many times have we talked about it? Bedroom control is paramount. Gotta make sure you lock it in. This is really nice from Thieves.
We're going for that fast break, and you are right.
Oh, wow.
The only thing that stands ahead of them is going to be a player in bedroom. aBeZy. Can he do it? That first tick? He's slowly but surely coming in. It's already through. Drazah now trying to set up for the wrong side. aBeZy finds a kill at the same time, and they're putting the squeeze, and they go down, and it's a fight every single direction. Can he come away with the first trade? It's him versus Slasher. Has to just stay ducking and diving.
Staying alive as best he can. Drazah to the rescue. Now FaZe spawning out. Nobody inside a bedroom. If you have Thieves, yeah, okay, we could say just stack it, but make sure you find these kills. The big push through mid-map's going to come in. Octane will find one. Drazah another. Is that the round of the back?
Oh, Drazah's the last player alive. It will slowly go through as he's just going to play his life. Slasher goes for it. It's no good.
Lovely.
It's done.
Wow.
Thieves go A, go B, win.
I mean, getting themselves over towards A, it's a nice little slay out there. You get the job done. All right, if you're FaZe, you're not panicking. But the transition is what makes the difference there. Octane and Code towards the back, get the job done. And FaZe have to rely on that player in bedroom. Yeah, okay, we talk about it so often. Being in bedroom is so important. But if you found 3 towards the back, who's left alive on the map? It's aBeZy. Where the hell else is he going to be? If you're Thieves, you are aiming towards that top bedroom. Yes, okay, it does poke out and find one, but that is it. Thieves, that was very, very efficient. Get it done in pretty much record time. Now they have to defend. Well done.
Ready for kills going down. Drazah looking to get off that donut and just put some pressure on this control. Simp now looking for a little bit of control himself, looking for the players he knows going to be in kitchen. You can see Atlanta FaZe starting to get into a position, but they've got to deal with Kenny.
Simp is, yeah, to try and ease some of this pressure that Thieves are putting on. You can see Thieves on the minimap. Just having a little look. They know A is not the be-all and end-all if you do go on to lose it. Just a little bit of a squeeze here. Even if they don't find the kills to retake this, they're in a position to stop FaZe going any further.
aBeZy finds the first as well as they look forward to get into this, and somehow
they're all dead.
Against Octane. 1 health remaining, and now moving fast. Actually going to get a little bit stunned, so his health stops regenerating as well. It stops him in his track as the nade will hit him at the same time. Thieves already looking to lock this one down and not let them through.
Good shots coming in from Octane to eventually clean up on Slasher. Envoy there to help with Cellium. Simp still past the halfway line though. The rest of the team on the way. Well cleaned out by Thieves. and get rid of one of the FaZe players that was going to cause issue. And that got a little bit scary for a second. That collapse on over towards A said it's to contain FaZe as much as you can. So you've got at least some information as to where they are. They all get wiped and nearly get punished for it. With Thieves now, less about holding your spawn. But, I mean, the spawn into bottom lights is going to, bless aBeZy. That caught me off guard.
And here's the thing. They're going to send aBeZy in to bedroom and trying to see if he can dig them out. For the rest of the Thieves, they are digging in themselves. Let's do a listen in with LA Thieves and find out how they're feeling in the comms.
Dig right. I'm staying on mid. Go ahead. He's bottom bed. He's on the ladder.
Hey, I'm on the vent. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
He can be got at instant comes. Hot the ball. Another one. Cat. Dead.
Nice. He's still bottom bed.
I killed him.
No, Tyler. Oh, yeah, light stairs. Top plate's going bottom bed. Bottom bed. He's standing on the ladder. Standing on the ladder. Tyler. There he goes.
Let's go. He's top. One shot. Simp going cat. Res late.
I might be able to pick it up from Dub.
He's cat late. He's big as fuck. Top bed 2 sec. Gotta live. He's there. Low bed, one shot. Good job, Sam.
Hey, I thought
low bed going top ladder. You can chill. I'm on our bed. They can be checking.
D2.
One ladder.
Nice ladder.
I'm checking out.
Ladder point. Top lights and point. Fire kills. I'm top bed. I'm top bed. D1 stairs. D1. One shot. Hey,
And Homework going to speed of the comms accelerates. Thieves get a little bit panicked, a little bit flustered, but they hold every single direction. The huge wrap in bedroom, by the way, just caught out of FaZe a little bit off guard. But Thieves hold it, and there is a great example of how comms can change from point to point. Thieves sounded calm when they were trying to figure out where FaZe were and were applying the pressure. And then it got mixy, and everybody was spitting.
And that's what it has to be like. I mean, you listen to Thieves, and I think a huge highlight of Octane and what he brings to a team is his comms. They are, for me, the best in the game. Whenever we go to listen-ins, I'm always thinking about what Octane's saying. He's always so slow and calm. But then, you're right, because FaZe start panicking. There's not much more time to go here. We have to start moving fast, so do the comms. LA Thieves get the job done, though. That's 2-0 now. An attacking defense underneath their belt. They're looking over towards A. Trying to lock it in nice and early. That'll be a good 2 minutes and 16 seconds if they can do it perfectly here. Over towards the restaurant.
Will Simp go for this? It could be the double chow. One up high, one down low, but Cellium will eventually get the trade. Envoy's going to look for it as well. Cellium is not going to have any joy. That is A secured again very, very fast. Can they repeat the magic trick?
FaZe don't have anybody in bedroom here, but the problem is Thieves will expect it. So everybody from the front, and now come FaZe. Drazah towards the back has got a job to do here. Should get traded, will get traded. Simp will take him down. Octane not in a bad spot, though, to slow down any pressure that FaZe will start to put on. As they spawn over towards kitchen, though, so that will give them the indication somebody is over here towards bedroom. Of course, it is aBeZy. aBeZy now dead. Octane's done well. Map a little bit all over the place here, but not a bad spot for the side of Thieves.
Looking for a few more kills, and Octane will probably want control. Jumps out with a wide chow and wipes him off the map. It's given an FaZe an opportunity. They're moving into bedroom, they're moving into lights. They just want to keep pushing this one forward. And it's going to take a little while. Kenny's going to go on the flank, but it's going to take some time for that to become active.
I'd have loved to see that kill from Simp from his POV. That looked disgusting. 40-6 from Envoy. Needs to keep continuing to clear out the side of FaZe, but Cellium towards the back is causing a lot of issues as well. Feels like Thieves are kind of headbutting at the moment. Need to slow this one down, maybe be a bit more meticulous. But is that maybe just FaZe the ones that are making it a little bit chaotic? Great shots coming in there across the map, but still, FaZe in control. Lives, somehow even.
Guys are ready to put the pressure on the side. Cellium going to be waiting for him as well. And right now, Thieves cannot find any purchase. They're trying to figure out a way through this as Slash continues it going forward. Every single time we're seeing a FaZe member push through and find members of the Thieves, it is frustrating them as they can't get all 4 of their players on the right side of the map. Oh, wait.
This is a chance. aBeZy and Slash are over towards the back though, but Thieves have that information. I'm pretty sure they know at least one of the players is here. If they can scope out the other, this will help as they are on point. They're counting it down, but aBeZy will be there to find one. Slasher still alive towards the back as well. Still going. It's aBeZy and Slasher towards bedroom. Last 2 alive momentarily for FaZe, and you can see that Thieves are pushed up. Final opportunity, 15 seconds to go.
Already a few kills going down. Atlanta FaZe hold all the cards. Simp gonna look for this player as well, finds him. And while the pressure will come through, aBeZy is waiting. Envoy will fall to him at the same time. Comes out, looks for the second kill, gets it easily. And aBeZy waiting in the wings will shut down the Thieves' attack.
Lovely stuff. Once again, just doing his job to the highest level. But that's only the first round for FaZe. They still need to find an attack of their own. And then based on the slaying, I mean, it's hard to say. We'll keep an eye on it. Looking towards the ticks there as well. I don't think Thieves got much over towards the B side. I'd have to have it confirmed. But either way, things looking good still for the side of Thieves. What can FaZe do to answer back here? Can we see a round number 5, or do Thieves head into the lead over towards Emerson?
aBeZy already moving forward, being aggressive here this time on A. The kills will just fall their way this time. And LA Thieves probably won't even bother coming over to this point. They're not going to find a kill here. They'll be looking for an exit and to spread this map out.
Nice from Slasher there. I actually quite like that. It's heads-up play. Expecting the pinch to start to come through, and again, Thieves did that last time. They wanted to set up around the point, squeeze FaZe in, at least get a count on exactly where they are to help them formulate a better defensive plan. But Slasher slowly making his way around, his teammates making their way around towards the side of the Thieves spawn. Good check from Kenny though. Catches Slasher out. It's a bit of bad timing on his behalf, but nonetheless, look at where aBeZy is. He will cause issue here. They just need to set up with him. It's a push through bedroom. You got to clear that out. Look at Envoy all the way towards the back. They'll prime them ready to go over towards bedroom when needed.
On a 4 streak at the moment, aBeZy wants to make it 5. Will be heard here by Octane and almost gets a 360 as he goes through the door. But Octane will find both and shut down that flank completely. And now they move. Thieves looking for more bedroom control. They are not allowing them to do anything, no matter what fancy magical tricks aBeZy tries to pull.
And the thing is here, Thieves don't know exactly where the side of FaZe are spawning. They are going to find a little crack in the defense of Thieves here, and aBeZy will find Octane. Now this is panic stations for the side of Thieves. They've got to get themselves over there. Slasher will find another. This is a big opportunity.
They have managed to get their way through.
Gotta go.
Envoy needs to find something here as well. That second tick is in. The third is rocking forward as well.
Oh, it's gone.
Thieves can find nothing. He dives into the point, into the gun of Slasher. And Atlanta FaZe find a win. It's all tied up as we move towards round number 5.
Oh, and if you're Thieves, you've got all the information you want. You're pushed so far up that it forces the kitchen spawn. Somebody in restaurant to cut off anything going on over there. You got someone towards the back of bedroom as well. It's actually Envoy all the way to the car park. Just chilling, waiting for players to transition over. But you cannot account for the fact that you all get gunned. For Thieves, that's pretty much played the round perfectly until they didn't. Atlanta FaZe do a good job of getting themselves out. And all of a sudden, out of nothing, it's 2 rounds in a row from them after Thieves started with 2 rounds in a row of their own. And we go to a round number 5. It's Atlanta FaZe on the attack. Can they do that again?
And now they're looking for it. aBeZy on the attack. Thieves this time have stacked it as well. Envoy will find that first blood.
Oh, they're ready.
Envoy finds a second. aBeZy will have to try and do something pretty spectacular here as he gets away with it and eventually falls at the same time. They've got to be careful here though, Thieves. Bit of a split going through. Which one do they commit to?
Yeah, bit of a stretch over for the side of Atlanta FaZe. If you're Thieves, what do you make the decision to do here? Okay, they're going to clear A off now, and now they're going to be pulled over towards the B side. Slasher is set up here. This is lovely from the side of FaZe. Great shots from Slasher. Are they going to line up for any more? Here they come through the middle of the map. Thieves trying for the retake.
Already that second tick's going through. At some point, they have to go with it. That team kill could move to Sasha. Cellium takes a Semtex to the face, but is alive. Simp still laying down, goes for the kill onto him, and B is locked in. B is locked in. I was just double checking there, and Thieves will have to settle to defending A. There is an order on a menu, and it's one item. It's snakes, and it's going to the restaurant, because that's what they're going to have to do to hold this for almost 2 minutes.
We have seen teams hold it. We have seen it happen. It is not completely done and dusted here for the side of FaZe. Really good player by Thieves. They are locking down Kitchen. They need to hold this as best they can. It spawns FaZe away. It makes it just a little bit harder to get over towards that side of the map. And something in the favor of Thieves is the lives as well. There's only 14 remaining for FaZe with 1:20 to go. You've got to be a little bit more careful with your lives here.
Octane feeling the pressure, you know, and he doesn't find anybody. He's just waiting for them to
shots.
Kenny continuing to run rampant. 15 and 23 so far, but these kills now matter. Drazah finds one on the flank as well. The Thieves are doing a great job of splitting this map in half and keeping control of A.
Oh, wow. It's great shots from Slasher. Drazah has to back down from his position, but you wouldn't be expecting Kenny inside of Jewel. There's one. The second perfectly set up with the stun. Slasher, the next one on the chopping block, potentially he will find the kill. Finds a second as well with the grenade. Simp inside the point. The snake's on point from Drazah. Finds a second. All alone, he had to find that. The rest of the Thieves now on the way, but FaZe are here in numbers as well.
And Drazah just staying alive on a 4-streak as well.
47
the rubber ankles, boing, boing, just continuing going. The pressure will mount here. Come out of FaZe. He has to keep on going with it as well. So he's got him. Octane just throwing every bit of that he can do as well.
Look at Envoy.
The flank from Envoy will have to come through. The Denny
He's silent.
Hero play, but they are snaking in restaurant every single step of the way, and he gets two. Surely not the third. Oh! Gun slasher! Oh my goodness! The flank pays out from Envoy's huge map. 29 and 17, and the snakes have been thrown into a pit that Indiana Jones will fall in at some point. But my goodness, what an ending!
Observer's MVP for getting to that one. You've seen him on the minimap. I was ready to call it myself. And he makes the smart play about not shooting immediately. He knows the snaking going to be going on. He can't just go for the heads. He moves himself around into the position where he can pounce as quickly as possible. Finds two, slashes the next one. Lovely stuff from Envoy, and what was looking like a round that was well played from Thieves. And then FaZe break in. But Envoy says absolutely not. It is a stellar map from him at 29 and 17. 25 non-traded kills. What a game.
What an ending. And the stress he must have been feeling to hit that pinch at that time. The Denny was ticking. His teammates were falling. And he finds it when he needs it. Also, a big shout to Drazah. He held the fort as long as he could. What a ridiculous game of control. We knew what that restaurant was going to come down to. Everybody bouncing like the pogo sticks were on sale.
Despicable, really. But, I mean, look at a perfect counter from Envoy. He knows exactly what's going to happen in that situation. He knows where they're going to be, and he uses it to his advantage. I'm sure we'll obviously get a replay of it towards the end of these highlights. But it was a really good start from Thieves. FaZe started clawing back like they always do. They are never out of it until the game is over.
Well, I guess Thieves learned to phase up. They can do it too. Oh, that control was great.
That was really good.
I was thinking it was going to be pretty faster after I saw Thieves get the first two, but FaZe made a really good fight of it, and if it wasn't for this play...
Yeah, here we go, here we go.
End.
Yeah, he knows what they're going to do. Slasher watching the back, you ain't watching nothing, son. Lovely from Envoy to close it out. And I really feel like that was a must-win for the side of Thieves. Looking towards the eliminations, it's a pretty heavy outside from the side of Thieves, of course, with the 3-2 victory. 29 and 17 from both Drazah and Envoy. Both with 5 assists as well. Perfectly balanced, like everything should be.
Yeah, really big game from them as well. I mean, they did have 3 defenses, but it came down to just the tiniest thing there as well. Like, you got to think, if Slasher had found him, there was basically no way Thieves were breaking back into that point. There was too many ready for it. But LA, they find the second respawn. They want the third.
aBeZy hardpoint coming up. Hey, I tell you what, this has been a good one, hasn't it? We close out the week. Lovely stuff. Honestly, we kind of expected this as a potential for a really good game. Of course, Thieves against FaZe, it's pretty much guaranteed every single time. But with Thieves' online form, there was a query, especially we were sitting in the green room thinking to ourselves, okay, this should be good, but it might not be. Because FaZe have been so good recently, but Thieves very much turning up here after what was a very disappointing start to their stage 3 with a loss to the side of Vegas, but looking great so far. This whole point, though, it is a bit more of a difficult one. We didn't see a great performance from Thieves on it the other day. Atlanta looked pretty decent at 7-4. Rotation is going to be important. Both two teams not necessarily setting any records in that regard on this map in particular. Atlanta with a very slight edge, I would say, heading into this one, and a Greenberg Hotel Search and Destroy. We may well see it. But based on what we've seen in map number 2, I don't think Thieves want to.
No. I think FaZe are on the cusp of breaking the S&D record streak, right? So like that is just something you never want to face. Like you're never going to sit there and go, oh yeah, you know, maybe we get to a map 5 we can take it, but not against this team. The thing is, the Thieves have been looking very good in the respawn, but with these two teams, I can never really count anything out. They've done their vetoes, they've done their homework, they're both incredibly talented.
Both solid squads. A lot of people would argue the two best teams in the game at the moment, really going toe-to-toe here. Now, aBeZy is a map we didn't see in the grand final between these two teams. And just having a look at some of the base stats heading towards it, as mentioned, both teams very much on the lower end of things when it does come down to rotations. 9th and 11th respectively for the side of LA Thieves, and then Atlanta. But Atlanta with the edge in breaking, which is surprising considering what we've seen from Thieves on in general, but Envoy having a great series so far. S&D wasn't too hot. The other two, though, looking great. A 1.38 overall, and do not underestimate those 3 kills towards the end. I mean, I think you would struggle to. Really big players coming out from Envoy. The KD of a 1.38 doesn't justify the plays that this man has been making for the squad.
I think it's always good between these because realistically, when you look at both teams, every single player has been called an X Factor at some point. Like, it's just a fact of how it is. You think map number 1, Octane, had a ridiculous series. You know, aBeZy in the S&D went off. We know there are superstars, and the talent is so deep in both of these rosters, and they haven't changed in a while. Like I said, Slash is the newest addition to this, right? And even we know, like, the statistics for him are phenomenal. And it's one of the reasons, like, I'm so confident right now to say that realistically, basically, unless something changes, every single major moving forward, you wouldn't be outside saying top 3 is expected for both of these at all times.
We will probably see this as a grand final again this season. I wouldn't put it past it. It wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Both these two teams, when it does come to LAN especially, have really been performing so far. Or at least did in Boston. Hey, after last year, you never know. We might have a completely different final every single time. Until it gets towards the end of the year, when we do maybe get some consistency. It's very hard to benchmark for the most part of where we are sitting at with teams in terms of rankings. Yeah, okay, we've got a general idea. And I think a lot of people would still probably put FaZe as the number 1 team in the game, and rightfully so. But Thieves are not far off, and very much showing it here in this series. And map number 4 beckons. FaZe are behind. For how long is the question? And again, just to reiterate, aBeZy 7-4 record for the side of Atlanta. FaZe, Thieves is sitting at 4-4. Game has dropped. Their time will hopefully be the charm, because I know everybody at home wants to get into this aBeZy hard point. It's been a banger of a series so far, Brycey.
It has been a great series, and maybe that's just why they're just tantalizing the taste buds to figure out who comes out in front of this one. Ton, if you had to be put on the spot, if you had to call it, how do you think this map actually goes?
I'm gonna go with a curveball.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Atlanta.
This is gonna be horrific. I already know it.
I think Atlanta FaZe might blow them away, to be honest with you. I'm feeling like a big redemption game coming in. It wouldn't surprise me if this is a 100-point win from the side of FaZe, based on how we've seen them bounce back. They don't seem to be deterred by a map loss. They are very happy to head into a map number 4 behind. They know they have the credentials to go on to win any map in Simp so far in Major 2. I mean, sorry, this was a Major 2 Grand Finals KD. It was a 1.08, a 1.29 in the Search and Destroy. And those kind of numbers from him are not surprising. Played crazy against Florida yesterday, and now looking to add to that with another good game here against the Thieves. And he's been pretty solid, but I just, again, when it comes to FaZe, when they win it, it feels just like they have another level to hit. If they do hit that other level here, I fully believe we're heading to a map number 5.
All right, well, we'll have to find out. We're going to go for a quick break while we fix something. I think all the snaking, somebody broke their ankle, so we're going to get that fixed, and then we'll be back for this next map. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break for more Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. I believe the bugs have been ironed out and everything has been fixed. If you are just joining us, LA Thieves versus Atlanta FaZe. Currently, it's going to be LA Thieves leading after an incredible control against FaZe. 2-1 is the series score. Hardpoint's up next.
Here we go, aBeZy. Hopefully. No, production stops ruining my day. It's not going to happen and we're not going in. Third time was not the charm. PC's unfortunately having an issue. I mean, Atlanta FaZe just on there.
Wow. I don't know if it's the PC's having an issue or whether 3 of the players have just vanished. Maybe Thanos has been in the middle of the break and we've just lost them. Well, that would be 4, which is upsetting. But we didn't get all of them. There we go. Now it works. It's half of them have disappeared.
Well, I don't know. You know, I'm sure Temp is at the FaZe facility. Maybe they're getting a highlight of an unreleased track. Maybe something along those lines.
LATs look very, very comfortable. I'll tell you that, though. Kenny's having a good time.
They're feeling good. They're 2-1 up in the series, Bryce. They've got to be feeling good. The respawns have looked fantastic. The Search and Destroy, not that great, but you are going up against FaZe. And I mean, I'm going to save some of these stats if we do go into map number 5 because we've got a few more of what is just absurd. From like aBeZy is on a different level. I think we all kind of have come to that agreement. But again, some of the numbers that back that up just further cement as the best Search and Destroy player in the game. But Major number 2 is where they of course went on to win the event, and FaZe have looked really good since then. Looking for a bounce back here, though they are behind in the series.
Well, they certainly have. And speaking of Major 2, while we wait to get this 100% sorted, here's a recap of everything you might have missed.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. We got a jam-packed house, and it is going to be an epic day of Call of Duty.
Planes get canceled, luggage get lost, but it don't matter, okay? Because I got the hottest fans in the game here with me.
You hear my heartbeat pounding.
Y'all ready to get the matches going?
OpTic, without question, have the edge.
What have we just seen? Joey D, what can you tell me about the Thieves right now?
They are world champions for a reason.
Minnesota, when they get dialed in, they will pull out their sneaky tricks. FaZe group, the squad that everyone would always just put automatically into the finals. It's been bitter cold out there in Boston. But Mother Nature's got nothing on these Call of Duty loving Homo sapiens. Here we go, threads the needle. Here he comes. What a ridiculous storyline we've had here.
Down and down we go.
Thieves lose to OpTic in the very first match of the tournament. Now we see them 9 straight victories.
I don't forgive, I don't forget, I don't regret. You do me wrong, I'll tag along. Like a hit song, you can turn on.
This is going to be an epic rematch, a chance for redemption if you're the LA Thieves.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The map has started. We're straight into it this time. Welcome to the hard point. We're on board with Envoy. P1 has started. The guns are up. We're good.
Oh, well, I wonder if that break is ice to the side of Thieves. Or has it? It's a good start for them as they will start to pick up some points. And typically they are a squad who do well on P1 in the grand scheme of things. They are the team who pick up a good, solid amount of time. But P2 has been a massive struggle for them. We'll get a first-hand look at that within this first minute and 20 seconds. Well, let's see how things are going to go down. Drazah looking down up top, just trying to stay alive. aBeZy is there, though, to shut that down. Bit of a mixy map to kick things off. Where can FaZe get themselves set up here for P2?
And this is all about it. Kenny's already been found that they're looking for him. Can aBeZy go for the chow? Be Kenny this time around, Ton.
Big win. Managed to find that. That shuts down anything looking over towards P1, which would have helped FaZe get some time. They're still getting some time. I'd imagine Kenny will pick it, and he does. And now it's all about these transitional kills. aBeZy behind them, though. Need to clear them out as quickly as he can. There's 2 just to break things wide open. Senders onto Kenny, but he will shut him down. But that has allowed just a little bit of a gap for FaZe to push through. Slasher 4-0 to kick things off. And there's the break for FaZe.
Let's get away from that car. They finds 2 as well. Neither team really been able to touch this. Eventually, it will be the Thieves being able to get into this point, but so much time has elapsed with so few points scored.
This is a nice setup now from the side of Thieves. Spawn in's gonna come in towards the car park there, and Cellium might actually just come and clean up. Didn't expect the second one to be there. Thieves then spawning back there towards the back car park as well, so it's kind of all over the place, and he was actually going to come out with these gunfights. It will be the side of Thieves. 15 seconds to go. FaZe will lick their wounds, walk away, and set themselves up over towards the P3 side. Slasher heading over towards this side, expecting the push to come in from the car park, and the perfect setup was kind of there for both two teams. Spawns, of course, as mentioned, a little bit funky. Well, P3 is going to be here now for the side of FaZe. Can they lock in some decent time? Rotations are the name of the game. When it does come down to for the side of FaZe, both two teams a little bit lower on the side of things, but can they get it done? Yes, they can. aBeZy finds 2. Slasher, another. They're able to lock this one in. Thieves really nowhere to be seen, with FaZe setting up over towards P4 as well. By the way, we have lost Priestahh. I haven't just decided just to talk forever. Still locking this one in, though. Shots flying through. Octane will have to back on down as the shots will then connect from FaZe. Slasher is here to help clean this up. The only one that can really do anything over the side of Thieves is going to be Envoy, who's going to be heading over towards that rotation and over towards P4. But this game is very much even as we head into a 4th hill. Octane may well be there for this side of Thieves to maybe pick up some scrap time. He will be, but FaZe are the first ones here heading over towards P4. Bryson, you back?
I am certainly back. Fortunately, all the little things that can happen during a broadcast, but it doesn't matter because this game is still underway as both teams trade blows across the map. A lot of FaZe looking to lock down a little bit of time here and get their lead back. The rest of Thieves spreading out, desperately searching for a group, and they've got him. Only one left alive as Cellium has to try and deflect them, but then Thieves are hunting him down. He's got a dash to back him up, and somehow he's still alive in this position. Looks for the second, eventually shut down by Drazah, but what a break from Thieves.
Really well played. Hit them from so many different angles. It's kind of set up by the player who's still alive and kicking over towards it. And one player I just feel like we haven't spoke about so much in this series. I feel like everybody else has had their highlight moments. Kenny going off at 11 at 8. Big shots coming in from Octane again. It's all 3 players from FaZe that were pushing him. Sent to the respawn queue. Sent over towards the next hill. That final bit of scrap time over to Thieves. Envoy already here on the transition to Kitchen. Simp. Oh, it's a bit of a misplay actually from Envoy, but still alive and kicking. Just putting the pressure in, but it's looking like a FaZe lockdown as we head over towards P5.
Slasher will be called out by Kenny as he tries to get the right angle onto him, and eventually will find him. And then now here comes the squeeze as well, straight through the door, and Simp will gun him down before anything more can happen. Octane trying to shoot 2 directions at once. Won't find it either. FaZe not in the best position they would want to be as they are slowly but surely losing map control to Thieves.
That's going to help. That's going to help for a little bit of a pinch here. Trying to find a way through. FaZe have to win their gunfights, and that's something they are pretty good at doing. All 4 dead. And that was looking like a situation for the side of Thieves that could have been dangerous. The pinch was there. It was very much looking like a break could come through. 20 seconds to play for here. FaZe looking like they're going to pick up every single one of those. Can Envoy, no, will come back in the middle of the map. May just well try and take away this final 10 seconds. Push comes through. Octane and Drazah get there. They will get away with that final 10 seconds. We're pretty much going to be tied as we head back over towards P1. Positionally, Thieves not in a terrible spot to be able to do something with this here. And as we mentioned at the top of this map, P1 is something that they do get a decent amount of time from over and over again. Can they do that here this time?
You can see both teams again fighting around this P1 for positioning. 9 points separates them, and it could have gone so differently for either team realistically as they're really putting the heaters onto this respawn. Slasher looking to make sure nobody comes up past AC for him. Eventually a little bit of time here now for Atlanta FaZe, but they have to get out of it as they lose the kills again. And it might be the same old story. Nobody wants to push, nobody wants to commit.
Oh, look at the spawn though, and that comes in over towards PD. FaZe will happily take that. Now it's about these rotational gunfights. 20 seconds until we get over towards P2. Simp is here to try and shut things down. Thieves have got plenty numbers, and they've actually picked up some really decent time over towards P1. The game is pretty much tied. It's now about 25 points, so good job from the side of Thieves. Car park control here as well. This is a nice setup that's transpired for the side of Thieves. Looking good over towards P2 as well.
They have a big lock in here, but will FaZe do not want to fall again in the hard point. So they're now going to stick the pressure on with the stack. Let's have a listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Close time. That one shot, back wall. One Bance. Yeah, I can't. One Bance. All good. Take your time. Yeah. Gas. We play gas here. Still on the truck, yeah. Gas from mid. X from mid. Two time. Trying to get Texans.
Yeah, the trophy. On the top.
Trophy should be going.
One shot. Stun.
One shot.
Time.
All's dead. All's one shot, guys. Okay, all's inside.
I just try to get this one.
Can we close front with Tyler? Let's go orange.
Yeah, stop.
He's front time. I can't get him.
Two orange.
Right there. Front dead. I got the shot. Bullets can do. Maybe someone tap before you guys. Top
I'm up here.
Lots of taps on the heady. One step before, guys.
I said.
One shot. BC heady. Crossing sign. I'm trying right now. Weak.
Orange.
Dead. Nice. I've dropped the other one. Orange, I'm dead. Nice. I'm
shit too.
Probably office.
Right
top office here.
On time. AC jumped the time.
Top time. Top time got me, Sam.
Yeah,
and side before.
Okay.
And some frustration from the side of FaZe starting to creep in some of those comms. A couple of sides here and there. 70 points behind, it's a full 60, but we know how good they can be, and we know that that isn't something that could be too far away. Simp trying to lock down P3, he's got the help of Slasher here. 20 seconds left to play for here, and it is a crucial 20 seconds. They're not going to get it. Rotation does belong to them, but they would have liked that final 15, Bryce.
They certainly would. Strap in the seatbelt, so... You said frustration was hitting FaZe. They now need to hold off the Thieves. They need this time desperately. Drazah will be the first to fall. A trade comes through already with Kenny. And the pressure is coming. The hard point is popped. aBeZy looking for the kill, and he will get the first one. But he's weak for Octane. And as he goes around the corner, down he falls. Drazah finds a second, and Simp has to hold the gates. And down he falls to Drazah. It's a quick break for Thieves.
And the best breaking team on the game is showing it there. Approach from so many different angles. Kenny and Co just continuing to lock this time down. They broke 200 points. Instead, I thought that it might be actually FaZe to send us to a map number 5 by blowing Thieves away. The shoe is very much on the other foot here. Thieves in the ascendancy, Brycey. Dross has found 3 on his own as well. This might be game.
They have just pushed the back at every single thing here, and the worst part is FaZe now have to rotate, but when they rotate, they're only going to be about 10 seconds away. I think it's 12 seconds in total, and Thieves will be looking like a predator waiting. Here comes Kenny, but he finds none of them. Eventually we'll find one. I think Drazah will find it ridiculous. He gets more kills. He's on a 7 streak himself, 22 and 4.
Oh, all right.
Oh my goodness, this game is basically over, and they're trying to just keep them at bay, but FaZe find a break. But can they find 2 more hills?
Oh, remember that body shooting if this game turns on its head. It's still a long way to go for the side of FaZe. Thieves, 19 seconds away. We seem to pick up more than that. No, Simp's actually just going to beat Octane down at bottom toilets, and keep an eye on the spawns here for Thieves. Where do they want to set up? They have to try and not panic. 30 seconds still to go here over towards kitchen. No, they're going to have another stab.
Here they go. Slash already finds one though. Drazah gonna find him as well. Gets him with the wall back. And aBeZy will have to win this gunfight, and he does. They're back into it. aBeZy with 2. And then FaZe keeping the dream alive. Surely the body shots can't be that bad luck.
I'm nervous for him, because a lot of this kill feed has looked like FaZe throughout the last minute or so. 178 is the number they will hit before we head into the 3rd rotation of hills. Drazah here on Overwatch, and this is the position you want to be in to help defend your team. Thieves starting to take up a little bit of time. aBeZy wants that top control, gets it. 3 kills falling now towards the side of Atlanta FaZe. Thieves not spawning exactly where they want to, but they will continue to get time here, and that's ticking up.
And they have to be perfect, but aBeZy is being every bit of that. But realistically, FaZe have to go. They don't have the time to mess about. And Simp will find one. Looks for the second one. Down he goes. But with 5 seconds left to go, Atlanta FaZe have to keep trading. They cannot afford to take any foot off the pedal. It's 3 seconds, and Thieves will keep throwing bodies at it. They've got another deflection. Oh, we will get one. Cellium will get it. They're set up for P2. Kenny's going to be sitting ambulance. And the worst part here for FaZe, they couldn't really get in any sort of position.
Oh, they might go for it here. They might go for it here. They have P2, but they may well go for it over towards P1. Octane, he's just watching over it. That's game.
It doesn't end with a bang, it ends with a whimper. The body shooting doesn't work out. Thieves played for the 7 seconds of scrap time. And they walk away with a victory. Cooking on the hard points. The respawns are all them. And FaZe, while they had a bit of a comeback, put themselves in that position.
And it was just so fast and frantic towards the end, and FaZe was just starting to set up forward towards P2 because they know they need to. But it's such a double-edged sword because you have to keep contesting over towards P1. And in the end, it actually, I was about to comment that it feels like Thieves are being a little bit frantic towards it, but because they know they can be. They've got so much time to then try and break over towards P2. They chip away at it on P1. And I'm not gonna lie, that body shooting from Drazah had me a little bit worried for them because FaZe was starting to stretch their legs back into it. But it's a huge game from him, Octane, the whole LA Thieves squad. Get the job done.
Octane's beating Slasher.
There it is, the first time in CDL history. I can't believe it. Unbelievable.
There we go. Records are broken. And they finally find it. Ridiculous there in the end. And Thieves in the respawns. A force to be reckoned with. Drazah, ridiculous. Octane, every bit as good as we know. But yeah, what a game. What a ridiculous game between these two. And I'm looking forward to see the breakdown from our wonderful, well-dressed desk.
Thank you, Bryce.
I feel pretty now. All right, excellent stuff here. The Thieves making our standings a little bit more interesting as we have a whole group now sitting at 1-1. Atlanta FaZe coming in here as the favorites, but it's not a best of 7. We have 2 hard points at a best of 5, and we saw it end in a game 4.
Well, you know what? It's never fun when there's a team that just starts steamrolling everybody else. So if anything, I'm happy this match ended up going LA Thieves' way in the fact that they got their redemption. Octane finally has a win on Slasher in the inception of the CDL, and even though the standings is now 1-8, but it was a pretty dominant series overall. The LSCLO S&D, it kind of went not as I expected, just because the first time they matched up and they played on that map and mode, they went to round 11, they pushed it to the limit. Not so much the same thing as we saw here, but who needs the S&D when you win all 3 weeks?
Nameless, what's the bigger story? That LA avoids an 0-2 start here to our Major III qualifiers, or the fact that Octane finally beat Slasher in his 9th attempt?
I mean, Octane finally beat Slasher in his 9th attempt. Definitely the biggest story. I mean, those are 2 of the best ARs that we have in Call of Duty's history, and Octane gets the better of him here with some huge performances, even in that game 1. Not crazy stats, but wow, that rotation to P7 where he absolutely takes over to extend that lead. Big shout out to Octane. I think this is really a story of these are the 2 best teams that we have in the game. And wow, Atlanta FaZe beats them in that best of 7, 4-2, right? In a best of 5, we see how the LA Thieves have the edge. You come into it, you're like, okay, we're getting rid of HyDra hardpoint. All right, we're not that good at that map, but neither are FaZe. It's a gamble. We're going to aBeZy. We haven't been that good at aBeZy, but what happens here? We get a big performance out of guys like Drazah and Octane, and we get the W on aBeZy in this series as well. Hotel Control, a square up. 2 of the better Hotel teams. They went to round 5. Last time they played, it was Atlanta FaZe who won. This time, it's LA Thieves. How evenly matched these guys can be, and the difference is the hard point.
We have to talk with the Thieves right now, and we have the man coming out with the big dub tonight. It's Sam LaRue. Samuel, you get the best of Austin. How are we feeling right now?
He was like 8-0 against me. I had to get 1. I had to get my revenge in my online domain. He can have a grand final and land. That's fine. We don't need that.
Give him 1 to start the year. I like that.
About 10 CDL points.
That was kind of much more important than the money and the trophy. You can get yours a little bit later in the season. In fact, your fans expect it from you. But tell me about this matchup in general. I saw you both on Twitter yesterday mentioning other teams may not be playing by the GAs. We knew this was going to be a stand-up fight. Do you enjoy playing against Atlanta?
Of course I do. I mean, it's just the highest level of competition. They've been running things for a while now, so you know, you got to be on your P's and Q's when you play against Atlanta, so it's always good to see where you level up against them. And then as for what you're talking about, Puckett, I think FaZe is one of the more honorable teams, I'll say that, amongst the league right now. So it's always a good time playing against those guys. And you know, I've never beat them, so you know, I got 1 in me at least.
Yeah, a good one as well in all the respawns. I mean, you battled them out and won and beat them in 2 of their best hard points in the CDL. So that was a big W overall. But I do have to ask, what do you feel like your shortcomings as a team were in that S&D?
I think Tyler aBeZy is just running around in S&D getting first bloods. I think that's kind of his running gimmick right now. We're kind of in a weird middle ground of our S&D right now, trying to figure out our identity. I think we're super streaky when we know what we want to do and when we catch rhythm, but there's two sides to that coin, and I think we're on the other side of it right now, unfortunately. So just trying to make sure that we're on top of things in practice, and just trying to implement some new things in our S&D that I think we're lacking right now.
Sam, I'm sure you've seen, the stat difference in online versus LAN with the LA Thieves. It's a big difference, man. Like, you guys turn up on LAN, we can always count on you to do that. I wanted to ask you guys, I feel like you're pretty outspoken, especially of this team on Twitter and stuff. How do you get past the mental block?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How do you get past the mental block, especially as a team online sometimes where the adversity is different than it is on LAN?
I think that comes down to our coaching staff. Cap and Shane definitely harp on things a lot when we start getting in those moves in practice, or if we start showing any signs of complacency or just complaining about online Call of Duty. They do a really good job of keeping us leveled for the most part. Obviously, we have our bad days and our bad matches like we did yesterday or the day before, unfortunately, but obviously we level up on LAN. We just need to do our best to bring that mentality to these online matches. Granted, there's a lot of differences between the two, and they're very hard to disregard with the loudness equalization and all that stuff. I'm not getting into it, but there's definitely some differences, but you just got to battle past it mentally.
I wanted to ask you also about your guys' map pool coming into this series. I saw you guys got rid of HyDra. You took them to Embassy. Embassy has been a little 50-50 for you guys. You're going up against FaZe, who are one of the best Embassy teams in the game. What was the thought process there coming into this?
I think both of the hard points this series were not necessarily an ego child, but it's just a comfortability thing. It's their better maps and our better maps. We share a lot of similarities in our map pool, so we were comfortable just seeing who the better team was on the day, and that was the situation. As for the HyDra veto, it's something that we're still working on right now. I think we're doing well in practice, and I think we've had really good scrims leading up to this weekend. Obviously, unfortunately, didn't show that against Vegas, but I think it's just we share a map pool, and we wanted to see who the better team was today, and thankfully it was us.
Sam, thank you so much. We appreciate your time here. We will let you go celebrate. That's right, Octane beat Slasher. Just the first time here leading up to Major 3. Maybe.
8-1. I got one in me.
He's got one. He's got one. He's on the board, baby.
Two.
Much love, Octane. We'll let you go. That is Octane. The LA Thieves come out and they finish the week 1-1. They're not the only ones, but we got to revisit one of the key plays that got them there. This is our scuff play of the game, and we got to talk about the snaking, Nameless. It's everywhere these days.
My word, fam. What is happening in the Call of Duty League? This is the skill difference. Look at Drazah. It just gets a two-piece. He's just trying to get information, right? This is the best way that you can gain information here on Hotel Control. Jumps the corner, finds one, and then we're going to see Envoy as well. Hit him with a nice flank. He sees them inside the hill snake. He's like, all right, I'm not gonna be able to shoot him in the head, so I gotta jump at him. Finds two, and then he hits him with the furious snake without the position. You don't even need a wall, man. You just hit it with an animation, you get the kill. So they were the better team today, especially in the diner.
Yeah, dining, snaking, it all works out, and the LA Thieves get their revenge. Unfortunately, it's still going to be Atlanta with the trophy for now. But this is just the beginning of a very spicy Major 3 qualifier, and we got to look back at some of the other series that went on today, because we started with the Subliners. They had a poor finish in their own opinions. If you looked at their scores in Boston, they come out online, and they are just flying past their opponents today. The Mutineers hit with another 3-0. That game one, though, closer than a lot of people expected.
Very close, and I think the unfortunate thing for Florida in that situation is that New York were actually on the back foot a majority of this map, at least in my opinion. They were late on rotations, and it really took that one really good break over on the other side of generators when everybody got the kills at the same time, and they were able to collapse and get 40 seconds, and then a single and final P2 full hold there in the end to cinch that win. And from then on, I mean, it was just HyDra doing HyDra things. 11-4 on a hotel search and destroy, and it was a lot of Florida just not committing to the play. I think this Florida team still has a lot of growing pains and room to grow as a team with this new roster, but they gotta have constant confidence in their play calls.
And I like what we're seeing so far from the Subliners, returning to where they're used to, a 2-0 start here in the qualifiers. Mutineers still looking for their first map. We'll see if they can get it in week 2. The second series of the day, though, featured some new faces as we welcomed Hixie into the starting lineup here at the CDL for the Ultra. On the other side, it was another look at Too Real from Las Vegas. And Nameless, you thought Vegas was going to have the edge coming into the series, but Ultra surprising a lot of folks.
I really did. I thought they were going to have the edge due to how their control looked in their last match that they had versus the Thieves. But in this series, it was Toronto Ultra coming out blazing, man. Hixie came in, filled a void they needed in the objective role, and it's the Toronto Ultra that we saw throughout Stage 1 and the Stage 2 qualifiers. Scrappy had himself a hell of a performance in the hard points. They get some fortunate luck on their side in that game number 4, and a couple of mistakes on the Vegas Legion, but it was a tough battle, man. Both these teams pretty solid. I still think Vegas had a good showing, though. I really do.
Yeah, that search and destroy, by the way. If you want to see some ninja diffuses, these teams were fearless today. It was mind games on top of the gun skill. At the end of it, though, I want to get a quick grade from you. What do you think of Hixie? Is he a good fit for this Ultra squad?
Yeah, I think he did well. It definitely wasn't the most standout performance that we've seen from a rookie getting, brought into the CDL for the first time, but that's just not the type of player Hixie is. Again, he said in our interview that he wanted to enable Kleenex. He wanted to enable his sub duo and enable the players around him, and it's hard to find players like that these days, man.
You need people that make the rest of the team better. That is what he says his role is on this squad, and he helps them earn their first win so far in our Major III qualifiers. Here's how things shake out at the end of week 1. Only 2 teams finishing 2-0. You also see Surge and OpTic still unbeaten after playing just 1 match. But look at that group in the middle. FaZe, Ultra, Thieves, Legion. It's getting messy there with a lot of 1-1s. We could see a race to the end here as everyone battles for the final 8 before Texas.
Man, listen, Puckett, if I'm some of these teams towards the top, I'm like, yo, can Thieves and FaZe get their acts together? I don't want to play you in round number 1. Like, figure it out and get some wins. But yeah, it's a tight race, man. Everybody is competitive, so it's going to get crazy.
We're looking at the numbers in Boston. They might be in a position to go 4-0. What are the big matches next week? Well, Boston's run, not nearly as difficult as some of these teams. Look at what OpTic has in front of them. They take on the new Toronto Ultra at 4:30. That's on Friday. But the Toronto squad, if they get up over OpTic, they got a chance to climb this leaderboard as they take on the Subliners. Toronto with a tough draw, and we close things out with an epic showdown as usual. Seattle Surge versus LA Thieves is coming up at 4:30 on Saturday.
Which should be a banger because we saw a much better Seattle Surge here at the start of our Major III qualifiers, but also Toronto Ultra, OpTic Texas, and Vegas Legion have some seriously tough remaining matches.
You only have 5 matches in your qualifiers before Texas. Get those wins in right now, and you all should get your wins in because ranked play is live. It's incredible, and we've got to give a big shout out to all the devs who made this possible. It's here. Nameless is making the climb to Crimson. Ali and I are climbing our way out of gold here shortly. We're going to be diamonds before you see us next.
I'm getting out right when I get home.
Same.
I'm going live.
Who's your hard carry? Can they carry me?
Clay.
No way.
Stay on the sticks, baby. That is going to do it for us. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you next Friday, 2:45 p.m. as always, for another round of Headcourse. See you then.
Let's go. Yeah. This an action-packed Rambo rap. No Sambo, I'm strapped. Heart like Geronimo crack. Go black, I just move on them. Advance on them. Groove on them. Then dance on them. Put a trance on them. With this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs. What's the move on them? Mass tragedies when I grand groove on them. Put in long hours over strong flowers. The money's all ours. This is all power. We getting it. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. Stand we run the clock and work really begin. We getting it. Y'all know what it is. You know what it is out here when we really getting it in. It's what we do. I break day like the crack of dawn and start morning. Pouring victims off rooftops, bodies drop through morning. Soaring like a Hawkeye sight. I spend a fortnight locking in on victims like a pit door fight. I won't let go. Suppress retro. Spit death blows. In other words, flip murders. Hit burgers. Sip burgers. Strip a service pistol down. Spring cleaning. The team scheming. See this beam gleaming. Some people miss the point. So I block till they get it. Then I back out. Pull out. Cock and spit it. Knock the letters off your hometown's fitted. Don't you captain of your ship. Watch you go down with it. I'm like a brand new being. How I slow down with it. Split up like Rambo. Being low down with it. Spitting on them like pop. Everybody want it. But it's me against the world. Everybody's the opponent. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. So that's what the clock of work really begins. Cause we getting it. We getting it in. Getting it in.
I got one more in me.
I got one more in me. Nice job, Rich.